This story is about this virgin loser who became the world's greatest assassin. He dedicated his life to work in the shadows just to help his older brother achieve peace. But unexpectedly, he was betrayed. He was charged for treason just because his brother became afraid of the power that he could wield. Long story short, he died. Fortunately, he regressed back when he was still a kid. And now, he was about to dedicate his life for revenge. If this got your interest, watch the whole video. The title of the manhwa is The Regressed Son of the Duke is an Assassin. The story opens when the protagonist talks about what his father always says, which was, live for the clan. He remembered this while they were in the middle of a battlefield. It meant that he should not desire for anything and that he should just stay by his brother's side like a shadow. He was sitting on his knees while blood dripped down his face. Several knights watched him while one person commented how he, a single knight, fights off the continent's strongest commanders on his own. The battlefield was surrounded by fallen knights, but a commander and several knights who can still fight surround him. The commander of the enemy called him by his name, Sian Vert. In response, he uttered the commander's name, Boris. Boris had a smug look on his face. Out of thin air, Sian drew out his sword. He then asked Boris who made him do this to him, and an ominous aura surrounds his body. He asked Boris if it was the emperor. Boris covered his face with his arm. He commented that Sian's black fog is sickening. Upon witnessing this power, he had confirmed that it was like what the rumors had said. Sian's aura grew powerful while Boris called him an assassin from Mist. Mist is an organization that is like fog to the Knights of Light. Boris planned to report to the higher-ups that he got rid of an impure being that was affiliated with the heathens. Sian replied that he should do that when he actually had the mouth left to function after their battle. He threatened Boris that he won't even have a single tooth after he's done with him. Boris advised Sian that if he plans to use his secret power, he should give up. He told Sian that there is a 9th-star magic barrier casted around the area. In his mind, Sian knew that he needed to get out of there and reveal the culprit behind it to his brother. With fierce eyes, Sian declared that he'll just pierce through the barrier. All of a sudden, Sian was commanded to stop by someone. A reputable man in golden armor arrived. Sian was surprised and confused to see this familiar person. He recalled what his father always used to say, live for the clan. In addition, his father told him that his brother Aschel is by extension of the clan. Aschel Vert's success is Sian Vert's success. This man in golden armor has blonde hair and is staring at Sian. Sian realized the culprit behind all of it. It was Aschel. This revelation made his legs weak. Aschel commented that Sian is confused now that he has appeared. Sian looked at him. He asked Aschel about the meaning of all of it. Aschel expressed how Sian carried out his duties well, for the clan, for the people, and for him. And upon hearing this statement, our MC knew what was going to happen next. Aschel added that he was just trying to take the burden off his brother's shoulder. Sian admitted that he doesn't understand it. He inquired if he had done anything wrong. Wrong? Aschel asked. Aschel pointed out the ominous fog that Sian is emitting. He described Sian as nothing more than a murderer. He's even unsure if his brother can still be called human. Aschel raised his voice when he told Sian that he fooled them all for a long time. With a hint of anger, he asked Sian, "Can you really say that you don't know your sins?" The word murderer and sin echoes in Sian's head. This made him furious as he wondered what the hell was Aschel was talking about. The succession fight within the Empire, the Demon King army's raid, the war to unify the continent. Sian helped Aschel through all of that. All because for Sian, serving his brother is his life. He punched the ground in anger. Our MC slowly stood up. He thought about how Aschel is now abandoning him. Dark aura was now oozing from his body. Driven by his rage, his fog became more intense as he thought about how he worked like a dog under Aschel for 20 years. Blood started pooling at his feet, but he didn't care if his whole body broke down. He decided to give everything he has right now, even if it means he can destroy Aschel. His crimson-red mist covered the whole area, painting the sky red. The knights were shocked to see that he still had that much mana left. It was impossible for a human. Sian narrated that the hero is trying to kill his younger brother just because he's afraid. He asked Aschel if he's not ashamed of himself. This made Aschel furious. The veins on his face became visible because of that. Sian launched at him. With incredible speed, he continuously attacked Ashel, who tried to deflect using a sword. Cyan wished for one chance. Just once was enough. Their fight continues. One chance is all he needs to stab Ashel's weak point to stop him from regenerating. Cyan's attack met a magic barrier. Our MC did not expect for his strongest attack to be blocked by something like this. He checked and saw that Boris helped Ashel. Ashel called him a poor bastard. And he stabbed Cyan in the stomach. That made Cyan drop his dagger. Ashel told him that he wanted to do the favor of giving him a painless death since he's his brother, but Cyan showed him his true colors. He revealed that he knew Cyan was a demon from the start. He added how it's a good thing he never trusted Cyan to begin with. Cyan's expression revealed how heartbroken he was because of that statement. Ashel kicked him so that he could remove the sword from Cyan's body, and just like that, he left Cyan lying on the ground. Cyan's blood pooled underneath him. This scene looked like Sung Jin Woo from Solo Leveling. He wondered if that was his end. He commented on how foolish the life he had lived. As he slowly starts to lose his consciousness, he calls himself stupid. Yet all of a sudden, he chased after Ashel's back. Ashel sensed him and turned. Cyan was about to hit him. Cyan let out a loud scream as he released all his remaining power for that attack. His dagger was inches away from Ashel's throat, but he was interrupted with a powerful force that blew him away. He lost consciousness. Then he heard somebody calling him young Master Cyan. He immediately woke up. He was sweating profusely and was catching his breath. The maid scolded him for sleeping in. She told him to get his act together since he needs to get ready. He was surprised to see Emily. He asked her what she was doing there. Emily was also surprised. And then he realized something. It has been 20 years since he last saw her, and yet she's the same as she was when he last saw her. He noticed the surroundings. He remembered that it was the room he used to live in when he was younger. Even the furniture arrangement was the same, and he thought that maybe he went back to being a child. Emily called him to get his attention. She asked him if he was stalling for time because he doesn't want to go for training. She instructed him to make up his mind and get going. The young Cyan had no idea what Emily talked about. He asked what training she pertained to. In the Vertclan Duchy. Cyan looked around and he was certain that he was back in the duchy of the past. He wondered if the situation is what they call the life flashing before your eyes just before your death. He remembered 27 years ago. It was during the foundation year 985, March 1st. It was a year before he entered the academy. Every year, the duchy holds a dual training session. His father, who is the owner of the duchy, Duke Vert, attends the event, making it a very big deal. His opponent is Kranz Vert. He is the same age as Cyan. He is his half-brother. Kranz's mother, Margaret Ezret, is the Duke's wife. Thanks to that, Kranz received a lot more attention despite the fact that they were both the youngest. Cyan was considered a bastard son, and after being mocked in that fight, he became a laughingstock to everyone. The duel was the reason why his father stopped paying attention to him, too. Emily whispered and suggested that he should surrender. Young Cyan assured him that it's okay, and he just needed to win. In his head, Cyan took that as the maid looking down at him. Cyan sensed something. His weapon, a rapier, was heavy. He figured out his strength is the same when he was at that age. The sensation felt like it was not from a dream, nor a memory of his life flashing before his eyes. He had never heard of a magic spell that is capable of creating such strong illusions either. He wondered if he's really back in the past. Kranz commented how his brother didn't run off from the duel. Cyan thought that this could be his chance to change the future. He looked at his father, who declared the start of the match. Kranz attacked first while asking him where he's looking. Kranz was confident that he would hit him with his sword. Cyan stood there and watched him. He thought how Kranz is like a snail. He shifted his stance, and that made Kranz surprised. Basically, Cyan just took a step to move on the side, and Kranz missed to hit him. This triggered Kranz. He commented how Cyan is dodging like a coward. But before Kranz could further do anything, Cyan hit his hand, and Kranz's sword flew. Then Cyan kicked him on the shin. Kranz was in pain. He fell to the ground and hugged his knees while groaning loudly. His mother yelled out his name in worry. Cyan thought that now, if he just puts his sword on Kranz's throat, the duel will be over. He gripped his sword as he thought that wasn't enough. He recalled that when he was at that age, Kranz always bullies him as a form of entertainment. And that bullying continued in the academy, too. So Cyan thought that he needed to really stomp him down so that he can never try to do anything like that to him again. Cyan had decided that in that life, he will pave a path on his own for himself, Kranz got terrified. Tears were streaming down his face. Kranz was in pain. The result of the duel was that Kranz lost. The Duke ordered Cyan to see him, and even freed up a schedule. That made Cyan ponder if his victory in the duel was really that impressive. He even had a high-class knight, Ulken, who was directly affiliated with the Duke, escorting him. He met Margaret Ezret in the hallway. It looked like she talked to the Duke about her son. Cyan grinned when he saw that she looked like she stepped in shit. He asked her if Kranz is okay. She was furious. She told him that he was audacious to ask such a question after beating his brother like that. She told him that he was thick-skinned. She passed by her while saying that it's how duels are. Then he heard her say, "This is why bastards shouldn't be treated like legitimate children." With a devilish grin, Margaret Ezret continued to say that, like mother, like son, and that his mother is a dirty whore. She told him that he should be on the streets begging for food instead. He was daring to put up a fight when he should have just known how to be grateful. Cyan looked back at her with a murderous intent. She had crossed the line. He pondered if he should just kill her, but he stopped himself. A grin flashed on his face. He knew better than anyone on how to make her suffer. He planned to torture her. Slowly, like painstakingly slowly. He asked her if she's aware that he's going to the academy along with Kranz. She asked him what his point was. Then he said, "I'm sure you want your son to graduate with limbs, right? I guess you're not that worried about him, huh, Duchess?" This triggered her even more. She was about to slap him while calling him a vulgar piece of shit. Yulkin's arm protected Cyan. Yulkin apologized to the Duchess. He explained that the Duke called Cyan urgently, so they had to go. With a stern expression, he told the Duchess that they will get going. The Duchess remained silent. The Duke's orders are absolute. Cyan peeked from Ulkin's back and laughed. He was being protected by the guard knight who was given that order, a knight who won't submit, even to the Duke's wife. He thought of how Yulkin is nice and reliable. The door opened, and the Duke told them to come in. Cyan entered the room. He greeted the Duke. In his mind, he recalled that it has been almost 15 years since they had met one-on-one. Duke Willius Vert is the great feudal lord of Velius, a western feud of the Ushef Empire. The world calls him by a different name, the guardian of the continent. He is the hero who stopped the invasion of demons for a long time, with the help of his remarkable magic power and otherworldly wisdom. That man shouldered a responsibility no one compelled on him until his very death in battle against the invasion of the Demon King's army. All he wanted was there to be peace in the entirety of the continent. But Cyan's memories of him are different. As a man who utilized his free will to decide on living his whole life serving others. For Cyan, he is a stupid man. The Duke commented how Cyan's eyes precisely followed the sword and dodged it. Cyan was confused. The Duke explained the scene when the moment Kranz ran at him, he looked straight at the path of the swinging sword and turned his body to dodge it. The Duke asked him when he learned how to wield a sword. Cyan thought that, as always, the Duke was sharp. He answered that he wouldn't say he learnt it. He revealed that he practiced every night on his own. The Duke pressed him for details, since the Duke knew that Cyan never had any interest in swordsmanship. He asked Cyan why he hid such excellent skills. Cyan was embarrassed when he answered that he didn't want to catch others' attention, but the Duke was not convinced, since despite that reason, Cyan went all out at taking down Kranz. The Duke continued to speak. He asked Cyan if he also thinks that what he did after was unnecessary. The Duke was talking about Cyan kicking Kranz on the ground. Cyan thought that the intention of the Duke behind the question seems pretty perusing. He wondered if the Duke is trying to get a feel of what he's capable of. Cyan admitted that he wanted to prove himself. The Duke asked him what he wanted to prove. Cyan confidently replied that he wanted to prove that he's better than Kranz, even though they share the same blood. He concluded that it was the meaning of the duel. The Duke laughed. The Duke praised him for his clear and concise answer that shows off his level-headedness. He didn't know Cyan was so talented. He was delighted. The Duke told him that he will become a great and reliable support for Ashel one day. Cyan then felt the betrayal from his past life. He was confused and disappointed. He wondered why he would become Ashel's helper. He thought how it was always the same. The Duke is still obsessed as ever with Ashel. His hand turned into a ball of fists. The Duke told him that he wanted to reward him, so if there's anything he wants, he should just tell him. With sharp eyes, Cyan decided that he'll destroy everything. Everything that Ashel fucking tried to do. He told the Duke what he wanted. A few moments after that, Emily turned pale when she found out that Cyan wanted to enter the battlefront. He told Emily that nothing is certain yet. Emily probed him if he's losing his mind, or if he has any idea what kind of place that is. She told him that it's swarming with wicked and terrifying demonic beasts all over the place. Velias, the western feud of the Ushif Empire. It is the only place in the entire continent to be called a battlefront. Even in that, the Lima Valley, that can be called the front line, is a ferocious battlefield where the battles with demons have been going on for hundreds of years. Because of that, the Duke, who stubbornly opposed it from the start, gave Cyan a condition. He is to become worthy of going to Lima Valley within 1 month. He didn't know on what basis the Duke would decide his worth yet. He thought of raising his physical strength as much as possible in the given time. He's aware that he's still weaker than his peers, but he also appreciates that he's lucky enough to have the same combat sense as he had before, regressing, and the little amount of magic he sensed from within him. He knew that if he trained his body as per his capability, he could definitely make good use of it. He decided to start training right away. All of a sudden, his door busted open. A woman entered the room. It was Alice. This lady had this blue hair and stern look on her face. She grabbed him by the collar. Emily greeted Lady Alice. But Alice was rocking Cyan back and forth and asking him if he's gone mad. She heard that he asked their father to send him to the battlefront. Cyan turned pale when he asked Alice to let him go. She left him on the ground. Cyan's soul looked like it left his body. Alice commented that defeating Crans got into Cyan's head. She uttered that it won't. So she demanded that Cyan go to the rooftop at once. At the rooftop, Alice briefed him. She told him that when they drew their swords, she would let him go to the battlefront if he could endure her attacks for 3 minutes. Our MC asked Alice if she really had to go that far. Alice was firm. She demanded him to answer one question. She inquired if Cyan is after the family's title. Internally, Cyan was surprised that she's going that far for that reason. He doesn't even have the slightest interest in that. Alice assumed that his silence means yes. She instructed him to draw his sword. Cyan was exasperated. It hasn't been half a day since his duel with Crans. He concluded that his whole day was chaotic. Alice proceeds to attack him. He did not expect that, but he was able to block her attack, which surprised Alice because that would have been impossible for a 10-year-old. Cyan pondered if she really planned to go all out against her brother, who is 7 years younger than her. Alice stepped back. She was processing what happened. A rapier has a very light blade, yet Cyan cleanly parried off her longsword's attack. She wondered if he'd just got lucky. She told him that he's got better intuition than she thought. He knew from Alice's expression that he's screwed. Alice went all out on her next attacks. She leapt to attack him, but Cyan was able to block her sword using his rapier. More than that, he was able to slide his sword well so that he was able to position it parallel to her throat. Alice was taken aback. Cyan was struggling. He shifted his sword, but Alice blasted him away. He landed on top of the pillar. Breathing heavily, he thought how the situation could go wrong. Had he not twisted his sword midway through, he would have keeled her. Mist's swordsmanship skill, thick fog, mostly consists of skills meant to keel immediately. Cyan admitted to himself that it's hard to fight without keeling because his strength is lacking. He wondered how much time was left. He's compensating for his weak strength by imbuing the sword with his mana, but he's almost at his limit. Alice was breathing heavily, too. She called the earth and wind to come to her and act as her sword. Cyan was surprised to witness the 6th star magic. Alice's blade glowed in blue. This is called the Aqua Blade. With a funny-looking crying expression, Cyan wondered if Alice was trying to keel him. Alice kept muttering that she can't lose. Cyan could tell by the look in her eyes that it would be the end of him. Since he's positioned on the edge, he anticipated that he'll fall even if he were to block her attack. He decided to trust that his plan will work. With an incredible speed, he charged at her first. He ran fast while Alice pointed her sword toward the sky to concentrate her power. Cyan gripped his sword as he begged. He's hoping somebody will come out. Alice is oozing with power. In his mind, Cyan hoped for Yulkin to show up. When Alice and Cyan were about to hit each other, Yulkin showed up in the middle while screaming, "Stop!" He blocked Alice's sword with his sword while he grabbed Cyan at the back of his neck. Alice's attack caused a huge explosion. Yulkin had a serious expression on his face when he called Lady Alice. He told her that she's being harsh against a much younger opponent. Cyan, still dangling from Yulkin's hand, let out a sigh of relief. He kept wondering when Elkin would appear. As if she came out of a trance, she gasped, and immediately she hugged her brother while apologizing. She admitted that she must have lost her mind for a second. Then she cried. Snot came out of her nose. She expressed how much she wanted to stop him from going to the battlefield. Cyan smiled and thought how it's very much Alice to do that. She always tries so hard with everything. Alice was the elite of the elites who got an S in all subjects. In the Royal Academy, where all the talented children gathered, whether they be talented in swordsmanship, magic, or other fields of study. On top of that, her beauty was astounding, so people called her God's child. From a young age, she was trained in swordsmanship. She was mentioned as being the future guardian of the continent, along with the oldest son, Ashelvert. But not long after joining the Knights of Light, she was killed. Cyan hugged her back while thinking of how much he missed her. His hug was so tight that it got Alice's attention. In his head, he vowed to protect her this time. Then she averted her attention to Ulkin. She asked if he was the Duke's guardian knight. She was confused since the Duke just left for the war. Ulkin informs her that he's carrying out the Duke's orders to protect the young master for a while, although he couldn't tell her because he's supposed to carry it out in secret. Cyan felt his presence ever since he left the Duke's office. He wondered if Yulkin would have not shown himself if he continued to not notice him. He wondered why his father would tell Yulkin to follow him secretly. All of a sudden, Cyan felt groggy. Alice caught him as he fell asleep. Alice smiled and commented that he's still a little kid. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. Apparently, she had come back just for a bit to see their father before her graduation. Cyan felt the need to become stronger, so he had been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks. But 10 push-ups is his limit. He felt like he hit the wall for the past 2 weeks. Back then, he was pretty confident in his strength. He knew this time he needed a solution. Emily knocked on his door to inform him that a package from Emily had arrived. Cyan got excited. Emily brought it out and complained how it smelled so disgusting. It's a hellhound's blood that he asked her to get for him. It's a rare item that can only be found in Lamia Valley. But now he figured out that the rumors that it was in the black market was true. The blood of demonic beasts is considered poisonous because of its sickening smell, as well as the feeling of burning upon consumption. But it actually permanently increases the mana and strength of the person who consumes it. Most people think that it was a false rumor, but Cyan knew that it's true based on his past life experience. Emily asked him if he's really going to drink it. He answered yes. In his mind, Emily has nothing to worry about, since he's the only person who was able to adapt to her cooking skills. He chugged it down. He was reminded of the first time. He remembered it was mushroom soup. And after a single bite, his heart stopped for a moment. And compared to that soup, the blood is nothing. He finished everything and commented that it was good. The power is oozing from his body. He told Emily that he's going out for a walk. He wanted to see if it worked. Our MC stepped outside. He arrived at a mountain overlooking the duchy. It had been a while since he last came there. He had been waiting for it for the last 2 weeks. It was the time when Ilkin was not there for his regular reports. He usually visits the place when he wants to be alone. Then one day Ashel received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lumendel. It said that an ancient temple is hidden somewhere in the mountains. He didn't really fully believe it, but there was really a place where the flow of mana was concentrated. And of course, the divine revelation is yet to come. Only Cyan knew about it at the moment. He touched the ground with his hand and his power traveled in the area. He grinned as he thought how Ashel had no idea what he's doing right now. The ground was shattered, and it revealed an underground passage. He decided to go inside. He noticed that it was different from last time he was there. That place was an ancient temple that served the god of light, Lumendel, until all of the history on that land was erased. It was because of the god of demon war that happened 300 years ago. Who could have ever imagined that the place existed in the mountains just behind the castle? Ahead of him is a glowing sword on a pedestal. It is considered the owner of the temple. 9939. Before Foundation, August 12th. Humanity finally succeeds in driving out the Demon King's army from Velius. The Demon King's army was far stronger than the humans, but the humans found ancient relics called the gods' weaponry, allowing them to take the win. One of those relics, Duran D. Arc, was a holy sword blessed by the god of light, Lumendel. The sword was deemed the main cause of humanity's victory against the demons, and Cyan will meet his pitiful death in the future due to that sword, which will be possessed by Ashelvert. He entertained the thought that perhaps Duran Dark had something to do with his regression. He touched the sword, and as he expected, nothing happened. He kicked the sword in frustration. He uttered that it ruined his mood. He mocked it, saying, "Holy sword, my ass." He decided to take care of his business and then leave. Little did he know, the sword was also annoyed. Once he walks past the light, there's a shadow that feels otherworldly. Cian found it. At first glance, it looked like a sword shadow, but it was not a shadow. Where there is light, there must be darkness too. He imbued it with his power. It revealed a pathway that leads to another room, hidden by the altar of light. Our MC opened the door. He saw his sword glowing in red on top of the pedestal. He told his sword that it was nice to see it. Cian grabbed his sword. It was the demonic sword, Karam. The same sword he was wielding before he died. The moment he touched it, it revealed a powerful ominous aura. He uttered, "Good morning, Karam." But there was no response, so he wondered if it's still not awake. Still, Cian was elated. The familiar feeling to him was the best that it made him want to slay something right there and then. And then a shadow with sharp eyes appeared on the ground. It asked Cian if he had no fear. Karam asked if he didn't know what it meant to have woken him up. Cian nonchalantly answered that he didn't know, and it could be that it meant the sword is his now. The shadow became bigger and intimidating. It informed Cian that since he woke up a demonic sword, it was too late to regret it now. The shadow grinned, and it revealed several pointy teeth. It rushed toward Cian while claiming that Cian's body will be owned by him. But Karam was surprised that Cian casually choked him. Cian told him that he wasn't that trashy before. The shadow started fading away, and it revealed a human face. Karam wondered how Cian could touch him. As if an answer, Cian reiterated that the sword is his. Karam had pink, long, pointy nails. It attacked Cian with it while screaming, "Fuck off!" Cian lost his grip, and Karam leapt backwards. When Karam was fully revealed, it turned out she was a woman. She asked Cian who he was. She can see a dark aura surrounding him. She asked if he was the successor. She inquired why she could feel Eru's aura from him. Cian answered that she's right and that he is the successor of Eru. He wore a devilish grin and told her that her master is back. He demanded her to bow down. He called her demonic sword Karam. Karam denies him by saying that he's just a kid. She couldn't accept it. They fought each other. Cian figured out that words weren't enough. The demonic sword's final goal is to take over the body of the user. That left him no choice. He planned to go easy on her. But then Cian grinned and activated demonic sword control. All of a sudden, Karam was being pulled to the ground, and the impact made her groan. Cian told her that he will just say it once. He inquired as to why she won't accept him as her owner while he's still being nice. She grits her teeth as she asks him how he can use that power. He activated demonic sword control again, and that smashed her face to the ground. He did that over and over again. Her whole head is already buried deep in the ground. Cian asked if she's ready to accept now. Karam replied that she accepted, yet she called him human. Cian was about to activate demonic sword control again, but he stopped when Karam corrected herself and called him master, now that he had taken care of his business in that place. Cian wondered if it's time for him to go back since he had been gone for too long. Karam, in the sword form, expressed that it's been so long since she breathed fresh air. She let out herself from the sword. She looked like a black balloon with eyes, mouth, and pink hair. She was happy to express that she found it refreshing. She asked for her master's name. Cian gave his full name. She commented that she had never heard that name before. Once again, she asked if Eru really chose a kid like him. Cian answered, "Yeah, in my past life." That confused Karam. Cian explained that he died once before. In her mind, Karam thought, "What the hell?" And then she noticed something. They were in front of the other sword. She commented how he's still sleeping. Cian commented how the sword would have to wait for 20 years for his owner. Karam commented that Cian talked as if he knew the future. He grabbed his sword and assumed stance. Out of the blue, he cut the handle of the sword in front of them. Karam was surprised. He asked him what he planned to do with it. He had a devilish grin on his face. He said that it could make things a bit more interesting in the future. The carriage can be seen moving away from the castle as the sun sets. It then slowed down until it stops. Cian is wearing a shield on his chest. He couldn't believe the day had already come. He thought about how time flies by. Cian greeted the Duke upon his arrival. The Duke told him that it will be the last time that he will ask him. He inquired if Cyan is still determined to go to the battlefront. He told Cyan that if he wanted to back out now, he wouldn't stop him. With confidence, Cyan announced that he's certain since his heart already lies at the battlefront. The Duke instructed Yulkin to open what he had. Yulkin is holding a scroll. Cyan recognized that it was a magic scroll. He wondered if they're summoning something. Yulkin released the magic scroll, and a creature with flames on its body appeared before them. This creature's paws have sharp claws. It was a hellhound, a low-rank demonic beast from the Lamea Valley. Cyan thought that his father and the knights must have had a hard time preparing for the test. The knights placed their hand on the sword. Cyan had observed that and thought how the knights are prepared to step in when it becomes dangerous. The Duke told him that he's responsible for his actions. The Duke urged him to prove how strong his resolve is by passing the trial and showing it to them. Yulkin thought about this trial. He tightened his grip on his sword. He recalled the time when Cyan invited him for a duel. That time, Cyan explained that there are only 3 days left until the deadline of his promise to his father. He thought that he couldn't just keep swinging his sword in the air. He told Yulkin that he wanted to have a sense of a real fight, too. So he asked him to help him out. Yulkin was hesitant, so he suggested for Cyan to duel with someone at his age, like the young Master Kranz. Cyan explained that for some reason Kranz runs away whenever he sees him. In his head, Yulkin thought it was a hassle. Yulkin eventually agreed. He informed Cyan that he will only fight with his sword's sheath, and that he will only focus on defense, so he encourages Cyan to attack him all he wants. Cyan thanked Yulkin. He told him that he had another favor to ask. The atmosphere changed, and with a serious expression on his face, he told Yulkin that whatever happens in the duel, Yulkin should not tell the Duke about it. He emphasized that it was an order. That puzzled Ulkin. Sion attacked him. Ulkin was able to block it with his sword, but he felt that the attack was heavy. He can't believe that it came from a 10-year-old sword. Before he could get back to his stance, our MC attacked again. He also noticed how quick Cyan moves, and he was surprised when suddenly he was out of sight. He wondered when Cyan disappeared, and then he sensed him behind. He was able to defend right on time. Cyan attacked him consecutively. He really took this duel seriously. Our MC gave his all when attacking, but all of it was deflected by Yulkin. He mentioned that as he thought he can't win against him yet. He thanked Yulkin for his hard work. Ulkin's breathing became shallow and fast. He praised the young master. In his mind, he can't believe that the weak young master Sion had grown that much. Back to the present time. Ulkin thought that his hunch was right. The young master could overcome the trial. The hellhound moved quickly. Sion anticipated its attack. It roared loudly as it approached him. Its eyes are focused on Sion. It passed by Sion. Sion understood that with his current strength, fighting a monster is still too much. He knew he had to end the battle as quickly as possible. The hellhound prepared to attack again, but Sion had planned to kill it with his next attack. He assumed a combat stance, and when the hellhound charged at him, he targeted its neck. He leapt high in the air and pierced its skull with his sword. The knights couldn't believe their eyes. The Duke was pleased. Cyan looked at the corpse of the hellhound. It was bleeding severely from its neck. He thought that it was a waste, since that much blood could fill a few bottles. But if he did something like that right there, people would think that he's crazy. The Duke clapped as he praised Sion for being impressive. He told Sion, "Then I'll see you at the battlefront." Sion thanked his father. Karam appeared as a small smoke in his shoulder. She fiercely asked him if she looked like a kitchen knife to him. Sion nonchalantly answered, "Of course not. You're a demonic sword. Why would you say that?" Karam replied, "Then use me, damn it." She yelled that she needs blood to gain strength. She looked at the corpse and stuck her tongue out, while begging to be allowed to have one gulp. Sion told her not to worry, and with murderous intent, he told her that soon he will use her to his heart's content. He told her to look forward to it. Karam complained that he should have just woken her up during that time then. After a while, an ogre appeared in the northwest. The Duke commanded them to set up a line of defense and take down the ogre right away. He told everyone to leave no one alive. The knights yelled to start the restraint of salvation. A bright yellow mark in the air illuminated the area. A magic circle formed beneath the ogres, and restraints came out of that circle, immobilizing the ogres. The Duke commanded the knights to attack. They sliced up the ogres in the area. The ogres roared loudly, but the knight bravely did their duty. They easily cut down the ogres. Meanwhile, Sion was mounted on a horse, watching them. while Emily behind him is scared to death. She cried rivers of tears as she asked the young master why he wanted to come into a place like that. Deep inside, Cyan felt nostalgic. The Duke asked him how it feels to be in the front lines. Cyan admitted that he's a bit nervous. The Duke told him that, as he had observed, he will never know when he will die in a place like that. He advised him not to ever let his guard down. He answered that he will keep that in mind. He knew that in the front lines, situations like that are a demi a dozen. There are usually 3 to 4 battles a day, and every battle has its own detailed response manual, with the capable knights as core, taking care of all the monsters that try to cross the front lines. At the base camp, he had observed that the 10 that he was assigned to is in the rearmost area, where it's the safest. With the guards in the area being disciplined, he couldn't see a chance to feed Karam. He wondered if he had to wait until dinner time. He noticed Emily trembling under the blanket. She replied, "Didn't the Duke tell us?" She continued, "That we won't know when and where we would die." Cyan asked, why won't she pack up and return? She yelled loudly, "Do you think I can, when you can't even do anything without me?" With a slight hint of annoyance, she told him that with the monsters all over the place, if she ran away, who would take care of him? She instructed him to move, since it's already time to eat. Cyan asked her about the cape that he requested, but Emily just left him in the tent without saying a word. Cyan was holding back his annoyance, but he wondered what would happen if he just chased her away. He couldn't believe that's how she treated her master. Later that night, Cyan lay a doll that looked like him in bed. He covered it in a blanket. It looked like he was sleeping on the bed. He thought that was enough cover. Emily asked him if he plans to exercise even in that place. He answered yes, and asked if he woke her up. Her eyes are still closed as she praised him for being diligent. She added that the Duke would be proud of him if he were to find out. He put on his hood and told her that he will be leaving. He asked her to take care of things as usual. As he was about to leave the tent, he briefed her that he was asleep. Cyan knew that since they are in the front lines, the guard duties are strengthened. He ran as fast as he could. If he didn't take that chance, moving around freely will be difficult. He used his skill, Thick Fog 3-move, Fog's Descent. He's relying on his memory and went to a place with tons of monsters. It was the perfect place to use Karam. Karam got excited over the strong scent of blood. She told his master that she doesn't think he can hold back. She urged him to move quickly so she could cut something down. Several hellhound monsters attacked them. Cyan agreed with her and promised her that they would do as she pleased. Cyan and Karam easily cut down the monsters. They were clearly enjoying this bloodbath. Cyan activated Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm, and he cut down several monsters while moving like a tornado. Few moments had passed. He stuck a tube in the monster's corpse. A mug waited at the end of the tube. He drains the blood through this method, and then he drank the fresh blood. He looked like a madman when he uttered, "This is the stuff." Karam was elated, too. She commented that it's the first time she felt so refreshed after waking up. Cyan told her that they will keep training like that. She asked him how long he thought it would take for them to get stronger by killing those mutts. Little did they know, several hellhounds gathered behind them. He sensed the monsters. He assured Karam not to worry since the night is young, and there are plenty of monsters. Karam was getting excited. Ogres, hellhounds, giant crocodiles, you name it. That same night, a carriage escorted by several knights is traveling in the mountains. A girl with silver hair is inside the carriage. Someone can be heard saying that the front line is too dangerous. The woman inside the carriage with the girl suggested that they go back. The girl told her not to treat her like a child. She told her that she's the royal princess of the empire. With a hint of annoyance, she asked her how many times must she remind her that she's bound to her duty to assist her father in his tours. She warned her that she will get mad if he mentions it again. The woman replied that she understood, and then she changed the topic with the news saying that the youngest son of the Vert family is on the front lines. She added that he should be around the same age as her. The princess was surprised to hear that Duke Vert brought his youngest son. Her attendant told her that the Duke wasn't really planning to bring the kid, yet the kid volunteered himself. Since they are at the same age, the attendant suggested that the princess and the kid should get along. The princess acted as if this didn't interest her. She ended the conversation by saying that she would go to sleep. The attendant respected her wish. After a few heartbeats, the princess asked for the kid's name. The attendant replied that it's Cyan Vert. She repeated the name and took a mental note of it. The face of the princess was then revealed. Waifu candidate number 1 was found. A monster was sliced to its death. The Duke ordered to check if anyone's been injured. It was reported to the Duke that everyone is okay. The Duke praised them for their hard work and ordered everyone to go back. The Duke looked around. He had observed the one who killed the last flying monster, which is Scion. The Duke asked Scion how he was adjusting to the front lines. Scion respectfully answered that he's learning something new every day. It wasn't what the Duke expected, since he thought Scion would want to hurry back. He commented that his son has endured for quite some time now, and he told him that he's proud of Scion. That caught Scion off guard. Before the Duke leaves, he told Scion that he had something to talk to him about tomorrow, so he wanted him to come to his tent early in the morning. Scion was surprised, since he had never seen his father's kindness before. The night came, and it had an eerie atmosphere. A monster with a long body came out from underground. Fortunately, Scion was quick on his feet, so he escaped it. It was a death worm. It's gigantic, with the end of its body full of sharp teeth. It usually appears deeper into the valley. Karam uttered that her master must be struggling, so she offered to take over instead. But Kayan wasn't foolish, since he's aware of her schemes. Karam denied that it was her intention. She promised to just use it for a bit, then she'll allow him to take over. The deathworm's body had a bit of smoke on the rough surfaces. Kairam pointed out that the deathworm immediately regenerates any shallow injuries, so it would be useless to attack it. Cyan knew that she's right, and might have to continue forever at that rate. It had already been a month since Sion went to the front lines. He had drunk the blood of countless demonic beasts, but he felt that still wasn't enough. The deathworm attacked him, and Cian thought he had no choice. He decided to play along with whatever Karam is planning for now. Karam got excited to go wild. She activated Thick Fog 9th Form Demonic Sword Manifestation. Karam decided to rip its thick skin. With just one swift movement from Karam, the deathworm received several injuries on its body. The deathworm bled. Next skill activated was the Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals. He moved really quick along the body of the deathworm while slicing it. The deathworm is losing its strength. Its blood showered the area until its body got severed into pieces. Meanwhile, the Duke's party investigated a corpse of a monster, and they noticed that it hasn't been long since it was killed. Yoken noticed that the mana was quite imposing. He assumed that it could have been done by a demon. The Duke replied that they couldn't overlook it if there's a demon involved. He instructed everyone to inspect the area and burn the corpse immediately. The Duke inspected it closely since the traces of the sword looked familiar. He wondered if it was déjà vu. Then he was called by Elkin to take a look at something. Yolkin raised his torch to light up the area. It was a corpse of a deathworm. The Duke was surprised and curious on who would have slain a deathworm like that. This is the same deathworm that our MC had slain. He thought it might be the organization that he knew of. Demonic Sword Manifestation lets Karam took over Cyan's body so that she can use her true powers. But she can completely take over Cyan if he lets his guard down. Which is why Cyan thought that letting Karam take down just one monster is actually insane. He woke up feeling sore all over. He thought that it was a good thing that he drank all that demonic beast blood. Had it been a month ago, his body would have broken down. Karam suddenly uttered that she got everything now. Cyan couldn't follow what she said. She explained that it was just Cyan's outer appearance that's of a kid, but he doesn't act or talk like one. Karam noticed that the level at which he handled her is too proficient for a first-timer. In addition, he knew the entire geography of the Lamea Valley, too, and his sword techniques are that of mists. And it's as if he had trained it for 30 years at least. Plus, Cyan revealed that he already died once. That made Karam certain that he is a regressor. Cyan looked at her like she's a fool. He asked her if it wasn't implied when he told her that he had already died before. He thought he made it obvious enough. Karam was dumbfounded. Then she got mad and yelled how it was obvious when he hadn't explained shit. Cyan replied that he's too lazy for that. Karam changed the topic and commented that killing Cyan must have been hard. She had few theories on what happened to him. For example, he was killed by the owner of the Durand Ark, and there's two possibilities. He was either killed in a duel or betrayed, and she had a strong inkling at the latter. Cyan asked why. She explained that he looked at the holy sword like he stepped on shit. She would have been an idiot if she couldn't tell from that. Then she concluded that Cyan's goal must have been revenge. She gave him some advice. That if she catches him faltering or losing, she's going to swallow him up. He smacked her head and reminded her to know her place since he's not an idiot. Karam was left dizzy on the ground. In his head, Cyan remarked that she hasn't changed at all. She was exactly the same as she was in his previous life. Cyan then left the tent. He looked around and wondered what was going on since it seemed chaotic. Emily greeted him in a hurry. He asked her if something happened. Emily reported that high-level monsters were found near the entrance of the valley. Cyan was slightly nervous as he thought that she might be talking about the death worm. Emily added that it had been so long since there was a sighting of a high-level monster near the camps. Cyan asked if there's anything else that she knew. That got her confused. Then he asked if there was anything else such as sightings of a suspicious person or something about Cyan. But before Emily could answer, Oaken called the young master. He informed our MC that the Duke wanted to see him right away. Cyan was slightly nervous. He thought of the situation as a pain. Cyan couldn't take care of the corpses last night because the soldiers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He grits his teeth as he thought his plan of enjoying a quiet life before entering the academy would be ruined. He went to the Duke's tent and greeted him. He assumed that his father would notice that he was the one who killed the monsters. The Duke acknowledged his presence. Cyan was worried that he'll be asked about yesterday's incident. The Duke asked him to take a seat. Cyan looked serious and nervous as he anticipated the dreadful conversation. He's thinking hard on what kind of excuse he would make. The Duke told him that he'll be direct. He straightforwardly asked Cyan what he was doing last night. Cyan replied that he went to bed early since he's tired. The Duke finds that suspicious, since the traces of the sword reminds him of Cyan's sword technique. The Duke started thinking that he was just overthinking it. Cyan inquired why the Duke asked him about that. The Duke was absorbed in his thoughts. He rationalized to himself that it's impossible for a child that's as young as Cyan to slay a death worm. Seeing that his father was distracted, he called his attention. His father assumed that he already knew about what happened last night. His father decided to look more into it, and he suspects that it was the doing of a secret organization, MIST. Our MC then pretended that this was the very first time he heard about MIST. The Duke then explained that MIST is an organization that has existed since ancient times. They do not know their goals, but they have assassinated countless nobles under the excuse of purification. They're infamous for leaving behind a black fog wherever they are. But one day, they disappeared. They were last seen 100 years ago. But the corpse of the death worm from last night was shrouded in black fog. Black fog is the trace left behind by Enro, the god of darkness, the very god worshipped by the MIST and the source of their power. And the Duke has this assumption that it was the MIST that slayed the death worm and the other demonic beasts. Deep inside, Cyan was amazed by his father for being able to pinpoint who the culprit was, despite the organization having been last seen 3 centuries ago. The Duke admitted that they had no clue for the sudden appearance of the MIST, so he advised Cyan to be careful. Nonetheless, the Duke planned to notify the Empire about this and investigate further. With that, Cyan assumed his father had believed. In his mind, the Duke thought that it made no sense for Cyan to be involved with such an organization when he's that young. The Duke concluded that topic. He went to ask Cyan if he knew who's visiting them today. Cyan replied that he heard that His Majesty will be visiting, but he had no idea that it was today. The Duke asked him a favor regarding that. Cyan was slightly nervous with the Duke asking a favor. A few moments later, the horn blew, followed by the announcement that His Majesty, the Emperor, had arrived. All the knights, including the Duke, were on their knees as a sign of respect in greeting His Majesty. The Emperor excitedly called the Duke by his first name. His Majesty descended his horse. He lowered his knees and tapped the Duke by his shoulder and told him not to be so polite since they're old friends. And the Emperor saw Cyan. He was indifferent towards him. Cyan greeted His Majesty and introduced himself. His Majesty remarked that for a boy as young as Cyan to be residing in that kind of environment was proof that the Duke's children are different from the ordinary ones. Cyan's goofy face appeared when he thought of the favor that the Duke asked. He was scared at first, but it was just to appeal to himself as the Duke's son. In his past life, Cyan was always cooped up in the mansion when the Emperor visited. Now, Cyan was deeply touched by his father's trust. His Majesty told them that he wanted to introduce someone as well. A young lady stepped out of the carriage. She introduced herself as the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire. Her name is Erin Severus. Cyan recalled that she was the tragic 5th princess. A while ago, the Duke trusted Cyan to escort Princess Erin for the day. When the Duke told him that, he had no idea how. The Duke assured him not to worry about anything, since all he has to do is to keep her company. The Duke described the princess as the same age as Cyan, and they'll be seeing each other more often when they enter the academy. Cyan recalled seeing her in his past life in between classes. The Duke told him that there's no harm in becoming acquainted with someone of the royal family. The Duke expressed that they want him to get along. Internally, Cyan really didn't want to do it, but he understood his father's intentions. The Duke probably wishes that they would develop a friendship like what the Duke has with the Emperor, but Cyan thought that the Duke picked the wrong person for it. Princess Arin can't be his friend, although Cyan couldn't say anything since it's a future that is only known to him. He finds it annoying, but he decided to be obedient for now. He paid attention when Princess Arin started talking. The princess asked why the river is red. Cyan confirmed if she was talking about the Blood River. Cyan explained that it was a stream that runs through the entirety of the Lamea Valley. There isn't any complex reason as to why the water is red. The demonic beasts, who are old or injured and can no longer fairly compete with others for survival, will instinctively jump into the Blood River. The demonic beasts' corpses and bodily fluid will then melt into the river, turning it red from the decomposition by the mana. The princess had a shocked, goofy expression after finding out that it's a river where all demonic beasts' bodily fluids and corpses are. Cyan nonchalantly added that the demonic beasts drink and wash in it. He told the princess that it's very disgusting, so he advised her not to go in it. The princess had a disgusted expression when she asked what was at the end of the river. Cyan replied that it's the demon realm. The princess was extremely shocked. She wanted to confirm if it's really the place where the demons live. Cyan decided to tease her. With a funny, devilish grin, he told her that if she keeps following the river, she might even meet the Demon King. The princess was horrified. In his head, Cyan knew no sane person would do that. But he finds it amusing to make fun of her. All of a sudden, a bright light appeared that caught all of their attention. The princess asked what it was. Cyan explained that it was the 3rd sentry post in the west. A yellow light signifies incoming demonic beasts. The princess was surprised to hear that there are demonic beasts in there. The Duke immediately gave an order to protect the Emperor, and the Guardian Knight Division troops would go with him to the 3rd sentry post in the west. The Emperor told the Duke, "Don't be like that, Villiers." The Duke was confused. He asks the Duke if he thinks he's there for a hike. He added that he's feeling bored, and to prove his point, the Emperor unsheathed his sword. The Duke signed and accepted the Emperor's wishes. The Emperor ordered his knights that they would join the demonic beast raid. He commanded them to focus on killing the demonic beasts until the raid was over. The Duke ordered Cyan to join too, which Cyan immediately agreed to. The princess asked him if he could fight the demonic beasts. Cyan answered yes, and shared that he's still supporting from the back. He told the princess to get back to the shelter. Unexpectedly, the princess demanded to take her with him. In his head, Cyan wondered what the hell that kid was saying. The princess insisted that they're the same age so she can come too. With a bored expression, Cyan told her that people die in battle, and he emphasized that it's not a playground. The princess did not back down with her demand. Cyan was holding back his annoyance when he called Yulkin. Yulkin appeared and uttered that he will substitute the royal knights and escort her highness to safety in camps. Yulkin invited the princess to go. The princess looked at him as if she's intimidated. She pointed her fingers on Cyan and called him impudent for daring to treat her, a princess, that way. Cyan got closer to her. His eyes are wide and his tone is firm when he told her that dozens of knights might die because of her stubbornness. He added that a split-second decision can decide her fate of either dying or surviving in a war. Being extremely intimidating, he asked her if she can take responsibility for all those lives. The princess became teary-eyed. When he was about to leave, he told her to go back if she's going to cry like a child. The princess, Yulkin, and the maid were left standing there. The monsters were in the area, and it looked like a giant slime that gobbled up several humans. The Duke ordered them not to fall back. When they were close to the monster, he instructed everyone to halt, so they can get back to formation. Then he commanded for everyone to protect His Majesty and slay all the monsters, and not spare even a single of them. In high spirits, everyone got moving. Dione Severus, the emperor of the Ushif Empire, had 2 wives. Diana Quizelle was the first wife, but she is now dead. Cassandra Nepellus is the second wife, and considered the prominent judiciary of the empire. The former empress gave birth to the first and second princess, and the current empress gave birth to the 3rd prince and 4th prince. However, Arin Severus, the fifth princess, was a bastardized daughter born to some peasant mistress. People treated her something like a scarecrow of a princess for her mixed blood, but she did not care about how others perceived her. She fulfilled her duty as a part of the royal family and devoted herself to her studies more than anyone. However, she was framed for treason by those who resented her, and she was kicked out of the royal family and the empire. Rumor spread that she died alone from a disease on an island. Because of that, people called her the tragic princess. She could have lived a happy life had she not been greedy. It would have been better for her to live without any ambition. Karam showed up and told Sion that it was what the Duke kept telling him about his past life. Sion explained that it's different, since what the princess encountered are royal politics. Lightning struck a monster. He watched several more lightning from a distance. Sion commented that the Emperor is a skilled person. The Emperor had the ability called Holy Lightning. Several lightnings struck the ground and killed the monsters. Emperor Dione is known to the public for being 8-star in magic rank. Had he not become an emperor, he probably would have been the Mage Association's head. Sion had a funny expression on his face when he thought that an intermediate rank demonic beast is not a problem for the Emperor. He also thought that being an emperor was just his hobby. After that short battle, an expensive liquor was served, and the Emperor commented that it had been a while since he shared a drink with his friend, Viliarth. But His Majesty felt quite lonesome that he's the only one drinking. The Duke apologized and explained that he doesn't drink when he's at the front lines. The Emperor expressed that he was reminded when the Duke asked him about the current atmosphere in the Empire. He shared that there had been a recent spike in assassinations of nobles, and it's causing a lot of anxiety. The Duke asked if there's any patterns in those assassinations. The Emperor replied yes. All of the assassinated nobles were corrupt officials. Plus, black fog was present at all of the murder scenes. The Emperor inquired if the Duke had any idea. The Duke shared that he found traces of them at the battlefront. It seemed like the Mist followers have been on the move again. The Emperor answered that it made sense, but he instructed the Duke to look into it more. The Emperor expressed that he appreciated the Duke for taking care of the garbage, but he can't just sit by and watch as the people grow more anxious. The Emperor shared that there's something else that concerns him. It was because some damn noble was blabbering that everything was the fifth princess's fault. The Duke wanted to verify if the Emperor meant that there were people trying to tie Princess Arin to those incidents. The Emperor shared that he suppressed them by shrugging it off as nonsense, but it seemed like there's a group that wants to use her. The Emperor asked the Duke for a favor as a friend, and not as an emperor. He told him that if he ends up dying before the Duke, he requested for the Duke to take care of that child. Viliarth Vert responded that he will carry out His Majesty's orders to completion. The Emperor thanked him. Later that day, rain started pouring down, and everyone was inside their tent, including Emily, who was confused if that was everything. Sion asked her what more she expected. Emily emphasized that it was a princess, and he left her just like that. Emily scolded him by commenting that he won't ever get married if that went on. In his mind, Sion thought that what he did wasn't even a date. He was about to leave and entrusted Emily to everything while he's gone. Emily asked if he's really going to train again when it's raining so hard. Sion assured her that it's fine. Little did he know that there's someone standing outside his tent. Emily was surprised when she saw it. She asked who it was. This girl removed her hood and asked Sion where he was going. It was Princess Arin, and she invited Sion for a chat, if he was not busy. Emily was pumped up to see Her Highness. She looked like a fangirl. They went inside the tent. Outside, the royal knights guarded it. Princess Arin inquired as to how long it had been since Sion got there. He told her that it had been a month. He asked her why she came to see him. Princess Arin hesitated to answer. She then asked if the maid can be excused for a while since she keeps staring with dopey eyes. Sion asked her to go outside for a bit. Emily went out, and her statement that they should have a good time together confused the two. Then she was fully gone. Funny enough, in his head, Sion thought that it was a big no to have a good time with a 10-year-old. Princess Arin blushed as she apologized for what happened earlier. She admitted that her actions were unbefitting of a princess. Sion assured her not to worry about it. He apologized for being rude to her. She laughed and expressed that she would have said the same thing if she was in his place. She commented that Sion is acknowledged by a lot of people unlike her, and he's a lot more mature. From her words, Sion understood her personality. Princess Aren asked if he's entering the academy too, and she was about to offer friendship, but before she could finish her sentence, Cyan cut her off with an apology, as he told her that he believes that he won't be any help to her. The princess was rattled to the core upon hearing that. Then Cyan told her that if she's there to make friends, she should just leave. Princess Aren told him that she wanted them to be on good terms and he's being harsh. Even with tears streaming down her face, she had a menacing aura as she asked him if he also thinks of her as a shell of a princess. Cyan remained silent. Then Princess backed off by saying that she understood that there's no benefit in being friends with her. Then she apologized for wasting his time. She expressed that she was short-sighted for thinking that they could at least talk. Then she told him that he's completely different from Sir Ashel. That struck a nerve in Cyan. It evoked certain feelings in him. He grabbed her arm. Princess Aren yelled, "What's wrong with him?" But Cyan had murderous eyes as he inquired on how she knew his brother. She explained that she got to know him when she was touring the Royal Academy last year, and he advised her not to care about what others think, and that she should just fulfill her role as a princess. In his mind, Cyan thought that as if it was advice. He knew that demonic bastard's personality better than anyone. Then he realized that it all had begun when his brother met Princess Aren. He was pertaining to the plan to bring down Princess Aren. Cyan warned the princess, but their conversation got cut off with a loud noise. Immediately, Emily ran inside the tent. She told him to run, but the roof of the tent had already been broken, and then there was a loud impact from an attack. The knights cursed as they watched a gigantic ogre swing its bat-like weapon in the young master's tent. They hurried to check the condition of the young master. Emily saw the weapon that pierced the ground. Her tears fell as she was overwhelmed with worry. She loudly called out to the young master. The monster's features were then revealed. This one looked like a giant ogre. The scene then shifted towards this place where the Emperor's voice was heard, as he was surprised. They just received the report. Those advanced rank demonic beasts ambushed the rear camps of the border regions, and the princess was there when it happened. The Emperor immediately gave an order for everyone of the Imperial Army to head to the rear camps. Their priority is to secure the safety of the princess. The Emperor wondered who she was going to see in the rear camp. Several ogres were there. Cyan, our MC, was still alive. He watched them behind the debris. Death worms were in the mix, too. He, Emily, Princess, Aren, and other knights were hiding behind a rock. Those monsters should only be in the deeper regions of the valley. But for them to be in the rear camp, Cyan assumed that something must have changed. He wondered if it was because of him. Emily called his attention. She sobbed as she thought that he's really dead. That made her promise not to leave his side again. Earlier, the roof of the tent came crashing down. Cyan immediately ran towards the princess to protect her. Cyan thought how back in his day, he even killed the Demon King, so as if he'd die now from a mere ogre. Princess Aren was worried about the knights at the camp. Emily assured her that the knights are really strong. She held back her tears as she blamed herself now that the knights that came with her were in danger because she went to the rear camps. The knights assured her that they're okay, and it's a given that they would protect her as the Knights of the Empire. The other knights second demotion to assure the princess. Spoiler alert. These were this guy's last words. Cyan sensed something, and he immediately yelled for everyone to move. The knight was confused. He did not know that the ogre's hand was about to grab him. The hand squeezed the knight to the point that he coughed up blood. The owner of that hand is a gigantic, menacing ogre. The princess was horrified. Cyan immediately leapt in front of her and ordered her to get back. The ogre smiled. Cyan had confirmed his suspicion. The ogre is after him. He told them that he will distract them while they run away with the princess. Emily passionately replied, "Okay," and it was funny how it left Cyan dumbfounded. Emily grabbed the princess and she asked the knight why he was just standing there. It was comical how Cyan was slightly annoyed from this bitch's eagerness to leave. The ogre demanded Cyan's attention when it roared loudly. Our MC unsheathed his sword. He leapt high and slashed the ogre in its arm. This made Cyan wonder why the advanced rank demonic beasts are attracted to him. It felt like they smelled something from him. Karam laughed. She told him that he drank the blood of countless demonic beasts in order to become strong, and that's why he reeked of them. It would be weird if they didn't come after him. Cyan was surprised and slightly annoyed that Karam knew about it, and she only told him about it just now. Karam grinned at him and asked if he forgot that she wanted his body. Our MC grabbed her tightly and made her groan, and Cian assumed a combat stance. Karam asked what he was doing and requested for him to treat her better, to which Cian replied, "Shut up." He stood in front of the ferocious ogre and uttered that he doesn't care, on how many monsters would come at him. He attacked while the ogre also did the same, but he was quick, and he sliced its arm before it had the chance to hit him. It roared loudly because of the pain, and then he followed it with another attack. His attacks ended, and the ogre faced its defeat. Cian sensed that there's no one watching now, so he decided to sip on some advanced-rank demonic beast blood. Karam got excited over the feast that they'll have, but Cian saw something that shocked him. A large purple claw landed on the edge of the cliff. It was from a devil dragon. The devil dragon roared loudly. Karam told him that it's still a baby and it must have smelled him, but Cian didn't care why the dragon was there. He activated the demonic sword manifest. To him, what matters is catching that devil dragon. Now that Karam controls his body, he stated that she needs to catch that dragon, but he corrected himself and told her to eat it. Meanwhile, the other ogres faced the lightning of the Emperor. The ogre fell, and the Emperor asked Viliarth if that's the last ogre. The Duke answered that it seemed so. But the Emperor wasn't pleased. He asked about the princess and the Duke's son. The Duke apologized since he couldn't find any traces past the tent. The Emperor told him that it's fine since he knew the Duke is also worried for his son. The Duke replied that there's no need to worry about him since what matters at that moment is the princess. The Emperor had a funny expression on him that conveys that he was about to scold the Duke, but he commented that the Duke is being cold. The Duke replied that a Vert should know how to watch out for himself. A knight reported that they found the princess. The Emperor asked him if he's really sure. Then the princess appeared. The Emperor immediately called out her name. He grabbed her shoulder as he inquired if she's hurt. But Princess Erin was in panic as she informed his father that they had to hurry and save him. The Emperor asked who she was referring to. Princess Erin cried as she told him it's Cian, and she blamed herself. Behind the Emperor is the Duke, who had a stiff posture. The Emperor asked the princess to calm down and tell him what's going on. The Duke approached Emily and inquired if he's Cian's maid. With a scary expression, the Duke asked her if something happened to Cian. Emily trembled in fear. She had never seen the Duke being that scary before. She stuttered as she explained that the young master acted as a bait in order to give them time to run away. The Duke's brows furrowed. The knight informed them that he remembered where Cian's last location was. He told them that if they give him permission, he will go with the others to save the young master. The Emperor asked Viliarth what he was waiting for. He told him to hurry. The Duke looked menacing when he replied that they are not going to do that. Princess Erin was surprised. The Emperor asked if he was serious. The Duke prioritized taking care of the situation first, because if the camps fall, the demonic beasts will invade the Empire. He told them that they should reconstruct the place right away, and that is the only way to prevent more deaths. Emily's tears fell as she asked, "What about the young master?" The knight grits his teeth. The Duke replied that Cian had done his duty by helping the princess evacuate, and that is what it's like to be a Vert. The Emperor was sullen. Princess Erin, too. She blamed herself. All of a sudden, they heard a loud monster cry. It went on, and they turned their attention up high, and they saw the dragon flying in the sky. Princess Erin couldn't believe her eyes. There's a person on top of the dragon. Upon a closer look, Cian was holding on to the dragon's leg while it's flying. He looked funny as he grabbed it tightly while he silently cried about his situation. Dragons. Creatures that are the closest to the Creator. They are very rare and noble creatures. Inferior beings like humans dare not easily approach them. Cian Vert thought about how it's an honor to be able to come across such a high and mighty creature. But he questioned why it had to fly over the very people that he doesn't want to be seen by. It flew over Erin. She yelled Cian's name. His Majesty couldn't believe a dragon appeared. And on top of that, he questioned Viliarth on why his son is on top of a dragon. The Emperor is in panic, but Viliarth just stands there. The Emperor questioned him on what he was doing, and if isn't going to save him. Cian internally cursed because all he wanted to do was drink its blood. He didn't expect that to happen. Earlier, the evil dragon appeared. He told Karam that she had to eat it. But a swarm of random monsters appeared before Cian, who was possessed by Karam. Cian told them that he didn't have any time to waste. The fog sword, rushing fog storm, was activated. It sliced several monsters all at once. He landed on the ground, right in front of the dragon. He uttered that the dragon is definitely not a fully grown one. The dragon opened its mouth to release a laser beam. It was a big attack, and it shattered the ground on its way. Cian told the dragon that it was rude. For spitting on his face on their first meeting, he added that it can take his sword to face then. He slashed the dragon right at its eye. The cut bled, and it made the dragon angry. Its sudden movement blasted Cian away, and then it chased after Cian. But that just made Cian, possessed by Karam, grinned. He had an attack on his sleeve, the 8 fluttering petals. It caused a massive explosion that shattered the ground. But he admitted that he can't take on a dragon just yet because his shoulders became sore. He decided to wrap it up. The dragon flapped its wings in front of Cian, and it made a gust of wind. He told himself that he won't fall for the same trick twice. But he noticed something. It was a funny scene between them. The dragon scurried away from him while he's in shock that it happened. He called the dragon a lizard that's running away. He couldn't just let the dragon go, so he jumped so high to chase it, which brings him to his current dilemma. Now he contemplated that maybe he used up all of his luck coming across the dragon. He looked down, as he wondered how he would take care of the situation. Karam asked him what was wrong since he's not doing anything. Cian looked funny when annoyed, and he asked her if she can't see the people below them. Karam told him so what. She argued that if he unsheathed her, he's got to do something at least. He argued back if she's for real, of using a demonic sword with all those people watching. He told her that he'd be burned at the stake immediately if they saw that. She argued back if he's just gonna stay on this dragon. He yelled that he's thinking right now. Their banter was funny. Villiers had a magic circle underneath him. Our MC panicked as soon as he saw this because it was an advanced 8-star magic. Cian knows that his father is going to use the secret sword of heavens, knowing that his son will get swept up into it too. Several golden swords were released towards the dragon. In his head, Cian commented that his father is really living up to his title as the continent's guardian. The swords were reaching the dragon, but the dragon was able to evade it. Funnily, Cian cheered for the dragon. He was about to say to the dragon to keep avoiding like that until he saw one sword coming from the side, and he knew the dragon wouldn't be able to dodge that one. The dragon was hit, and Cian fell. As he's falling down, he curses for missing the opportunity for such a special meal. Karam appeared and asked him what he planned to do, or if he's just going to kiss the ground. Cian replied that if he used a mist still, he'll be burned at the stake. She was furious when she asked if he's just going to let himself die. Cian's reply was funny. He had a dead expression when he uttered that he doesn't know, and he'll just stop thinking. Until he sensed something. He told Karam that there's a way. Karam, with a horrified expression on her face, asked her master if he plans to fall in there. She described it as a shit-infested water. Cian replied, "What other choice do I have?" Karam yelled loudly, "No!" And off they went. Someone sensed something. This person with 2 horns was surprised to see a devil dragon flying around that area. It was a rare sight. The man behind this person also has horns and replied that it was a young dragon. And it seemed like it got lost and got itself into trouble. The first man had silver hair, and he commented that there must be some strong demonic beasts on the other side. But the other man replied that it's humans who live across that border. The first man was surprised to know that it was humans. And he added that it couldn't be true since there's no way a dragon lost to something like a human. And he remained silent. The man with red hair asked the man with silver hair if there's something bothering him. He replied that he's feeling a strange energy from over there. Something strange but also familiar. The man with red hair replied that if he's that concerned, he should go check it out. However, he must refrain from killing everything he sees just because he's bored. The man's wings appeared. He told the man with red hair that he won't cause any trouble. The red water showed bubbles, and Cian emerged from it. He got out of the water. He felt exhausted. He groaned. His face doesn't look good. While feeling disgusted, he uttered, "Fuck my life." He asked Karam if she's still alive. Karam was annoyed. Her expression showed that she was clearly annoyed. She told him not to talk to her, and that she's trying to decide how she's going to kill him. Cian told her that they will clean up once they get back. He asked her not to be mad. That made Karam ask if he's going to go back. She told him to get it together and reminded him that they are in the demon realm. Karam assured her that there's now way they would come across a higher demon. But before he can finish his sentence, someone butts in. This person uttered that he was right. He knew something fun would be waiting for him there. Cian had shivers all over his body. He knew that voice. A demon called out to Cyan. That voice is so deeply embedded in Cyan's brain, he couldn't forget it no matter what. Cyan now has a furious expression. The demon asked him if he's a human. It was none other than the demon king, Valkyrion. In the past, all those who witnessed him said that it felt like looking at the embodiment of evil. And right now, that same hell of a monster was staring at our MC. He tried his best to not take his sight off the demon king because he could kill him in an instant. That is what stands in front of him now. He cursed as he asked why now. The demon king reiterated that he's asking if Cyan is a human. He asked if he's not going to answer. Valkyrion glared at him. The demon king suddenly appeared behind him and asked if he wanted to fight. Cyan was alarmed. He attempted to slash Valkyrion. He managed to cut a strand of his hair which surprised the demon king. And then, the demon king, Valkyrion, laughed. He had a relaxed expression as he commented that he heard that humans are a kind with infinite potential, and he expressed that it might be true. Karam asked who that is. Cyan replied that it was a demon king. That surprised Karam. She asked how the hell is he going to defeat the demon king in the state that he's in right now. Cyan knew it was impossible, and he could only try running away. His hands trembled. He wondered if he could survive against Valkyrion. The demon king then told him to relax. He asked Cyan what he was going to do to a kid like him. He assured him that he can calm down. He laid leisurely on the ground to prove his point, that he's not going to do anything. He uttered that, even if he's an asshole, he won't fight kids. Cyan made a funny expression because of the random action of the demon king. Valkyrion asked again if he's human. Cyan replied yes. The demon king inquired how he got there. He explained that it's because of the current of the water. The demon king asked if it was his first time in the demon realm. The demon tried to tease him since he felt a strange aura from Cyan. He inquired who he was. Cyan, who's now sweating, replied that he's a normal human. The demon king replied that he's a normal human, but it felt like he knew the demon king. Cyan replied that they have never met before. The demon king replied that it's true since he had never seen a human before, so he wondered when Cyan could have seen him then. Cyan asked the demon king why he was there. In his head, he noted the relaxed manner of the demon king, and he wondered if he's the same demon king that he knew. The demon king explained that he felt a strange energy while making his rounds. Cyan inquired about making rounds. So, Valkyrion elaborated that, as the demon king, it's given that he would watch over the lands he rules, but he stopped explaining mid-sentence. He sat down and asked Cyan what he just said. Cyan replied that he was explaining that it was a given for him to watch over the lands he rules as the demon king. And then Valkyrion had a funny expression when he asked Cyan if he wasn't shocked since he said that he's the demon king. And that's when Cyan was caught. The demon king realized that he was right. Cyan knew him from somewhere. Because what kind of kid in the world would react like he did? Valkyrion even asked if his mom never threatened him by saying that the demon king will take him away if he's not a good boy. Cyan thought that there's no way that is the same demon king that he knew of. He assumed that if things go like in his past, the demon's invasion should start soon, but he observed that the demon king in front of him doesn't seem like someone who would do that. So Cyan started thinking that if this is Valkyrion's true self, then what triggered him to change? He asked Valkyrion, if he really is a demon king, what is it that he wished to accomplish? The demon king smiled and commented that for Cyan to ask a demon such a question, he's quite bold, but he answered that he just wants his people to live good lives and eat well. Though the demon king expressed with all seriousness that if anyone dares to get in the way, he will kill them all, because that is his duty as the demon king. Cyan felt shivers all over his body. He thought to himself that it was just for a moment, but he definitely felt it. The true monstrosity of the Valkyrion he knew in his past life. Cyan understood that it's repressed now, but some incident must have removed the chains on that side of the demon king. He knew to himself that needed to prevent that incident from happening. He asked the demon king if he wanted to make a deal with him. He told Valkyrion that something will happen to him soon, something that will threaten the people he rules. Valkyrion asked what he was talking about since Cyan is not making any sense. Cyan explained that he doesn't know the exact incident, but he's certain that the incident will trigger a great war between the humans and the demons. The demon king got up. Now he's agitated. He asked if Cyan meant that he, the demon king, would want to take their lands in the future. Cyan replied that it's exactly why he wants to negotiate. With a serious expression, Cyan told Valkyrian that he should promise to him that he won't start a war no matter what happens. The Demon King told Cyan that he's not making any sense, but he agreed that he won't start a war. He inquired what Cyan would give him in return. Cyan replied, "I'll help you." Cyan vowed that no matter what happens to the Demon King, he will do his best to help him. The Demon King loomed over him, but he did not back down. Instead, he met his gaze. Valkyrian uttered that Cyan knew something. Our MC was slightly intimidated. The Demon King had a small laugh as he asked for the kid's name. He then introduced himself as Cyan Vert. Then the Demon King promised Cyan Vert that as the owner of the demon realm, he will not invade the human lands no matter what happens. Valkyrian's wings had appeared. He flew in the sky, but before he went, he reminded Cyan to take responsibility for his own promise too. After all, a deal is a deal. Cyan met his gaze and nodded. The Demon King declared that their deal was sealed. After the deal with the Demon King, Cyan was found on the shore by the knights. They uttered that it was a miracle. The inspection team found him conveniently lying there, and he was able to get back. Then he earned the nickname, the boy who survived the Devil Dragon. They returned to an abbey in the borders of Velius, which was being used as a military hospital for the time being. Cyan uttered, "Sorry." Princess Arin was by his side, and she told him that she will repeat what she said. In his head, Cyan thought that everything was resolved. Princess Arin was blushing when she asked him a question, and her question goes, "Will you be mine?" Cyan had no clue what she's saying. Cyan then nonchalantly declined her by saying, "Nah." Princess Arin was taken aback with his immediate response. She was about to cry as she states that of course he'll decline since she's a powerless princess. In his head, Cyan commented that she's really getting on his nerves. He knew that she was powerless. But to him, her attitude makes her even worse. It's obvious what's going to happen. But he can't stop thinking about the fact that the piece of shit brother of his is somehow involved with her tragic end. Cyan replied to her, "You're right. He told her that she can't bring any benefit to her or anyone, for that matter, as she is right now. He added that she didn't have any influence or etiquette, and it would actually be bad for him if he were to be close to her. However, Cyan told her that he will watch her from afar until she develops into someone better. Arin didn't expect that statement, so she wanted to confirm it once again. He replied yes and told her not to be disappointed, but Princess Arin blushed, and she understood that she just had to improve enough that he would acknowledge her. She pointed a finger at him and told him to wait and see since she doesn't know when, but she's going to become so powerful that he won't be able to ignore her. Cyan told her that he's looking forward to it. In his head, he noticed how she cheered up real fast. Before she leaves, she has one more thing to say. She was blushing when she thanked him for being alive. This fucker had a deadpan expression. A few days later, at the rear camp's outskirts of the forest, a man is looking around. He was laughing silently as he held a box. The box glowed, and he uttered that there's not much left now. And then this man heard someone say, "So it's you, Reynold Crimson." Reynolds' body can't move because it feels like there are invisible chains tying him down. The person had an ominous aura and approached him. What Reynold was holding was a small dimension box. This person commented that it's commercialization that has yet to happen. It's an artifact that's imbued with a dimensional realm and enough mana to allow infinite stone storage. It was the masterpiece of the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association. The person asked if he got that right. This person had been keeping an eye at Reynold for the whole year because it felt like someone within the Empire was smuggling them. So now this person has figured out the smuggling process. He took the box. He identified that the person is Reynold Crimson, 7-star Mage Knight from the Garum Kingdom. Reynold knew the person before him. It was Cyan Vert. He asked Cyan why he was there. Cyan emptied out the container. There were monster body parts. Cyan told Reynold that he assumes that he extracted the blood of demonic corpses and brought them over in supply carriages that are allowed over the border. And he also assumed that there's a spy that helped Reynold in the supply department too. He asked what Cyan was talking about. Then he announced that he doesn't know anything. Cyan told him that he doesn't need to play dumb. Cyan knew that the blood was already being sold on the black market. He assumed that Alice was able to get the Hellhound blood through that guy too. He started wondering who betrayed them. But either way, he can't allow Reynold to live. In his mind, Reynold doesn't have an idea how Cyan was able to capture him, but he can move a bit now. So he used magic on his hand. Reynold used breath fire and told Cyan to die. He told Cyan that the consequences of letting the guard down is death. And Reynold released a big flame. He uttered that he thought that he's dead. And now, he was able to confirm that rumors about Cyan being true. He watched his flames engulf the area where Cyan stood earlier. Reynold sighed and complained that he lost the dimension box. He never expected that kind of thing to happen in the midst of transport. Out of the blue, his hand was cut off. It became a fountain of blood, and he was surprised to see a black fog. Cyan stood before him. Reynold thought it was mist. Cyan grabbed his neck, and he made him choose. His first option is to tell Cyan about the smuggling route and the spy, and then die a comfortable death. Or if he would rather suffer a death so tragic that even Satan would pray for him. A few hours later. At the Velia's western border trading post, people were busy carrying large boxes. 2 men were happily looking at the contents of the boxes. They were glad that they will be able to take a bit more this time. The other man opened the other box while he wondered how much was in it, but the 2 men were in for a surprise. They recognized it. Inside the box is the head of Reynold. They wondered who did that. A man in a robe watched the busy area. It was Cyan, and Karam asked if he's not going to do anything about those guys. He replied that he would leave them be, as he assumed that the warning had been enough. Garam Kingdom's 7-star Mage Knight Reynold Crimson. He's been smuggling the blood of demonic beasts from the front lines behind the Ushif Empire's back. The items Reynold smuggled were taken to the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association. The Garam Kingdom's Mage Association is a place where all the mages insanely obsessed with magic gather. They study the origin and foundation of magic as well as the art of creating new magic. They are an association that aspires to surpass the limits of humanity. Currently, they're making useful artifacts like the Dimension Box, but in the future, they will do all kinds of insane stuff with demonic beast blood. And Cyan knew that he needed to put a stop to it. Karam told him that she thought he only plans to live for himself. But she was confused since he did a selfless act. He replied that he just doesn't like more people using the demonic beast blood. Meanwhile, at a residence in the Ushif Empire, Ashel looked out the window. He received a report that Cyan Vert went on the front lines with their father. A naked woman on his bed heard the name and recognized that it was Ashel's half-brother. Ashel commented that Cyan is getting on his nerves, so he decided to go see him. The scene then shifted towards where these 2 luggages were placed on the side. Emily celebrated for finally being out of the front lines now. She was excited. She even commented that the academy will be incomparable to that gloomy place. While Cyan uttered that, "It's the beginning of hell for me. The academy isn't the kind of place Emily is expecting. In reality, it's a place rife with politics and schemes. Envy and jealousy rule the place, and networking is prioritized over education." Emily excitedly expressed that she heard that there are lots of handsome instructors. She wondered if romance was finally coming to her life. That made Cyan wonder if she's really coming to the academy because of him. A few hours later, Cyan's luggage was brought out of the carriage. He walked around. Then he heard a loud gasping sound. It was Kranz. He trembled at the sight of Cyan. Our MC was about to greet him, but Kranz quickly ran away. That loser got PTSD from their last battle. Karam asked who that idiot was. Cyan replied that it was Kranz, his half-brother, and she shouldn't mind him. Karam commented how Cyan is an opposite of his family members. Cyan replied that it's not really true. In his mind, the real opposite is someone else. He opened the door, and he was greeted by the servants. He was taken aback since the butler had never even glanced at him before. But now the butler is being polite as if his father or that bastard is in there. He thought of how much had changed over the course of the past year. He would like to think that it's the reward for his hard work. When he turned the doorknob, his mood suddenly shifted. He recognized the aura that makes him shudder. He tightened the grip on the doorknob. He already knew that beyond the door is that bastard. And I think we all know who this was. Ashel greeted our MC with a smiling face. On the other hand, Cyan told himself to calm down. Ashel asked Cyan if he doesn't remember him. Deep inside, his vision is starting to darken. He couldn't stay calm. Ashel told him that it would make sense since the last time they saw each other was before he went into the academy. Cyan admitted that there's no chance he could calm down at that moment. He slowly took out Karam. He wanted to kill Ashel, but someone gripped his hand. It was Karam, and she told him to get it together if he doesn't want to die. She told him that there's no fun in killing Askell right now. That stopped Cyan. He closed his eyes as he took a breath. And then he politely greets his older brother. Askell replied that Cyan remembers him. Cyan replied that he could not forget his own older brother's face. He pats his head as he utters that it made him happy. He expressed that he's worried that Cyan must have forgotten him, and now he's glad that Cyan didn't. Askell expressed that he heard that Cyan's swordsmanship had improved, and he uttered that Cyan will soon be able to help father, but he corrected himself. This loser told Cyan that he will be helping him on the battlefield. Cyan, with a murderous intent, replied that he's looking forward to it. Askell observed him. Then he replied that he's glad. He admitted that he came there just to see Cyan. In his head, Cyan knew that Askell is the kind of guy that does not spare a glance at those he deems useless. So, knowing that Askell is there for a reason, is helping Cyan calm down. Cyan put on an act and told his brother that he missed him too. Meanwhile, Emily is complaining that Cyan doesn't even have any baggage and he didn't even help her with hers. She stopped in front of a door to take a brief rest. And when she opened the door, she instantly started screaming at the young master for leaving her. But she was surprised to see that the first young master was there. Askell told her that he heard that Emily was close to Cyan, but it showed that she's even comfortable with him. He told her to feel free to do her work and not mind him. They saw him out of the door. Emily let out a breath and expressed that she was nervous. Then she told Cyan that he should have let her know in advance that the first young master was there. Cyan asked her to leave him alone for a bit. Emily was about to protest, but Cyan was being scary. He told her not to make him repeat himself. Emily got worried. Cyan vomited in the restroom. He was breathing heavily. He asked Karam why she stopped him. Karam suggested that he should be thanking her. He said that it was a good chance for her to take over his body. Karam told him not to be mistaken. She told him that she just wants his rage to grow because that way he'll be more delicious. That made Cyan smile. He commented that it's as expected of Karam. Along the hallway, someone walked, and that person arrived at the front of the door. Askell told this person to come. This man reported to Askell that he tracked down the second young lady as ordered. Askell asked where she was. The man reported that she's in the north, in the territory of the White Elves, Fruina. He knew that Fruina is famous for hating outsiders. That made him comment that his sister is skilled with dealing with people. He asked the man to report to him when his sister was preparing to come back. The man asked Askell if something good happened. Askell asked the man what he thought. The man replied that Askell looked brighter than usual. He inquired if meeting with the young master was amusing. Askell replied that he could put it that way, but he told the man that he's wrong, and he admitted that he's in a terrible mood. The man apologized. Askell recalled Cyan's murderous eyes. He described that it was as if Cyan was looking at his lifelong nemesis. He wondered if he just misunderstood it. He expressed that Cyan is getting on his nerves and he'll have to keep an eye on him. The man assured Askell that he's going to assign someone to do that. Askell stared at the view outside his window. He once again recalled Cyan's eyes. He wondered what Cyan Vert was hiding. The day when Cyan needed to go has finally come. A carriage was already waiting outside the mansion. Several knights were also present. We then see Emily fuming in anger as she told her young master that she was disappointed in him. Cyan replied that it was not his fault that he can only take a knight escort to the academy. Turns out she was disappointed because she will not be able to go and accompany Cyan. She whined that her young master should have informed her beforehand. But since there's really nothing they could do now, our MC bid his goodbye. He even advised Emily to be good. And even if she was a little bit mad, this maid wished Cyan the best. Cyan had this smug look on his face as he told the carriage that they could go now. The carriage immediately started moving as soon as they heard Cyan's request. Emily was dumbfounded that her master would just leave like that. She then screamed at the top of her lungs that Cyan should not feel down even if he gets bullied. Emily waved goodbye while telling our MC to take care of himself. In his mind, that's very like her to say. He then recalled a certain memory when he was 8 years old. Cyan was so sick with a fever that he was already repeatedly losing his consciousness. No one was there to take care of him, except for one person. This lady carried him on her back even if it was raining heavily outside. And it was none other than Emily. She sprinted to the nearest doctor back then and didn't stop screaming for help. Luckily, one old man opened the door of his clinic and asked them to immediately come inside. Emily did her best just to make her young master feel better. Cyan knew that if it weren't for her, he probably would have been found dead somewhere in the mansion. For our MC, Emily is one of the people he cherishes the most. He then showed his bright smile at her while reminding her to act right, or she'll end up dead by his hand. Emily knew that this was her master's way of expressing himself. She then exclaimed that she was not able to hear the parting words of Cian. After that emotional farewell, Cian sat back up and had this satisfied look on his face. His expression changed as soon as he thought about someone. He can't really get why 6 whole intermediate nights were needed just to escort him towards the academy. Our MC let out a sigh. He smiled and thought that it seems like shit's gonna go down before he even gets to the academy. The day had almost passed by and the carriage was still moving. 2 intermediate knights exchanged glances as if it was some kind of signal. Cian was lying inside the carriage when he noticed the stop. One knight approached and informed him that they will be camping in this place for tonight. Cian asked him where they are right now. The knight then told him that they were already in the central city called Safern. He added that they will probably arrive in the city in the morning tomorrow. Cian agreed with this plan and told the knight to just inform him once they were done setting up. After that conversation, our MC finally confirmed that the knight lied to him. He knew that there isn't a forest like this near Safern. On top of that, it's not somewhere nice and shady either. He thought that they were out in the middle of nowhere. He noted that it's obvious what these fuckers were trying to do. After a while, the knights informed Cian that he could come out now. Cian made small talk and told them that the air's really refreshing while checking the surroundings. The only weird thing was all of the knights had surrounded him. Their swords were also prepared to be unsheathed. Cian then asked them, "Who's behind this?" His question made them silent. Most of them were nervous, and as seconds passed by, it was evident that the knights became wary of Cian. But out of the 6 knights, only this fucker's expression was different. Cian saw that this one smiled. That annoyed him, and with a more intimidating expression, he repeated that he just asked them a question. The loser that smiled then prepared himself. He claimed that Cian doesn't really need to know anything as he will be dying soon anyway. He then approached our MC and told him that it's really a shame that they had to do this. He added that there are no personal feelings attached. While pointing his sword to Cian, he advised him to be nice enough so they will make it as painless as possible. All Cian needed to do was to stand there and keep his eyes closed. After that statement, this loser rushed toward Cian and attempted to swing his sword. He exclaimed, "Goodbye!" The blade was already about to touch our MC's neck. But he maintained his serious expression. In a split second, one head got slashed and flew in the air. But it was not Cian's. The knights were all shocked by what they just witnessed. It was the loser's head. Cian, while holding his demonic sword, spoke. I asked, "Who the fuck is behind this?" The remaining knights felt that the pressure around them just changed. They were now confused as to why they were feeling one certain emotion, and it was none other than fear. Cian's eyes were already glowing red, and questioned them why they were all not moving. He wondered if none of them expected this situation to happen. The knight that was at the back thought that he couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. Meanwhile, the others came to their senses and charged towards Cian, but their attempt was futile. This is a fucking fight that none of them could win. One by one, they screamed in pain as Karam continued to pierce their body. Cian then noticed one knight that tried to run, but the next thing this loser knew was that something hit him from the back. Our MC threw his demonic sword towards him like it was nothing. Bullseye. The only one that's left had his tears falling down his face. He can't even try to blink. As the bodies of the intermediate knights lay on the bloody ground, he wondered if Cian was really an 11-year-old child. Our MC held out his hand, and that was for Karam to come back to him. The knight then thought that there's a reason why Cian came back alive after fighting a fucking dragon. While looking at Cian's menacing eyes, he knew that this mission was already doomed from the start. The last knight couldn't stop his tears from falling, as he knew what was going to happen next. He fell on his butt as he was trying to get back while Cian slowly approached him. Our MC addressed the knight and commanded that he should tell him everything. And of course, his life is more important than a piece of information, so this one immediately revealed that Mrs. Margaret was behind all this. Cian had this disappointed look on his face, as he thought that the interrogation was too easy. Meanwhile, the knight was still trembling from fear and was not able to speak a single word after that. The next day, we see the carriage is on the move again. Turns out the knight's life was spared and he continuously gave Cian more information. Our MC chilled at the top of the carriage while finding out that Kronz apparently asked a favor to his mother. Cyan exuded his dark aura as soon as he found out that it was his loser stepbrother. He thought that he's gonna teach him a good lesson when he saw him again. His attention then shifted as the knight addressed Cyan. With a worried expression, he inquired what's going to happen to him now. Both of his eyes had a little bit of tears as he asked Cyan if he's going to kill him. Our MC then commented that the knight doesn't look that sad about it. The knight reasoned out that they were the first ones that tried to kill the young master first, so he has no right to resent him if Cyan kills him. To break the tension, Cyan casually advised the knight to just drive then. He noted that there's a difference between being useless and having no value in being alive. And that shocked the knight. He can't help himself but to thank Cyan. A few moments later, Cyan exclaimed that they were finally there. In front of him stood the grand central city, Saffern. In another place, a vase got shattered as a voice was heard asking what the hell did he mean. The person who cursed had a trembling hand as important information was being reported. The butler continued that one knight was missing and the other 6 were found dead. Apparently, Cyan left Saffern 10 days ago. The one that was trembling was Mrs. Margaret, and now she blames the person in front of her for this unexpected problem. Mrs. Margaret continued to scream. She asked how they fail at getting rid of some little child. The butler quickly bowed his head and apologized. He admitted that they have underestimated the young master. He was already sweating heavily as he added that there must be someone behind the scenes that they don't know of. He also pleaded for Mrs. Margaret to give him one more chance and he'll send someone to the academy to finish the job. But the evil stepmother wasn't happy about this plan. If they do that, she worries that Cyan would do something to Kranz. She remembered the menacing look on our MC's face back when she pissed him off. She surely wants her son to graduate from the academy in one piece. Mrs. Margaret turned her back and told the butler to not do anything, and her order was quickly understood. But before he leaves, she reminds him that no one must know about their conversation and what happened to Cyan. She was clear in her statement that they should eliminate anyone who knows about it. The butler left the room and closed the door. Little did he know, someone was watching him at the other side of the hallway. Back to our MC, he was taking a short nap. It has been 10 days since they left the city of Saffern. The knight that was spared, whose name was Brian, has been acting as his subordinate all this time. Cyan assumed that Mrs. Margaret already knew that he was still alive, and at this rate he'll be arriving at the Royal Academy safely. The only problem was he still needs to think about what he should do with Brian. This guy then informed the young master that they had arrived. Cyan replied, all right. He had an annoyed expression, as he thought that this brings back the old days. And that was because he's now back inside the Royal Academy. His carriage reached the fate of the place, and he thought that he can't really call them good memories, but the Academy changed him in many ways. As soon as he entered the building, our MC showed his emblem, and he introduced himself as Cyan Vert of the Duke Vert family. The ones that were assigned onboarding of the students looked stunned upon seeing him. This lady came to her senses, and she immediately accommodated Cyan. She noted that he was definitely registered and added that he just needs to go to the assigned dormitory and wait. The entrance ceremony and the elemental test is in 2 days. This information got Cyan into thinking if he heard something right. The lady then gave him the key to his room, and it apparently came with a letter. Cyan was startled as soon as he saw it. He asked if she was sure that she hadn't made a mistake. A few moments after that, bags were dropped on the floor. Brian had his mouth wide open as he addressed his young master. Turns out the room that was given to Cyan was the Royal Hall. It's a luxurious room that cannot be compared to any dormitory inside the academy. Cyan noted that no one in their family received this kind of treatment and thought that someone had to be behind this. Cyan broke Brian's amazement as he questioned if all the luggage were there. Brian nervously confirmed it, and since all of his belongings were now in his room, Cyan tried to get something inside his coat's inner pocket. With a serious look on his eyes, he told Brian that his role is done. Brian panicked and tried to ask Cyan to wait a second. He thought that our MC would kill him, but to his surprise, he caught a bag of gold coins. Brian was dumbfounded as he asked Cyan, "What's with the money?" Cyan continued walking while telling Brian that it was his payment for his hard work for the past few days. The money should also be enough for him to start a new life wherever he goes, as he might end up dead if he goes back to Velius. His statement made Brian speechless. All of a sudden, he kneeled and exclaimed something that caught the attention of Cyan. Brian Kendrick, an official knight of Velius, asked our MC's permission so he could serve him his entire life. The hyped atmosphere that his pledge should have filled the room vanished as Cyan was shocked to find out that Brian was a knight. He couldn't believe it. Brian then revealed that he's the lowest of the low, so he was often treated as a coachman. While still bowing his head, he narrated that his father used to tell him that if he meets someone that he can trust and serve all his life, he should ask him without any hesitation. Sean sighed as he commented that's a really foolish thing to do. Brian was caught off guard by our MC's answer. While giving off his dark aura, he asked Brian how he can be sure that Cyan would never stab his back in the future. Brian immediately answered that it doesn't matter if the young master would take his life in the future. He was then cut off as Cyan tapped his shoulder while telling him to never think about betraying him. That was our MC's way of accepting him as his knight. Cyan then opened the door while telling Brian that they will not attend the entrance ceremony and just go to the elemental test. Brian still can't believe what just happened. Meanwhile, inside the Royal Academy Dean's office, two people were talking about the talented students at the elemental test this year. The testing hall was filled with a lot of aspiring students, and currently, one student with silver hair stood at the center of a platform. Bright light enveloped her surroundings. The one that was taking the elemental test was none other than Princess Aaron. As for her evaluation, her mana rank is at 2 stars, physical rank is at B rank, and her element is light at 52%. The next student that took the test was this guy with huge muscles. His name is Seth Chaharkin. His mana rank is at 3 stars, physical rank is at A rank, and his element is sand at 71%. One old man continued to browse the information of the students this year. The previous students were already remarkable, but someone caught his attention. It was Cyan. Our MC took the test, and his mana rank is only at 1 star, physical rank is at S rank. And the most notable part was his dark element. It was at 92% proficiency. This female instructor, named Sarika Nigrithi, noted that even Alice Vert, who was titled as the God's Child, was only at 88% in water element by the time she graduated. The old man found this information interesting. Even Alice, who was praised for possessing top-notch talents, could not match up to her younger brother. This old man was the Royal Academy Dean, Kundal Quizel. The only thing that Professor Sarika was concerned about was Cyan's element is dark. Dean Kundal admitted that his talent might just rot. However, they still cannot ignore his growth and talent potential. Dean Kundal then inquired if the professor was aware that Cyan was assigned to the Royal Hall. Professor Sarika said yes, as she heard it from the other instructors. She had this shocked expression as she heard the dean reveal that it was as per the Emperor's order. The dean shared that, apparently, Cyan saved the young princess from the monsters in the front lines. The Emperor was even considering marrying the two. They then imagined the 5th princess, who was considered to be a failure, marrying someone from the Vert's family who was known to raise talented individuals. They wondered what kind of consequences would that situation have. Sarika commented that conflicts over the succession will be heightened, and the empire might split up and cause a civil war. But then Dean Kundal stopped her from overthinking. He told her that all they could do for now was to watch. They need to wait, whether Cyan will become the empire's hero or if he will be responsible for its downfall. Meanwhile, the culprit behind the overthinking of the adults was just casually walking down the hallway. Cyan noted that in his past life, his dark affinity was just at 80%. He wondered if it was because he drank the demonic beast's blood. His attention then shifted as he saw the person in front of him. Cyan said hi. The blonde guy was Krantz, and he quickly panicked. He was not expecting Cyan to still be alive. The chubby guy that was beside him showed an opposite reaction. The chubby guy asked Krantz if this was the kid that he treated like his slave. Krantz was hesitant to answer yes, but he still did it. This loser is Garum Kingdom's Marquis Panarin's son, Popper Panarin. Popper teased Cyan that he didn't even know who his mom was. In our MC's past life, these two used to bully him whenever they had the time. But this time, it will surely be different. Cyan thought that it must be his lucky day to come across these losers. Popper tapped Kranz's shoulder as he noted that it seems that Cyan needs a good beating. Krantz tried to stop him, and on the other side, our MC looked like he was planning something. Krantz wanted to flee and suggest that they should just go to the cafeteria, but this fatso continued walking toward Cyan, and all of a sudden, a powerful kick was sent to Popper. The impact was so powerful that it shattered the wall. Cyan had this devilish grin. I bet it really felt satisfying as he finally got his revenge. Crans could only cry while screaming for Popper's name. Fatso Popper got popped. Now that Popper was unconscious, Cyan spoke and told Crans that they really should have a chat. This loser was already sweating heavily and crying as our MC's hand landed on his shoulder. Cyan leaned closer to him and whispered that he really doesn't care what he does behind his back, but if he ever sees him again, something will happen. While grinning, Cyan told his stepbrother that he will be graduating in a wheelchair. That statement was more than enough to make the tears fall from Kranz's eyes. The loser's knees felt weak because of the fear that he felt. Meanwhile, Cyan casually walked away while thinking that his life in the academy is going to be fun. A few hours later, inside the academy's library, Instructor Sarika Nigrithi walked through the hallway. She is the same professor that we met last time. She was still thinking about the dean's statement about Cyan being the hero or the downfall of the empire, and that made her plan to keep a close eye on our MC. Instructor Sarika continued her stay inside, and that was because she was about to get a specific book. But upon seeing the spot, it was missing. Her mood suddenly changed as soon as she realized that it was not there. All of a sudden, she heard a voice asking if she was looking for a book. She was startled. The one that spoke was none other than Cyan. Instructor Sarika immediately changed her attitude and smiled. She then asked Cyan how he got in there, as students were not allowed in this place. But in her mind, she noted that she didn't even detect Cyan's presence. Instructor Sarika tried to confirm if he was really Mr. Cyan Vert. She also asked if our MC could give the book to her, as she really needs it for her research. Xian smiled and told her, "Of course." He handed her the book, and the instructor thanked him. But all of a sudden, a dark, ominous aura was about to hit Cyan. The book that he was about to hand to her was cut in half. Cyan then awkwardly maintained his distance towards Sarika. He asked if that was not the book that she was looking for. He was also about to address her as Instructor Sarika, but he stopped. He corrected himself and revealed that this lady in front of him is the assassin organization Mist's Hallmaster, Sarika Nigrithi. With an intimidating gaze, Sarika asked Cyan how the hell did he know that. Our MC then recalled that in his past life, he thought of this instructor as someone who was ordinary. She even approached Cyan back then and asked, "How's his life in the academy?" The bullied Cyan maintained his silence and didn't answer her question. Instructor Sarika was apparently in charge of Cyan's counseling, and she used this to get to know him more. Cyan's eyes were already filled with emptiness when he heard that Sarika sees a lot of potential in him. And of course, he thought that it was a joke because all he did was to be bullied by his own brother. But his expression changed as the instructor told him that she was very interested in him. She noted that it's rare to see someone with 84% in the dark element. Cyan blushed a little while replying that someone told him that it's not a special element. Sarika happily informed him that that was the case because humanity doesn't know much about it, but she actually thinks that his growth potential is infinite. Cyan got more interested upon hearing those words. He even got swept up in confusion. With a lovely and innocent smile, Instructor Sarika told Cyan that she looked forward to working with him. Those words made our MC think that this person could help him. Back to the present time, Cyan noted that those damn smiles were all just part of his misunderstanding. Him being a simp back then didn't help him because he didn't notice that he was already being deceived. This hot waifu right here used her job as a professor to hide her true identity. Cyan noted that he will not be falling again with her innocent looks because this lady right here is a fucking assassin. On top of that, she's the hallmaster of the assassin organization Mist, and her goal was to hide and gather information inside the academy where all the royals and nobles of the continent come to learn. Our MC lowered his guard as Sarika broke the silence. She told him that she will hear him out in her lab, so he should come with her. This lady had also removed her glasses, and goddamn, she looked fine. That left our MC dumbfounded. He thought that she didn't really react as dramatically as he had expected. A few moments later, they were now inside Sarika's lab. Cyan noted that this place hasn't changed. Mysterious scrolls and daggers were placed around. Our MC sipped his tea. He then smiled and sarcastically told Sarika that she had put poison in the tea, and that gave Cyan the reminder to never trust this bitch. Sarika laughed. She replied that Cian does not need to worry because it's not a very severe poison. It will only melt his organs. Little did she know, this trick would not work on Cian. He was confident because he had consumed countless demonic beasts' blood and Emily's food. His expression turned more serious while advising her to maybe use something a bit stronger next time. That gave Sarika the hint that they should now start their real conversation. She started it by asking Cian how he knew her true identity. She also inquired how our MC knew that she received her orders in that specific unpopular book in the library. He was even aware of the exact location, too. With an interesting look on her face, she concluded that maybe Cian was also a part of Mist. Cian had this funny look as he asked her what more proof she needed. This got Sarika thrilled. She exuded her dark aura and told Cian that his head got big because of his elemental test. But Cian ignored her remark and changed the topic. He shared to her that before going into the academy, he was asked by everyone if just one escort knight would guard him. That gave Sarika a confused look on her face. Cian then continued to tell her that it was because nobles have been murdered left and right recently. He turned his gaze to Sarika and asked her when the purification project began. Sarika repeated his words and got confused about the purification project. While trying to deny that she knows nothing about what Cian was talking about, this bitch was already oozing with her dark aura. And our GigaChad MC countered this while also exuding his aura. He clarified himself that he was referring about the fucking assassinations. Sarika grinned while warning Cian that he might regret what he just said. But he didn't back down as he asked if she was really threatening a student right now. All of a sudden, her foot moved. Sarika kicked the whole table towards Cian. Cian was already prepared with this and was about to punch the table. He also asked if this was really how Sarika would respond to his questions. Cian's punch broke the table in half, but that was just a diversion for this lady to bring out her weapons and position herself on top of Cian. Our MC was aware of her move and thought that he proved his identity enough. Sarika was about to attack him because even though Cian claims that he's part of Mist, she didn't even know his name. She claimed that as the Hallmaster, she knew all of the members. She landed on the ground and released slashes. Cian created some distance between them. Sarika then dashed towards him while screaming that she won't let him go that easily. Cian sighed while saying that she had given him no other choice as he summoned his weapon. Sarika's attack was deflected by Cian, and that caught her off guard. Cian claimed that if she doesn't believe him, he will just show her. Multiple slashes were then sent towards Sarika, and she was not able to react. Cian's last attack sent her backwards. Sarika's eyes widened as she noticed the dagger that Cian was wielding. She knew that this was none other than the demonic sword, Karam, that only the one chosen by Eru can wield. Our GigaChad MC had this cool pose as he asked her once again if she believes him now. Cian also knows that Mist is looking for a successor right now, and that statement froze Sarika as she wondered how the hell did he know about that. Cian then claimed that the very person that they have been searching for is fucking right in front of her. He commanded Sarika to bring him to Eru right away. Later that day, the night came. The scene shifted towards this street somewhere in Lewin, where there's almost no people walking around. An old house came into view, and at its door someone was busy chanting a magic spell to pick up the locks. A purple magic circle appeared. A few seconds later, the door finally opened. The ones that were beside the action was none other than Sarika and Cian. Both of them concealed their identities by wearing their dark cloaks. Sarika broke the silence as she told Cian that he was not even surprised that there's a mist base at a place like this. She added that this is the path to the altar that Cian wanted to go to. From this point on, he will be on his own. Dark ominous aura was also coming out from it. Cian entered the house alone. He thought that this is really a unique realm made with the power of the god of fog. And because of that, the place is much bigger than what it looks from the outside. It was like a whole new place. But even if Cian was impressed, he didn't lower his guard. He still noticed the presence of those who were hiding in his sight. 2 people at 4 o'clock, and another 3 assassins at 11 o'clock. And just like that, daggers came flying towards Cian, but since he already predicted this, he easily deflected them all. The assassins then started their ambush. 2 of them appeared behind Cian. He thought that this welcome ceremony was a bit too much even for him. Our MC jumped backwards to dodge their attacks. Cian leaped once again, and this time he counterattacked. He threw his daggers towards the assassins. Most of them were not fast enough to even react. Except for one. The mysterious assassin replicated the same movement that Cian used when he deflected the daggers earlier. Cian immediately noted what just happened. He couldn't believe that one of them managed to react in that short moment. The assassin's eyes widened as he thought that this fight was amazing. He then signaled for them to do a secret technique expansion. The mist assassins regrouped and did the death horn formation. Cian was already being surrounded. And to counter this, he exuded his dark red aura while also chanting a secret technique expansion. He raised his hand and gathered his power. The assassins were startled as they saw his technique. They hesitated for a bit, but one of them told everyone that a kid like Cian wouldn't be able to perform such a technique. The one they were talking about was the bloodthirst wave. Cian let out a violent force that quickly made its way all over the place. Bloodthirst wave is a secret technique exclusive to assassins that allows them to manifest bloodthirst into a physical form to attack others. And upon being hit by the bloodthirst, the assassins were immobilized. Most of them couldn't even breathe. A few moments later, most of the assassins were down. Cian looked at them and noted that they won't be able to get up for a while now. He still gave them mercy as he didn't kill them. But then, something caught his attention. The same assassin that deflected his dagger is still standing. That gave him the idea that maybe this one is one of the higher-ups. Cian knew that he can't really waste any more time with this, so he started to get serious. He activated one of his fog sword skills. He raised one of his arms while summoning his demonic sword on the other one. This move is called Unshakable Roots of a Great Tree. The mist assassin then made his way towards Cian. Our MC was caught off guard as the assassin forced him to clash their weapons. Cian wondered who the hell was this guy, as he just managed to stop his technique midway through. No ordinary member of the mist assassins could do that. The mask of the assassin then fell on the ground, and at the same time, he finally spoke. He praised Cian for being adept at his main skill. As their weapons were still touching each other, the assassin's face was revealed. The assassin exclaimed that he couldn't hold back any longer. Cian had this funny expression on his face as he realized who the assassin was. The assassin is a freaking lady. It was none other than Sarika. This bitch lied to Cian earlier. She hid her presence so she could fight him and see his true powers. And just to make her back away, Cian performed a series of deadly slashes called Thick Fog 8th Form Assault. The atmosphere around the area just became more intense. Sarika had this creepy smile as she commented that Cian was proficient with the thick fog and the fog sword techniques, and that made her more interested in him. Sarika was just about to tell him to show her his true potential, but then Cian did something unexpected. He ran on the opposite side, and that was because this lady was known to be a zeal for combat. Her great energy or enthusiasm in fighting strong opponents drives her crazy. Cian thought that the drunken desire of the Hallmaster would really become dangerous if their fight continued. He then ran for his life. Cian knew that she would want to fight until one of them dies, and only those who have experienced this would know that kind of feeling. Sarika was already dashing from wall to wall just to chase our MC. She had this crazed facial expression as she exclaimed for Cian to come back. She even told him that she was just giving him what he wanted from the start. And to stop him from getting away further, she used the technique called Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm. She performed a series of slashes until she hit Cian. Cian backed away as he thought that even though he also wanted to fight stronger opponents, he's not as perverted as Sarika. Sarika, on the other hand, was still teasing him to fight her. She commented that this realm was created by Eru. The outside world won't detect his energy at all, so he doesn't need to worry about that. And that statement made Cian become more serious. In his head, he finally agreed. After all, he can use all the techniques he wants in a place like this. Cian knew that he could end up killing this thick instructor, but that really doesn't concern him anymore. He summoned his demonic sword and positioned himself for their battle. But before he could dash and start their fight, his body trembled. Cian suddenly fell face down on the ground. That also caught Sarika off guard. An ominous female voice was then heard along the area. She uttered, "I knew it. You can rest." Sarika's eyes widened as she saw the owner of the voice. It was none other than our OG demonic sword waifu, Keiram. She has finally manifested in her true form. She told Sarika that she didn't really want to intervene, but Sarika forced her to. The perverted instructor then acknowledged the demonic sword and quickly kneeled in front of her. Keiram asked her what's up with this situation. Keiram knew that Sarika worships Eru, but she's still here attacking her master. This lady then answered that she's just checking to make sure that Cyan is who he claimed he was, whether he really is the successor or not. That answer angered Keiram. She released her dark aura while telling Sarika that she could have just called for her god instead. That's a much easier way to solve things. And since it had already come to this point, Keiram wondered if Sarika would want her to take this as a direct challenge towards the demonic sword. The pressure of the whole area suddenly felt a lot heavy. But instead of being intimidated and scared, Sarika just scoffed. She told Keiram that before that, they should pay attention to the successor first. That confused Keiram. She then turned her gaze to our MC, who was already losing a lot of blood. Keiram panicked while asking Cyan why he was just lying there and dying. Sarika explained that it was because Keiram manifested into her whole form, but that is a very inefficient way of doing it, and as a result, it eats away the owner's life force. Keiram grabbed Cyan's collar while telling him that this should be nothing. She was even mad because her master was still weak, even after drinking all that beast blood. Their funny interaction was cut off as Sarika butted in again. She uttered, "I, Hall Master Sarika Nigrithi of Mist, do not reject any fights." She even licked her lips while telling Keiram that if she was her opponent, she really can't turn it down. The once shy and innocent instructor has really become a perverted one. Keiram has started to feel weird about Sarika. She wondered what the hell was wrong with her. It even scared her. Meanwhile, Cyan has finally regained his consciousness. While still regaining his composure, he asked Keiram why she suddenly manifested. But instead of answering her master, Keiram told him that he just needs to stay behind her while she teaches Sarika a lesson she will not forget. And since this one had been longing for a powerful opponent, she exclaimed that it would really be an honor to fight her. Keiram was becoming more annoyed, so she warned her not to cry and beg for her forgiveness later. Sarika was quick to answer that she would love it more if Keiram could push her to that point. These two bitches were about to start their fight, but a voice stopped them. "That's enough!" A dark blue portal has started to appear. This also caught Cyan's attention. He knew that the portal was the one that he had been waiting for. The voice told Sarika to send the successor to the altar. She kneeled and acknowledged the command. Our MC had this awkward smile, and that was because he could now finally get to meet Eru, the god of darkness. People say that the god of black fog is evil. The god of black fog kills without hesitation and justifies it as if it was an act done out of consideration. The god of black fog responds that it is what the people desired. He added that others do not decide for you what is wrong or right. If you can just protect your own ethics by dying, then that is enough. Anyone would say that the logic is insane, but someone believes that God is just trying to protect the weak. Basically, the god is an idiot. Cyan stepped out of the portal. After coming out, he saw a large staircase in front of him, and on top of that sits the throne of the god. The god asked him if he knew who he was. Cyan replied, "Of course, the god of black fog, Eru." Eru inquired if the child's name in front of him is Cyan Vert. He Cyan on what evidence he has to claim himself as his successor. Cyan replied that Eru must have already sensed that he has the power of the fog within him. Eru explained that there are two ways to become a successor. One is if he gives them the mist stone himself, and the other is when the mist stone finds the qualified one by itself. Eru claimed that he doesn't know Cyan Vert, so he assumed that the latter applies to their situation. Eru shared that it is true that the mist stone which should be at the altar has suddenly disappeared last year, and on top of that, Eru finds it surprising that Cyan was able to awaken Keiram when the god himself was unable to track her down. He commented that Cyan handled her very well. Eru also noticed Cyan's eyes, on which the light in them surpasses Cyan's age. Eru finally understood. He realized that Cayenne is an outsider from a timeline that he is not part of. That's news to Cayenne since Cayenne was under the impression that Eru was involved in bringing him in that timeline. Eru had a relaxed posture when he told Cayenne that if Cayenne wanted an all-powerful and all-knowing god, he's at the wrong place. He shared that he's not powerful since it had been long since his rights as a god had been taken away from him. Cayenne realized that Eru was right. Eru mentioned how things were convenient for him. Cayenne asked what he was talking about. Eru explained that a perfect successor had shown up on his own, so there is less work for him now. But in the first place, the god didn't have anything else to do. Cayenne commented that he's lazy as always. Eru mentioned that Cayenne brought something annoying with him. Eru is pertaining to the item beneath Cayenne's robe. He asked if Cayenne was not satisfied with the demonic sword, since it looked like Cayenne was attempting to take the power of the holy sword too. Cayenne replied that he's not trying to do anything at the moment. Cayenne had a devilish grin as he shared that he just thought that if the world doesn't know that item's existence, then it might become useless. Eru commented that Cayenne possesses quite an evil hobby, but he decided not to probe further. But Eru reiterated that he will follow the rules. He shall ask Cayenne as the absolute master. He uttered, "Dear successor who has inherited my powers, what do you seek with this power?" Cayenne was asked the same question in his past life. Back then, his answer was, to live for his brother. But now, he knew it was an idiotic response. Neither Eru nor Sarika weren't bothered by his response in his past life. He wondered why. Then he asked himself if there wasn't anything that he wanted. Eru told him to remember that there is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. Perhaps back then, Eru already knew of Cayenne's pathetic end. Cayenne replied that he had no grand plans like great cause or some divine faith. Cayenne thought to himself that it would be different this time. He declared that he will use Eru's power solely for self-serving purposes. Just for himself. Eru replied that what is right or wrong is for Cayenne to decide. He asked Cayenne if Cayenne is confident that he will not regret it. Eru advised him to answer carefully since, depending on Cayenne's response, he might get killed on the spot. Cayenne replied that he doesn't care what kind of consequences his actions would have, but he stood his ground on not following anyone's orders. He is determined to take this path. Eru picked up that Cayenne must have a certain plan. He asked Cayenne if he could share it. Cayenne immediately replied, "Nope." Eru replied that it won't matter as long as he will purify his name. Eru decided not to ask further. He commented that Cayenne is quite boring. After that short, playful moment, Eru became serious. He decided to converse with his daughter, Karam. He commented that Karam changed quite a bit. He asked if it's because she likes her owner that much since she's so obedient. Karam was flustered as she played dumb. Eru replied that he's very happy to see her like that, so he leans in for a kiss. Karam wanted to get away from him so badly. Eru told her that he's being nice to her since he doesn't have anything to give to her owner. While struggling to get away, Karam looked at Cayenne while yelling, "Crazy bastard! Owner, do something!" Cayenne tried not to get involved by commenting how they have such a wholesome father-daughter relationship. Eru's lips are approaching Karam's head, but then a bright light appeared which made Karam panic. All of a sudden, she turned to her original woman form. She was confused that she had a body. While Cayenne is not using his mana either. Cayenne wondered if Eru used his own power to do that. Karam grabbed his father's robe and asked what he had done to her. Eru replied that it was nothing much, just some life force from him. Eru acted sad when he asked if she didn't like it. Eru told her that she will need a physical body in order to serve her owner, if you know what he meant. The way Eru mentioned serve, Karam thought about something dirty, so she got flustered and rocked Eru back and forth. While watching them, Cayenne couldn't help but think how they are, like father, like daughter. The next day at the student dorm, Brian called his young master. Brian whispered to his ear to ask what was going on. Cayenne replied that he also didn't know, and he suggested letting it be. But Brian couldn't do that. He explained that it's something that can't simply be left alone. He was pertaining to the staring contest of Sarika and Karam. Karam, looking pissed off, commented how an instructor went to see her students so early in the morning. She suggested that others will start talking about how special Sarika's relationship with Cyan is. Sarika replied that he will guide Cyan to the right path. She argued that it's a perfectly normal relationship. Karam argued that a hallmaster should be more careful. Karam and Sarika were like a tiger and a dragon ready to bite off each other's neck. Sarika told Karam that what she did had nothing to do with her. Karam reasoned that her owner only needs her, so Sarika should stay away from him. Sarika rationalized that Cyan is her disciple. Cyan, feeling tired of it, decided to go for a walk. Brian panicked since he doesn't want to be left with them. The two were already talking about taking out their weapons to fight. Brian was already fearing for his safety. I bet he's this close pissing his pants. Outside the room, the streets were bustling. Cyan watched the city from a high platform. He sighed as finally he could relax. He smelled blood. There was a student who was pushed to the ground. The student coughed up blood. He held his aching arm. The bullies were excited to try out something with him. One of them created an orange ball. The bully showed it to the student on the ground. He told him that it's a little snack while he holds the mouth of the student. He planned to shove that into the student's mouth, claiming that it's a snack that he brought for him. The student closed his eyes while he clenched his teeth. All of a sudden, someone yelled, "Stop!" The girl shamed the bullies for being a noble who engages in the act of bullying. The bully introduced himself as Barrett Louis Mill, the oldest son of the Garam Kingdom's Duke Louis Mill household. He asked who the girl was. She replied that she's the princess of the Ushif Empire, Aaron Severus. Barrett Louis Mill laughed and insulted Arene for being just the fifth princess. He loomed over her to intimidate her while telling her that it was nice to meet her. Arene told him that she wouldn't want to shake his hand. She demanded for him to explain the situation. Barrett Louis Mill told her that she's misunderstanding something. Barrett asked the student to tell Aaron what was really happening. He grabbed the student by the collar. While his arm hangs around the shoulder of the student, he asked the student if they were bullying him. The student replied that he wasn't being bullied. Aaron told the student that he doesn't need to hide it, given that he's in an obvious state. The student replied that they were just playing around. Barrett Louis Mill asked if Aaron clearly heard that. He expressed that he's starting to feel displeased. Aaron insisted on taking the student with her, but Barrett Louis Mill grabbed Aaron's arm. This fucker had this furious expression as he told Aaron that she seems to not understand what was really going on. Aaron asked why he was doing that. Barrett emphasized to her that the student, Leximus, asked her to leave. Aaron threatened him using her name if he doesn't let her go. But Barrett Louis Mill looks down on her as she's just nothing more than a little weak princess. All of a sudden, our MC appeared, and he heard that. So, he kicked Barrett Louis Mill. Arene was surprised to see Cyan, and Cyan, on the other hand, was taken aback seeing Leximus. He couldn't believe that the kid in front of him was Leximus, right before he regressed. At the Garam Kingdom, Klein Castle, swords were clashing. Cyan defended using his dagger, and he was against a woman, the continent's best swordsman, Leximus Klein. She was originally from the Ushif Empire, but for some reason, after graduating the academy, she entered Count Klein household in Garam Kingdom, and even changed her nationality. Leximus and Cyan continued to fight back then. Leximus lets out an attack that shatters the ground. It caught Cyan off guard. Leximus charged at him again, but Leximus was confused when Cyan wasn't in front of her. Instead, he was behind her. Cyan attacked her while in the air, so she came crashing to the ground. She coughed up blood. Back then, Cyan was ordered by the Empire to kill her. The exact order was to assassinate her. Though after infiltrating the castle, Cyan ended up having an official duel with her. There wasn't any special reason for it. Leximus is someone who had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana, and Cyan did not want to stealthily assassinate someone who had been titled the continent's best swordsman. Back to the present timeline. The current Leximus was confused as he watched Cyan, while Barrett's lackeys were in panic as they approached Barrett. Barrett shoved his lackey aside. He complained that there's so many nosy bastards. Barrett asked Cyan if he's the one called Cyan Vert. He heard about him. He knew Cyan was from the front lines. He asked Cyan if Cyan wants to join their little game. Deep inside, Cyan found it ridiculous, since wrong use of mana marble can lead to destruction of mana inside the body. Cyan uttered that it's a game where the bullies force-feed someone a mana marble. Cyan made a marble in his hand as he expressed that he would join. Barrett was shocked. It was a gigantic marble. Cyan asked what they were doing. With an intimidating expression, he uttered, "Open your freaking mouths!" A few moments later. Back at the academy, Leximus was treated. She was told that most of her external injuries are healed, but she needs to be on bed rest for her internal injuries to heal. Aaron encouraged her to rest. Leximus blushed as she thanked Aaron. She expressed how she doesn't know how she could repay them. Aaron was proud and a little boastful when she narrated how those bastards ran away when Cyan scared them. She told Leximus that they just did what they should have, so she doesn't need to worry about it. Cyan thought about Leximus's injuries, fracture and slight concussion. It was shocking that she managed to endure that. Cyan took it as that she's built differently, given that she's branded as the continent's best swordsman. Our MC's chain of thoughts were cut off as Leximus inquired if he knew her. She was curious since she felt him staring at her. Cyan replied that he thought he knew her, but he actually doesn't. He apologized for making her uncomfortable. She replied that it was nothing. Aaron asked where her dorm was. She's worried that those bastards might retaliate. She replied that it's in the commoner hall. Aaron concluded that Leximus was a peasant. Leximus explained that she got admitted into the academy with the help of instructor Veltane. The instructor promised her financial support during her school career, but he suddenly got fired. Cyan summarized that now, there's no one to support Leximus. And if that's the case, she might have to leave the academy. Aaron pitied her. Cyan suggested for Aaron to take Leximus as her person. And while she's at it, she should learn swordsmanship from her too. Aaron was confused since Leximus was a boy, but Cyan told her that Leximus is a girl. Aaron was dumbfounded. Leximus explained that she didn't mean to deceive the princess. She explained that having short hair and boys' clothes were more comfortable, so a lot of people mistake her for a boy. Aaron apologized to her that she didn't even realize, and Cyan even knew about it. Leximus told her that it's okay since she should be the one apologizing to her. Then Aaron asked her what she thought. Because for Aaron, Cyan's idea is pretty good. She explained that Leximus won't be bullied by bad people if she came under her, and she can learn whatever she wants and have a more comfortable life. Leximus asked why she was chosen. Aaron explained that she doesn't like being alone. Leximus thanked her and declared that she would be someone that Aaron could be proud of. Aaron replied that she doesn't need to thank her since it was all Cyan's idea. Aaron was surprised to see that Cyan is no longer standing by the door. Meanwhile, Cyan knew that he did enough. He's certain that the princess will take care of the rest. But now he understood why Leximus abandoned the Ushif Empire. She never would have lost her mana if it hadn't been for Barrett Lewismill, the continent's best swordsman who never lost her mana. She's going to be someone difficult for Cyan to defeat. But anyway, Cyan's interest is elsewhere at the moment. This was because he received an order from Sarika earlier that morning. While being excited, he looked at a piece of paper. This was Cyan's first purification mission as a mist. It was Cyan's first mission, and it's difficult. He recalled Sarika telling him that she believes in her, but he knew it was a bluff. He's worried that things are going to just get even harder if Sarika is already bossing him around like that. Out of the blue, Cyan got alarmed. There was a loud explosion behind him. He had a hunch what it was. A demonic beast got inside the academy. The demon asked him if he's Cyan Vert. It was a gigantic human. Cyan asked him how he knew him, but this man replied, "Of course." The man knew that Cyan has a magic rank 1 star, physique rank S, and that he's the Vert's youngest son, Cyan Vert. This man introduced himself as a newbie like Cyan, and his name is Seth Chaharkan. Cyan was confused that this big-ass man is only 11 years old. He searched for his memories if there was even a guy like that in his past life. Seth showed off his muscular arms while telling Cyan that he heard lots about him, that Cyan beat up demonic beasts and survived a dragon attack. Seth also knew that Cyan received S rank for his physique when he himself didn't get an S. Seth challenged Cyan Vert into a duel. Cyan finally remembered him. The mark on Seth's chest represents Sparnia. Now Cyan had confirmed the rumors that the Prince of the Sand got into the academy was true. Sparnia is a country in the middle of the desert that is situated east of the continent. Because of the powerful military led by the first prince, who was a genius in both magic and combat, Even the Ushif Empire had difficulty when they tried to conquer the nation. But something happened to that powerful nation. It eventually fell to its ruins because of the sudden death of the sole successor. The cause of the death was ruled as sickness. The prince had focused too much on growing his muscles that he had forgotten to take care of his health, and to think that Cyan would come across the prince inside the academy. Cyan didn't meet him like that in his past life. He finds it annoying. But if he knew something about the prince, Cyan replied to the prince if they will be doing the duel right there and then. Seth eagerly replied yes, and he expressed that he won't accept no. Cyan replied no. Seth turned pale from shock as he asked him why. Cyan explained that unpermitted duels are not allowed in the academy. He told him that they have to put in an official request. Seth agreed and asked where they should do that. Cyan informed him that it was the 3rd floor of the main hall. Seth was eager. He dashed off while telling Cyan that he will be fast, so he should wait for him. Cyan realized that another rumor about the prince's brain being made of muscles was true after all. Seth was going in the opposite direction. Cyan isn't sure if duels can actually be requested, but because of that, he won't be seeing Seth for a while. So now, Cyan could focus on the purification project. At a certain building where it has a banner, a serpent, Zickerman was informed by a knight that preparations were complete. He told the knight to stop loitering around and deliver it to the clients. This man is Zickerman Albus. He is one of the 3 wealthiest people on the continent. He's known to the public as a kind man who donates a lot to charities, but behind everyone's back, he's actually running the slave markets and breeding different species. He told the knights that today will be the appearance of his life's masterpiece, so they should take special care of it. Cyan had checked the target. He would be able to get the mission done quicker than what he expected. Karam informed him that she's sensing a very complex energy. He asked her what she meant. She explained that the target is hiding something strange. Meanwhile, Zickerman looked at a woman in prison and commented that she's finally calmed down. He called her his cash cow and told her to sleep well. Zickerman noticed a red smoke, and that red smoke instantly cut off the head of a knight. He was taken aback. The other knight was alert and asked who was there. Zickerman told the knight to catch the culprit. Cyan charged at him. His dagger slashed the knight's arm, causing the knight to drop his sword. Then Cyan targeted the legs. When the man was immobilized, Cyan went behind him and pointed the dagger at his neck. The knight cursed. Following that, Cyan slashed his neck. Zickerman panicked. He wondered where the others were. Cyan told him that he will find out soon since Cyan will send him to them. Cyan commented how Zickerman employed tons of people and it really wasn't worth it. Zickerman asked what he wanted. He offered him money since he had all the money in the world. Cyan sliced off his hand. Zickerman screamed in pain. Cyan uttered, "Zickerman Albus," and read his crimes like all kinds of inhumane experiments and breeding, and even managing the slave market, which is illegal. And that made Zickerman deserving of death. Cyan gave him a minute to repent all the sins that he has committed, and after that, all his pain will vanish. Zickerman understood that it meant that the assassin would kill him. He acted pitiful while explaining that he's just trying to make ends meet. He's selling slaves because there are people who want them. He reasoned that it's the guys who are buying slaves that are the bad guys. He asked, "What did I do that was so bad?" Cyan expected for him not to be remorseful. He told him that 1 minute is up and he would die painfully. Cyan used thick fog, 9th form, assault. This made him perform a series of deadly slashes that made Zickerman scream his last plea. With that, the so-called purification ended. Cyan decided to look around a bit before leaving. He stopped at a certain cell. Karam informed him that she could feel a combination of 2 different energies. Cyan sliced the bars. He was surprised at what he saw. There was a woman. She looked dead. Cyan commented that it was just a woman and there's nothing special. Karam pointed at what the woman was holding. "It's a dragon egg." A few moments later, Cyan brought back this shiny purple dragon egg. Brian asked him where he got it. Cyan replied that he just picked it up on the street. Brian doesn't believe him, of course, who picks something like that off the street. Cyan nonchalantly lied that he was just on a walk when he found it. Cyan started to think how Zickerman would sell something dangerous. He wondered if it was meant to be delivered to someone. Brian was worried that it would hatch. Cyan assured him that it won't happen. Dragons are like a big hunk of mana with different elements. Even if they continuously imbued it with the right elemental mana, it might not hatch. So, dragon's eggs that get separated from their mother are nothing more than just fancy rocks. But then, the egg cracked. The two got nervous upon hearing that. A light started coming out from the cracks. Brian and Cyan looked at each other, and in a silent agreement, they knew they fucked up. And then the shell split into half. A cute girl with dragon horns was revealed. Brian panicked as he told his young master that it hatched. He was worried about what they should do. Cyan froze from shock. The thing was neither a dragon nor a human. Now, he realized that the dead woman was nurturing a draconic human, a mix between a dragon and human. Cyan realized that it was going to be a much bigger pain in the ass than he expected. The draconic girl uttered, "Pa!" Then she clung to Cyan as she called him Papa. Cyan was astonished. He wondered if this girl thinks that he's the parent. Kareem let out a small laugh. Then she laughed out loud while teasing Cyan on becoming an 11-year-old dad. In Cyan's head, he thought, "This is all your fault, Karam." Back then, Karam told him to take the egg. She reasoned that it would be bad if the wrong person gets a hold of something like that. Cyan agreed, but he was worried that it would hatch. Karam assured him that she had never seen a dragon hatch when it lost its mother. She explained that the egg is now basically a dangerous stone. At the present moment, Karam was amused since she never thought that she would see something like that happen. Meanwhile, Cyan was oozing with a dark aura around him. He was pissed off. He reminded Karam that she told him that it would never happen. Karam uttered that it is why she said that she never thought that she would see it happen. She told Cyan that a hybrid like that kid, just her presence, would pose a threat. The kid is now sound asleep in Cyan's lap. Cyan agreed. He knew that the situation was really bad. The kid was sleeping peacefully, though. But it's not a normal mix between a human and a beast. It's a freaking dragon and a human mix. The world they live in is too dangerous for a being like that. If the Academy was to find out about it, the Dean may harm her to eliminate outside threats. Dragons are very strict about bloodline matters, too. If they were to find out that the child exists, they would eliminate every single creature who knows about her existence. Cyan wondered if he really needed to risk that kind of danger. As he stared at the child, he thought that if she's fated to live a life of pain anyway, he wondered, wouldn't it be better to just... Karam understood what he's going to do. She agreed that it would be for the better. Cyan positioned his hand around the child's neck to choke her. Karam agreed that it's best if the child's fate is to just live in misery. Cyan thought it would be better to send her off now. The child slowly opened her eyes. Still in daze, she uttered, "Papa." Cyan felt bad. Then the girl jumped up and hugged him while telling him that she likes him. Cyan felt her warmth. He grabbed the kid. He lifted her up while wondering what was the emotion that he just felt. Then he said that it will work out somehow. Cyan uttered, "Let's just raise her, Karam." Karam finds it lame. She wondered if he's raising her to become his servant or something. At the Vert Castle. Margaret was worried about what she should do. She's worried that Kranz would be in trouble if she doesn't do anything about Cyan. Ashel appeared behind him, and it made her gasp from shock. Ashel encouraged her to talk to him if she's struggling with anything. She thanked him, but she scurried away while telling him that she's not struggling with anything. When she's gone, Ashel asked Kellen to report. Kellen informed him that 6 of their knights were found dead in the mountains by Velius. They assumed that the remaining one got into Lewin with the youngest son. Ashel knew that the one behind it was Margaret. He asked if there's anything more. Kellen added that the last thing he heard was that the youngest son was put into the royal hall, and the informant had been unreachable after that. Ashel already knew about it. So he took it that Kellen wasn't able to find out anything about his brother. Kellen realized that Ashel was disappointed. He was terrified, because Ashel never keeps around subordinates who disappoint him. Kellen was determined not to give up his position after all his hard work. He offered to go there himself. He begged Ashel to believe in him, and he promised that he won't be a disappointment. Ashel pats his shoulder while telling him that he's aware of how much of a hard worker Kellen is. He agreed and told him to be fast. Ashel was certain that Cayenne was hiding something, and he assigned Kellen to find out what it was. Back at the academy, Sarika walked hastily. She smashed open the door and saw Cyan feeding the kid with a milk bottle. While Karam is holding the kid, Cyan asked Sarika what brings her there when there aren't any classes. What a cute family. Sarika was confused. She inquired as to why there was a baby. Cyan sighed and told her that it was a long story and proceeded to ask why Sarika was there. Sarika told him that she'll hear about the story later since they have an urgent issue at hand. Sarika informed him that he caused quite the trouble, and that made our MC confused. She's holding a document of a duel request between Cyan and Seth. She scolded him since staying down low was the least that he could do. She nagged at him for getting that kind of attention. Even the principal would be there too. It was funny how Cyan realized that Seth actually found the office for it. Karam asked what was the big deal when it was just 11-year-olds fighting. But Cayenne knew that the 11-year-old is not an ordinary 11-year-old. He asked when the duel was. Sarika told him that it would be in 2 hours. Cayenne sighed and scratched his head after realizing that it was much earlier than he thought. Seth expressed how he waited for that moment. Cyan just sighed. Seth shared that he wanted a duel of combat, but apparently the only options are swordsmanship and magic. He asked Cyan if he would be using magic. Cyan replied that if Seth is not going to use it, he won't either. It made Seth utter, "Good, I like you." Then he charged at Cyan to see how good he was. Cyan noticed that Seth is pretty fast, despite his body size, and his sword has a lot of weight in it, too. But that kind of weighty attack is very easy to deflect. Seth was caught off guard when Cyan deflected it. Cyan knew that for an opponent like Seth, strength isn't what is needed. Instead, it's acuity and preciseness. Seth told him that the attacks won't work on him. Their swords clashed. But Seth had a hard time. He felt that Cyan was trying to twist away his attack using the force of downward strike. Even then, Cyan was just using a rapier. He decided to go behind Cyan. He targeted his back, but Cyan sheathed his sword and grabbed Seth's leg instead. Seth was surprised. He wondered if Cyan had eyes on his back or something. Seth was about to be slammed to the ground. But he was able to soften his fall using his hand. He groaned in pain and retaliated with a kick. Cyan was amused that Seth managed to counterattack in that short time. He noted that Seth was quite nimble for someone his size. The crowd was in awe that it made them wonder if Seth was even human. Seth was breathing hard, but he manages to smile. Eventually, that turned into a loud laugh. He announced that he lost in swordsmanship. So now, Seth will do whatever it takes to win. He declared that he's going to give everything he has in the fight. In Cyan's mind, he finds himself exhausted with Seth's presence. Seth told him to give his all too. Then he unleashed an explosive power from his body, which made the ground crack. He yelled, "Kian Vert!" The dean wondered if the two would fight using magic now. He finds them bold for not using magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. Sarika uttered that Cayenne won the sword fight, to which the dean agreed. Seth Chaharkin's physique was A, Cayenne Vert's S. It's quite an obvious result when rank is considered. However, being fit is only the basic requirement to be able to manifest higher dimensions of spells. Student Seth is 3 stars in mana rank. That's the highest out of all the enrolled students. The dean wondered what Cyan would do. Meanwhile, Sarika's expression showed how pissed off she is from the attention that Cyan is drawing in. A large hand emerged from the ground. It's called the Death Fist. Seth prepared his fist. Cyan understood that they're going to fight using magic now. The hand crashed at the ground. Cyan was about to step away, but Seth won't let him escape. Seth released a simultaneous attack that chased after Cyan. Then he used Desert Tooth. Something emerged from the ground to block Cyan's path, and it turned into a yellow light that caged Cyan Vert. Cyan is aware that Seth's mana rank was assessed as 3-star. Sand covered the area. This was like the sand burial of Gaara from Naruto. But even then, our overpowered MC was able to step away to evade that. Cyan had observed the recent attack and understood that Seth should be able to use even 4-star magic. He glanced at his side and assumed that the instructors who are keeping up the barrier must be having a hard time. Seth asked him how long he plans to run around and avoid his attacks like a little rat. Cyan sarcastically answered if he should have just taken the attacks head-on. Seth, feeling triggered, told him that a warrior wouldn't have dodged it. In the height of his emotions, he called Cyan a kid. Funnily, Cyan pointed out that Seth is a kid, too. That made Seth angry, and he told Cyan to shut up while he unleashes Sandstorm. The dean finds it interesting. Sarika was taken aback since she assumed that Seth's mana was a 3-star, but Seth just used a 4-star spell. Seth made sure that Cyan won't be able to judge that one. As if to comply, Cyan just stood there while the Sandstorm approached him. He grinned and announced that he'll take it head-on. Meanwhile, in another setting, a feeding bottle was set on the table. Brian, who was wearing a pink apron, tested the milk's temperature in his arm. While doing so, he uttered that he's glad he had an experience taking care of a baby. He finds it annoying when he has to take care of his younger siblings, but he didn't expect it to come in handy one day. He called for the princess since it's time to eat. But Brian gasped when he saw her grew up a lot in a short span of time. Back in the arena, the audience was confused as to what was going on since they could only see the swirls of the sandstorm. The barrier around the arena started to have cracks. The barrier is on the verge of breaking down, and the instructors had a difficult time to reinforce it. One instructor asked how those students are that strong. One even asked where the dean is, given that the situation had escalated to that. Sarika suggested to the dean to stop it, but the dean told her to wait, because he can see that something is happening. Cyan used a secret technique expansion called Void Sphere. Sarika recognizes it and she wants him to stop. The sandstorm got absorbed by a dark orb that looked like a black hole. The dean was amused. He expressed that Cyan had once again surprised him in that fight. Sarika panicked as she couldn't understand why Cyan would use that in there. The black hole continued to suck the sandstorms, until it was gone. Seth was left confused. The audience couldn't believe that the spell suddenly disappeared. They wondered if the magic sphere is also a spell since they aren't familiar with that kind of magic. They wondered what exactly is Cyan Vert. Cyan asked Seth if he wanted to continue the fight. Seth was breathing heavily. He admitted that he lost. He fell to his knees in defeat as he uttered that he couldn't believe it, that he lost both in swordsmanship and magic. It made him feel depressed. Cyan watched him and felt kind of bad. Out of the blue, Seth punched the ground while saying that it's good. He was happy as he expressed that it was good since he was already tired of fighting weaklings. This defeat got him motivated to train. He extended a hand to Cyan. He smiled at him and told him that they should fight again next time. He asked if Cyan would accept the challenge when that time comes. Cyan shook his hand while replying, "No thanks." After the fight, our MC was back at his room. Cyan was left shocked. He knew that a dragon's growth spurt is faster than humans, but the draconic human now looked like a 6-year-old. She welcomed her papa. Now Cyan knows that a dragon-human hybrid also grows that fast, and soon she might look like his age. Brian expressed that the kid kept growing fast. Cyan replied that it would be harder to raise her in secret with how fast she's growing. Someone joined the conversation and uttered that. Eventually, Cyan wouldn't be able to hide the kid anymore. It was Sarika. She told Cyan that she can help him hide the demonic sword, but she can't help him hide a draconic human, especially if Cyan goes wild like he did earlier. Sarika exudes a murderous aura as she probed Cyan on what he was thinking to do. Karam woke up when she felt that someone was talking about her. The kid's wings grew wider, even her tail got bigger, and she became tall too. She grew up so fast. Cyan didn't see her for a bit, and she's already that big. Sarika, with an ominous aura around her, told Cyan that it's up to him to deal with something he picked up during a mission. But something like that kid was hard to handle. Cyan informed her that Brian is in charge of taking care of the kid. Brian's reaction was funny since he just found out about that. Cyan explained that there's a barrier set up in the dorm, so Karam and the kid's presence could be hidden. Sarika replied that it would last as long as Cyan doesn't create trouble. She handed him a red envelope. Cyan received it and expressed that it was disappointing for a reward for winning a duel. Sarika advised him to be careful for a while, because nothing good will come out of getting too much attention. Brian asked what the envelope was. Cyan replied that it was a warning letter. Brian was curious. Cyan explained that it's like a message to tell him that he's going to be kicked out for misbehaving. That shocked Brian. The kid asked her papa what they should do. She also asked if they would be living off the streets. Cyan wondered where she learned to say that kind of thing. He's not sure if the kid knew what it meant. The girl grew up way too fast. Cyan assured her that she's got nothing to worry about. Brian asked if it's really going to be all right since going back to Velius isn't good. Cyan assured him not to worry since he will issue a complaint. The dean sent the letter directly to him. It wasn't from the administration office. Cyan assumed that it meant that the dean wishes to talk to him. Cyan recalled his conversation with the dean during his past life. The dean confirmed with him if he really wanted to enter the Knights of Light. The dean asked if he finally had decided to live for the sake of his brother. Cyan replied yes. The dean expressed that it doesn't seem like a path fitting for Cyan. That made Cyan mad. The dean assumed that Cyan was aware of it too. He decided to give him some advice. He told Cyan that nothing good will come out from taking that path. Whether he faced trials or bore a cruel fate, he won't benefit from anything. He explained that it's what it's like to live as someone's doll. No matter the result, he will just be going to end up blaming his brother. Cyan seemed irritated recalling that message. Now, he wonders what the dean would tell him this time. Brian suggested giving the child a name. Brian told him that they can't keep calling her Kid. Without putting much thought into it, Cyan nonchalantly suggested Nana. Brian was surprised and tried to reason that he didn't put any thought into it, but the kid replied that it's good. She liked how Nana is still Nana when it's spelled backwards. With sparkly eyes and excitement, she expressed that she wants to be Nana Vert. Cyan wondered how the kid knew about his last name. Few moments later, at the Royal Academy Dean's office, the dean was writing a document. He thought of Cyan Vert. He knew that the student had a lot of potential. But to absorb a 4-star spell using Black Sphere, Cyan was scarily talented. But the dean also noticed that it didn't seem like it took Cyan so much effort. He got curious about Cyan Vert's limits. Kundal Quisel. He taught the current emperor, Dion Severus, and is also the father of the last empress, Diana Quisel. Quisel, one of the few 9-star mages of the continent, has been focusing solely on the education of the students at the academy after the death of Diana Quisel. There is one thing that Cyan wants to know about him. He had always thought that Kundal was a pacifist, but in Cyan's current life, he suddenly intervened in the royal succession fight. Cyan stopped on his tracks. A wind blew from the door. In his head, it made him think that Kundal's personality hasn't changed. Cyan tapped in front of him, and it revealed a golden barrier. Cyan uttered that Kundal knew he was coming, but he still put up a 9-star area restriction barrier. Cyan decided to take on the challenge. That made the dean grin. He wondered what Cyan would do, since only a great mage can destroy such a barrier. To his surprise, Cyan broke the tall window behind the dean and passed through it. Cyan safely landed on the ground. He uttered, "Dean Kundal?" And then he introduced himself and told him that he came to express his disagreement with a complaint. The dean was amused that Cyan ignored the barrier and came through the window instead. He admitted to himself that he lost that one. The dean asked Cyan about the disagreement that he mentioned. Cyan told him that the letter came from the dean. However, after seeing the barrier outside, he became certain of one thing, that the warning letter was just an excuse to test his talent. The dean agreed that he's right. He admitted that it was rather aggressive, but Cyan successfully proved his talents. But also, the dean informed him that he will not take back the warning. Cyan could try to persuade him otherwise. Cyan was dumbfounded. He decided to ask one thing from the dean. He inquired whether the dean wants expansion from his empire or honor for his family. That got the dean serious. He told Cyan that it was such a bold question, but neither of it is his concern. Cyan continued to probe. That may be after the death of Emperor Dione, if the 3rd or 4th prince were to try and take the throne instead of the 1st prince. He asked if the dean wouldn't take sides. The dean looked angry. He told Cyan that aside from being bold, he's also arrogant. But our MC didn't seem to be intimidated, especially when he recalled that the dean told him that he's a doll for Ashel. And in his opinion, the dean isn't different from his past self. In Cyan's past life, during the throne succession fight, Kundel had a large influence in making the first prince, Luinel Severus, the emperor. Luinel was a cruel and vicious man. He killed all of his siblings, and when Kundel was against this, Luinel framed Kundel as a traitor of the empire and sentenced him to death. Kundel worked to brighten the future of someone else, but ended up being betrayed by that very person. The dean yelled, "Nonsense!" He angrily asked Cyan if he thinks that the peace of the last century would fall so easily. He expressed that he thought Cyan was a genius, but now he knew that Cyan is nothing more than a fool. Cyan challenged that idea. He explained that the mother of the first prince and second princess died from an illness. The third and fourth princes are fair matches for the first prince, too. Cyan added that the Nepellus household that Empress Cassandra came from is very well known for being greedy for power, and he knew that the household would do anything to keep their position of power. Cyan expressed his opinion that the empire's peace is already on a thin line, and he uttered that on the day the peace falls, the academy will be over. Kundel was nervous. In his head, he wondered if this is really the thought process of an 11-year-old. He realized that Cyan knows every detail of the current political climate. The dean asked why Cyan told him that. Cyan replied that it's to negotiate. He told the dean that he will help him with the peace of his family and academy, in exchange for the dean taking back the warning. The dean laughed. Cyan was unimpressed. The dean released a magic circle as he asked Cyan on what power he has to be able to help the dean. He told Cyan to feel the weight of his arrogance. Chains came down from the magic circle in the ceiling. It was the chains of judgment, and it wrapped around Cyan. Cyan was triggered. In his head, he assumed that the dean wanted to fight. The dean told him that no matter what he does, he won't be able to escape his chain tower, a 9-star spell. The dean thought that he must have overestimated Cyan's skills. Cyan uttered to let him prove himself. The dean was shocked. Cyan's body turned black, like the black hole. He activated the void sphere applied technique. The chains were being covered in black mist. In his mind, the dean finds it absurd since the void sphere is only about 1 star, and yet it absorbed his spell. It continued to absorb the chains. It was now a giant orb of void. The dean watched it intently. It made him think about just how talented Cyan is. The chains were gone at the same time that the orb was diffused. Cyan then asked the dean if he thinks he would be useful now as he casually fended off a powerful spell. The dean replied yes, and that he would take back the warning. He asked Cyan if that's what he really wants. Cyan was certain. He said that he just wanted to have a peaceful student life. The dean asked if that's really all, and Cyan replied yes. Deep inside, Cyan just didn't want to see the academy collapse again. The sun was about to set. Brian wondered if it's because he had a kid at home that he ended up buying all kinds of sweets. But he's too happy thinking how the kid would eat all of it. Brian noticed something. The streets were strangely quiet. He wondered if he's making a big deal out of nothing. He looked to his right. He told the person to come out. This person took a step. Brian recognized this person. He dropped all the goods that he bought. It was left scattered on the ground, and Brian disappeared. Meanwhile, Cyan was sleeping in class. After the conversation he had with the dean, he agreed to attend his lessons. He's in his last class, and he's so damned bored. Learning something that he already did 30 years ago is basically torture to him. And he doesn't have any mission either. He decided to go by train instead, but Aaron appeared behind him and asked where he's going, since the lessons aren't over yet. He told him that he's just going to the bathroom, but Aaron knew it was a lie, since it was not the way to the bathroom. She asked him again if he's really going to the bathroom. Cyan asked her if she permitted Leximus to call her by her name. Aaron was aware that Cyan could be changing the subject, but she replied that she allowed Leximus to do that in private, which led her to ask Cyan why he's still calling her Your Highness when they are friends. Cyan looked away while uttering that he's just a civilian and she's a princess, so he wouldn't dare to call her by her name. Aaron told him that he's too serious. Cyan decided to take that as a compliment. Their conversation was then cut off when someone called out to Aaron. Aaron turned to see who it was. She trembled. The guy greeted him after a long time no see. She called the silver-haired Pavian, and the brown-haired Nerovian. She courteously greeted them. Pavian asked her if she's hanging around peasants. Nerovian probes if she's going around with servants now that she's all grown up. Those guys were from the Nepellus family, and they're very clear about not liking Aren. Then they noticed Cyan Vert. Cyan greeted them and introduced himself. They expressed that there's no way that they won't know a son of Duke Vert. They were chummy with him when they told Cyan that they were impressed by his duel. Just like that, they ignored Aren. They expressed that they will invite Cyan if they have a party. But our MC had his attention somewhere. While these two fuckers were busy getting on his good side, Cyan saw Aren's reaction. But then, Cyan thanked them and noted what they had said. The two boys' attention was back to Aren. As they told them that she's not invited, they reminded her to know her place and not get too arrogant, and that she needs to be more self-aware. Then, they walked away. Leximus asked if those were the princes. She asked what was wrong with them. Aren replied that they are still family, and blood is thicker than water. Cyan replied that he doesn't agree, because the way he sees it, Aren's relationship with them is worse off than strangers. Be it blood or water, it's all meaningless in the face of power. So Cyan told her that if they are treating her that way, it just means that they are wary of her. He told her that they're just trying to keep her in check so she doesn't have to feel down. That encouragement made Aren blush. Her face was red, and it made Leximus wonder if she's all right. Cyan announced that he's back in the room. Nana was asleep. He was confused that no one's there. He called out Brian and Karam. Karam showed up while complaining that she couldn't even take a break. Cyan asked why she's in her ball form. She explained that it's more convenient to hide her presence that way. She asked what he needed from her. He instructed her to look for Brian. That left her confused. She complained by asking Kyan if he thinks she's a damn dog to search for a person. She uttered that Brian would find his way back. But then she smelled something. It was blood. Back to Brian. He was thrown to the ground. A student with armed men around him told Brian that he should have listened to them while they were being nice. Barrett complained that Brian made things annoying for them. Barrett expressed that he thought Brian was the only guardian knight, but he's actually just garbage. He told Brian that he will cut him up into pieces and send it to his owner as a gift, all because he wanted payback on Brian's owner. Barrett replied that just thinking about his plans makes him want to throw up. Brian simply replied, "Okay." Barrett was left confused. That's when Brian uttered, "As if." That made Barrett angry. Brian mocked him for what he's going to do by saying that it was such a joke. Barrett called him an insane bastard and asked if he lost his mind from all the beating. The armed men surrounded Brian, who was lying on the floor. Barrett uttered that it's no fun, and ordered for the men to kill Brian. All of a sudden, they hear a voice asking what they were doing. That surprised Barrett. Cyan had identified Barrett Louis Meal. Despite his swollen eyes, Brian was able to recognize his young master. Cyan commented how Brian looked like a mess. Barrett looked at Cyan and was pleased that he came crawling to the tiger's den. He threatened to carve out Cyan's organs, but instead of being scared, Cyan expressed how exciting that situation would be. Cyan used thick fog, 8th form assault, and he made his way towards these fuckers. His attack left Barrett's lackeys defenseless. They were all sliced up. With just a single move, our MC defeated all of them. Barrett was flabbergasted to see that Cyan had defeated the mercenaries in a flash. He started to doubt if they could win against him. He then remembered how Cyan used his power to make a dark energy ball against him before. It made him think how Cyan became that strong. Barrett was furious. He vowed to kill Cyan, but before Barrett could launch his magic, Cyan had already kicked him in his abdomen. Barrett flew backwards. He groaned loudly once his body collided with the wall. Cyan commented how Barrett didn't change at all. Cyan asked him if he enjoyed harassing people who are weaker than him. Barrett argued that his hobby has nothing to do with Cyan. He taunted him by asking if Cyan would kill him for it. Barrett Louis Mill is the oldest son of the Louis Mill household, which can be considered the real authority figure in the Garam kingdom. He was pretty well known for his problematic behaviors even in Cyan's past life, too. Physically assaulting others was the least of the terrible things he did. He also burned small animals alive for his entertainment. One day, he committed an act that really crossed the line. He murdered a fellow classmate. His excuse was that she was practicing magic. In the end, there was an order to form mist to purify him. When Cyan infiltrated the mansion where he was staying after his expulsion, Cyan saw something. There were countless corpses of the servants that he had stored in the basement. After torturing him, Cayenne planned to kill him in the most painful way he knew. Back then, Barrett smiled and told him to just kill him instead of dragging things out. That face was still vivid in Cayenne's head. Barrett said that he was fun dying because he had all the fun that he wanted to have. Thinking about it, Cayenne realized that killing Barrett probably wasn't the punishment that he deserved. Because as he said, he already had fun before dying. Just death is nowhere enough to make up for the number of lives he had taken. Cayenne grabbed Barrett's mouth to force it open. He made a small purple orb on his other hand. Barrett told him not to do that. Barrett tried to scare him by telling him the consequences of doing something like that. He reminded Cayenne that he's a Louis Meal, the most powerful family in the Garam kingdom. Cayenne commented how Barrett talks so much, and to shut him up, he shoved the energy ball to Barrett's mouth. Cayenne told him that it's fine if he doesn't like him. He can even detest him all he wants. Our MC forced the purple orb on Barrett's mouth while saying that he doesn't give a shit on what he says behind his back. But the one thing that Barrett made that made Cayenne furious is laying his dirty hands on his subordinate. He called Barrett a garbage excuse for a human being. Barrett choked on the purple orb. Then he screamed loudly. There was a purple mist that came out of his body. Someone on the roof watched the scene. The guy hiding beneath a robe was surprised to know that Cayenne is hiding such powers. He decided to notify Ashel right away, because it might affect their plans. But before the guy could move, Sarika was already behind him. This bitch covered his mouth and placed a blade on his neck. She finally found out who the little obsessive stalker is. They guy kept following Cayenne's disciple everywhere recently. Meanwhile, Brian was still hurt. He apologized to Cayenne and explained that he never imagined being attacked by such a large group. Cayenne had a disgusted look on his face. He finds Brian's swollen face ugly. Cayenne asked him if he's really his subordinate when he engaged in a fight where he's going to lose. Our MC asked if that's how he shows the loyalty that he had sworn to him. Cayenne crouched down to meet him at eye level and asked why Brian didn't just run away. He teased him by asking if he's stupid, but Cayenne turned serious when he stated that he didn't need a loyal subordinate who died. He told Brian not to do stupid things. Cayenne told him that he'll be scolded once they get back. Brian apologized. This kid then sighed and asked Master Sarika to come out. Several men wearing robes appeared. Sarika was surprised that he noticed. Cayenne explained that there's no way that he will notice when she brought all the hall members with her. Sarika told her that she brought him a gift. She threw a guy bound with ropes on the ground. He told her that it's the guy that has been following him lately. Sarika was surprised that Cayenne already knew about that. Cayenne shrugged and answered yes. Sarika sighed and admitted that Cayenne sure is talented, especially when Cayenne had powers surpassing that of a mist assassin, intellect that allows him to strike fair negotiation with the dean, and a mental fortitude that allows him to hand the demonic sword perfectly. Given all that, there's no doubt that Cayenne is an ideal fit for a successor. But Sarika reiterated that those kinds of things couldn't continue to happen because there will be more people who will find Cayenne suspicious. Cayenne told her that he will be careful, but he also firmly stated that he doesn't intend living like an idiot, taking shit from others. He vowed that if anyone lays a hand on his people like that, he will crush them no matter what. Sarika had realized that Cayenne would protect his own people. She didn't expect that, so she decided to just leave him be. Sarika lets Cayenne take care of the guy while she handles Barrett and his minions. The guy was scared. He asked if Cayenne was going to kill him. Cayenne had a devilish grin and told him that killing him would be too easy. The guy put up a brave front by saying that Cayenne won't be able to extract any information from him even if he tortures him. It was funny how Cayenne just blurts out that they guy is Ashel's #1 subordinate. Taken aback, the guy asked him how he knew about it, but of course Cayenne wouldn't forget. That guy never stepped away from Ashel's side. The guy used to be jealous of Cayenne's relationship with Ashel in his past life. I think he's gay. Thinking about that, Cayenne felt that the guy might be dangerous in a different sense. Cayenne raised his hand. Magic started to come out of it. Cayenne thought that it would be fine to kill the guy now, but he also had other plans, since the guy is Ashel's subordinate. The guy would be pretty useful for Cayenne's plans. Purple mist approached the guy and made him scared. Cayenne used creation, shadow personality. The purple smoke entered the guy's mouth. It also entered from the eyes. This process made the guy scream loudly. A few days later after the incident, we see Leximus charged in. She was against Aaron. Aaron was confident that she would get her, but Leximus was quick on her feet and was able to stand behind Aaron. Then she pointed her sword at Aaron and told Her Highness that it was her victory. Aaron was stunned at how fast it happened. Erin admitted that she couldn't win against her. Also, she reminded her to call her by her name when it's just the two of them. Leximus apologized to her while calling her Your Highness. Erin glared at her while correcting her to call her Miss Erin instead. Their attention shifted when Brian called out to the young master. They noticed how those two are training hard. Brian was punched at the stomach, which made him lose balance. Then it was followed by another blow. Cyan noticed that Brian got the endurance for someone who was more like an errand boy knight. And he's pretty strong, too. Cyan knew that he might be useful later on. Brian was panting heavily. Cyan asked if he's tired already. Brian insisted that he can keep going, but his body betrayed him when he coughed up blood. Cyan would have kept going even if Brian was tired. It's because there was no guarantee that an incident like with Barrett won't happen again. Brian needs to be able to defend himself. Brian asked if Kellen is all right. Cyan told him not to worry because that guy is already their ally. Back then, the purple smoke entered Kellen's body. Brian watched it happen. Slowly, the purple smoke disappears. Cyan had a hard time doing that since it had been so long since he last used it. The 9-star Dark Element Magic Shadow Personality. It creates a personality from the shadows to manipulate the opponent. Cyan only used it once in his past life. Cyan asked who he was. Kellen Diego introduced himself as a guardian knight of Velius, while kneeling down in front of Cyan. Kellen admitted that he was given an order to keep an eye on the young master Cyan, so he came to Lewin. Cyan had observed that Kellen is already submissive. He asked him who his owner was. He replied that he had been serving young master Ashel, and expressed that he wished to serve Cyan no. He begged him to take him in. Cyan told him to listen to what he has to say and relay it to Ashel back in Velius. Cyan told him not to leave a single thing out. Kellen replied that he understood. Cyan recalled Kellen's eyes back then. It was overwhelmingly brimming with loyalty, but he's confident that it will be all right. Aaron approached them and asked Cyan if he came there to train with his guardian knight. Brian politely greeted the princess. Cyan replied to Her Highness that she's right. He asked her if she's there to train as well. Aaron replied that she goes there every weekend to train with Leximus. She thought that it would be a good idea given that an incident happened recently. Cyan wondered if the princess is referring to what happened a week ago. Barrett was found in front of the nurse's office, completely out of his mind. He was beaten to a pulp, but nobody could get him to say who had done that to him. It's because he couldn't say who it was, not that he didn't want to. And the thing is, he won't be able to use magic ever again. Cyan turned to Leximus because her reaction wasn't what he anticipated. He thought she would feel happy about it. All of a sudden, a young girl yelled, "Papa!" She was falling from the sky. Brian and Cyan's jaw dropped when they saw Nana. They left her with Karam earlier, but this bitch Karam slept soundly. Aaron caught the young girl. She was surprised and confused about where it came from. Nana was happy that she found her papa. Aaron was confused. Cyan tried to ignore Nana, but she kept calling him Papa. She was even pointing at him. Aaron was dumbfounded. In her mind, she wondered when it happened, who's the mother, and how Cyan did it. Cyan avoided her questioning gaze. After a while, Aaron was caught up on the happenings. She was relieved to know that it isn't really Cyan's kid. She admitted that she had all kinds of ideas about where the child came from. Aaron couldn't believe how kind he was. It was unexpected. Deep inside, Cyan was worried that she should blackmail him for that. Brian, too. He was nervous that they would get kicked out if the Academy found out about it. Aaron even knew that Nana is a draconic human, and as a waifu candidate, Aaron assured Cyan that she wouldn't tell anyone. That surprised Cyan and Brian. Cyan asked if she's serious. Aaron replied yes. She asked Leximus if she agrees. Even without verbally answering, it was obvious by how Leximus is fond of Nana. And then Leximus replied that she doesn't have anyone to tell it to anyway, since she doesn't have any friends. That made Aaron pale. Cyan probed why she would do that for them. Aaron simply answered that it's because she feels bad for her. She knew that Nana won't fit in with the dragons or humans. Simply, she won't be accepted by anyone. But Cyan chose to take care of her, and that's a good thing. Aaron asked if she could come over sometimes. Cyan asked if she meant his room. Aaron blushed and told him not to get mistaken. It's just because she wants to see Nana sometimes. Cyan replied that it doesn't matter, and reminded her that it would be their secret. Aaron promised him that. Aaron blushed at the idea that they share a little secret. Cyan said his goodbye to them. Leximus noticed that Aaron was acting strange. Her face is red, and her thoughts were occupied on how she had gotten closer to Cyan. Her strange behavior made Leximus worry. Meanwhile, Karam found out about it and felt slightly annoyed that something like that happened while she's sleeping. She sarcastically suggested revealing the fact that Cyan is living with the demonic sword, too. Cyan told her to shut up and reflect on her actions. Karam argued that Nana does whatever she wants because she takes after her father. Brian suggested taking Nana on walks because he thinks Nana is stressed from staying in the room all the time. Cyan admitted that it's a good idea. Brian blushed at the acknowledgement and proceeded to head out with Nana. At nighttime, two human-like creatures with wings were flying across the dark sky. The silver-haired one stopped when he sensed something. He had observed the area down below. His female subordinate asked him what was wrong. The guy replied that he smelled something sickening. He asked the female named Catalina where they were. Catalina replied that they're in the vicinity of Lewin. The guy knew about the Lewin Academy. He decided to push off returning for a bit. It's because he felt an aura coming from that place, and he couldn't permit it, being a dragon himself. At the outskirts of Lewin, Brian was chasing the flying Nana, while Cyan was walking leisurely. Brian told Nana to wait because her actions could pose danger. But Nana was so excited since the place was huge. Cyan smiled while watching her have fun. The place they are in is 10 kilometers away from the center of Lewin. Cyan thought that it should be fine for her to play around there all she wants. Karam teased Cyan on how he's acting as a real father. She suggested that he should get Nana a mom too, like the princess earlier. Cyan was starting to get annoyed. All of a sudden, they felt an ominous presence. Karam stated that something is coming. The silver-haired dragon appeared while commenting that it's sickening. Brian called out to Nana since it was dangerous. A powerful magic struck at them. Fortunately, Brian was able to get Nana out of the way on time. Cyan immediately asked Nana how's Nana. Brian reported that she's okay. Cyan instructed them to get behind him. The attack created a dent on the ground, and that's where the attackers landed. Cyan wondered why there's freaking high-ranking dragons in that place. 2 of them, too. The silver-haired dragon looked at Nana and finally found the source of the sickening stench. He expressed how disgusting it was. This dragon is a high-ranking silver dragon named Lucian. His lady companion also doesn't welcome a mixed creature. She's a high-ranking red dragon named Catalina. They asked Cyan if he's the owner of the halfling. They also noticed that he owns the demonic sword. Karam countered how they're objectifying her. Catalina got triggered and told her to shut up. She insulted Karam by calling her an inferior thing that degraded herself to become a human slave. Karam got angry. Catalina was furious. It looked like she was about to attack, but Lucian placed a hand in front of her to stop her. Lucian told them that he's not interested in them since he does not wish to fight against inferior beings unnecessarily. However, he demanded for the halfling to be handed over to him. Nana got scared. As a response, Brian hugged her tightly. Lucian mentioned that a half-human and a half-dragon is worth experimenting on. He told them that they will let him go if they hand over the halfling. But as usual, Cyan just told him to shut up. That triggered Lucian. He asked what Cyan had just said. Cyan repeated it. "Shut up, you lizard piece of shit." It made Lucian laugh. Lucian attacked Cyan, but Cyan was unfazed even if the ground was crumbling. Brian got worried for him. Cyan told him that it's fine and instructed Brian to go far from that place. Brian immediately followed the order. The ground was carved out. In his head, Cyan commented how it was a fancy technique. Lucian stated that it's the reason why they call him inferior. Cyan used the thick fog 9th form, demonic sword manifestation. It looked like Karam had taken over him. Catalina was surprised to see that power. Lucian also recognized that it's the power of the exile. Lucian commented how their day is full of surprises. But no matter what, he saw Cyan as an inferior human. He didn't expect Cyan to move fast. He was taken aback. Then Cyan swung his sword to which he tried to block. Lucian was furious. He charged at Cyan. He used a shockwave. And a large magic circle appeared above Cyan. A blinding light started to appear from the magic circle. And later on, a powerful beam had destroyed the ground. Cyan stood on the center of the beam. Lucian was once again taken aback when Cyan showed up behind him and used the thick fog 3rd form, Fog Glide. It was followed by Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm. Cyan's powerful attack was blocked by a fire barrier. Catalina joined the fight, but Lucian instructed her to back off since she won't stand a chance against him. Catalina assured Lucian and uttered, "Don't worry, sir, I'd win." Catalina had put up a dragon's barrier made from 1,000 years' worth of accumulation of mana. She was confident that a human that can't even live for hundreds of years won't be able to do anything, but she was proven wrong when Cyan used Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals. Catalina was caught off guard. Cyan clashed with the barrier and, of course, shattered it. Catalina couldn't believe it. The next thing she knew, she was being cut with Cyan's double serial slash. Lucian watched Catalina's body. It made him angry and questioned Cyan on what he is. He screamed that the god of fog has no authority at all. So, it's a mystery to him on how Cyan can have so much power. Lucian demanded that he tell him who he was. Lucian took it that Cyan doesn't want to answer. He admitted that Cyan is a worthy opponent. Cyan watched Lucian use polymorph. A large magic circle appeared in the sky. It's a spell that makes a dragon abandon its human form and return to its original one. The fangs of the dragon had showed up. It has sharp claws, and it roared loudly. Cyan saw that as a good opportunity since he's at his most vulnerable right now. Cyan leapt high enough that it made Lucian wonder what Cyan was trying to do. That's when Lucian realized that Cyan might know the weakness of the polymorph. In an instant, Cyan pierced through the dragon's skull, which made it cry loudly. That's when Lucian knew that he had to get out of there. But it was too late. Cyan used Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. Then he stabbed the dragon deeper. Once again, the dragon cried loudly. Cyan continued to slice it through and through. This lizard piece of shit knew that they messed up. Brian rushed towards Cyan to check if he's okay. But he immediately stopped when he spotted his master. He covered Nana's eyes. Our boy Cyan was already feasting on the dragon's meat and offered it to Brian. Nana asked for some too, but they didn't allow her. Meanwhile, an update to these two. Ashel listened to Kellen's report that an unknown force is supporting his brother. Kellen added that the informants that they sent were eliminated by them too. Ashel asked if that was all. Kellen apologized for the lack of information. Ashel finds it strange. He didn't see the sense of desperation that Kellen had before leaving. It's as if he's a completely different person. Ashel acknowledged what Kellen had said. Then he told him that he had a question for him. Kellen was slightly nervous. Ashel stared at him intently. Kellen realized that it was a test since Ashel is starting to doubt him. Kellen placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Ashel while wishing him to have the blessing of Lumendel with him. That made Ashel smile and expressed that he appreciates the response. Ashel told him not to take it the wrong way since it's just a kind of regular ritual. After that, Kellen was excused. Kellen realized that he should be careful. He knew that once Ashel's doubts bloom fully, he won't be able to get out like that. He decided to ensure that he does not get in Cyan's way. When he opened the door, there was a woman on the other side. He recognized her as Cyan's maid. He asked her what she was doing there. Ashel butts in and replies that he was the one who called her. Ashel went to them and confirmed the maid's name. Emily was flustered as she replied yes to him. Ashel wants her to do a favor for him. Emily blushed as she was enamored with his smiling face. At the castle, someone was surprised to know that Lucian and Catalina are missing. One person reported that they manifested diving powers at the outskirts of Lewin, but that's the last traces of them. And it's surprising since they are above 8-star. The dragon's mana stone had shattered. Those types of destructive traces are the only ones left behind from the battle. One dragon asked if it meant that the one who killed the 2 dragons erased all other evidence with magic. For that to be possible, it would most likely need to be someone with dark elemental powers. The only one capable of killing those 2 is Kundal Quizel. But they knew that Kundal does not possess dark elemental powers. In other words, there are some individuals that they do not know of. But those dragons, who gathered and represented by a mana stone, were aware of a boy named Cyan Vert, who is the only dark element user in the Royal Academy. There are rumors that he has survived an attack from the Devil Dragon on the front lines. So they started to think that Cyan had something to do with the death of Reynold Crimson and Zickerman Albus. Those 2 worked with the dragons to bring in test subjects and materials. They wondered if there was some kind of connecting link between them. They decided to keep an eye out. They instructed Lunav Rainreaver to make one of the dragon's granddaughters be acquainted with Cyan Vert, a new waifu candidate, back at the Royal Academy Royal Dorms. Erin surprised them with a special cake made by the chefs of the palace. She offered it to Nana, who's already drooling. Due to her happiness, she expressed that she liked Princess Erin. Erin told her that there's more for her. She isn't kidding because there's a mountain of presents behind her. Cyan watched them have fun. He recognized that they have to stay on the down low for a while. If the dragons senses Nana's presence, they might ambush her again. Cyan decided to protect his people. After all, he decided to live for his own sake. And he's on a mission to completely ruin that bastard Ashel's plans. Erin noticed him. Cyan was smiling, and she asked him if something good had happened. Our boy smiled even more and replied that he just had a nice thought. At the Vert residence garden, a long-haired guy mentioned that it's been a while since he last saw Ashel. This man is Lionel Severus, the first prince. He commented how Ashel looked like he's doing well. Ashel smiled and replied that it's all thanks to his majesty. Lionel became serious. He asked Ashel how long he intends on rotting in the estate in the middle of nowhere. Lionel had heard that Alice had left on a journey. Ashel expressed that he's worried for her sister since he doesn't know what she's doing and where she is. Lionel asked if he's really worried about her. Lionel suggested Ashel is actually worried that Alice might threaten Ashel's position of power. Ashel glared at him and told him that it's not something that they should speak of. Lionel argued that they're friends, so they shouldn't hold back. Then Lionel brought up Cyan. He shared that his father is interested in Cyan to the point that he's considering an engagement between Cyan and Aaron. Lionel had no idea why the king is so adamant in protecting his useless little garbage daughter. Ashel told him not to feel rushed, since the more attention Aaron receives, the more power she gains, and the more she will be of use to them. Lionel appreciates that Ashel understood how he felt. The guardian knight offered Ashel some wine. Ashel noticed that he had never seen that man before. Lionel remembered to share the story. He described the guardian knight as a jewel that he found while scouting the slums. Ashel watched the man intently, and agreed with Lionel that he had found the most exquisite of jewels. The man introduced himself as Boris Lehelm. If you guys remember, this fucker was the person that fought our MC during the start of the story. And with that, a time skip happened. 2 years had passed. Cyan had tried to be as inconspicuous as possible, and adjusted to the academy life. Alice had also come back. This scene looked like a meme. At the academy, she knocked at the headmaster's door. The headmaster greeted her that it had been a while. He asked if she enjoyed her travels. She replied yes and expressed that she visited Fruina. The headmaster was surprised since it's not a place a human would have been welcomed. Alice replied that he's right. She shared that it took her a year to adjust, but she really wanted to find the meaning of harmony that the headmaster mentioned. Since he said that the place would hold her back from growing, she needed to think where she belongs. The headmaster realized that Alice had made up her mind. Alice declared that she's going to join the Knights of Light. It means that she's going to continue on the will of her family. She replied that someone had to take on the duty. She expressed that she's worried about her younger siblings too, especially Cyan since he's a shy kid. That made the headmaster burst into laughter. Alice was confused. The headmaster couldn't imagine Cyan being shy. Cyan entered and told him that he's being harsh. Alice was surprised to see Cyan, but she had to double think if the person in front of her was really Cyan. Cyan smiled at her and told her how much he missed her. Cyan, Alice, and Brian walked around the academy's grounds. Alice commented that Cyan had changed quite a bit. Firstly, Cyan and her are of the same height now, and later on, Cyan would get taller than Alice. Cyan teased her by replying that maybe she shrunk. She pinched her cheek to make him stop. 2nd of July, in the year 988. Cyan remembered that day in his past life too. It was the last day that he saw her sister alive. Alice asked if he's not going to go home since it's summer break. Cyan replied that there's no one other than Alice who would welcome him there. Alice asked if it's the reason why Cyan didn't go home for 2 years. In reality, there are more than a couple of reasons why he didn't. One is that Ashel is there, plus the Duke's wife is trying to kill him any chance she gets, and his father doesn't do anything about that. So, going back to that place will be an act of suicide. Cyan planned not to return until he graduates. Alice asked if he's good friends with Crans. Cyan replied that it's impossible. Alice asked why. Our boy looked angry as he told Alice that she knew very well how Crans had treated him. He shared that Crans even tried to kill him once. Hearing that made Alice pale. Brian joined the conversation by saying that he can testify to that. Alice asked who he was. Cyan replied that he's his guardian knight, Kendrick. Alice was wondering earlier why the guy was following them. That made Brian embarrassed. They shared the story to Alice. Alice felt sad that she's in Frunia and was totally unaware of it. Cyan comforted her by telling her that the bad guys are the Duke's wife and Krantz, and it's not her fault. Alice was enraged. Cyan called out to her. Alice asked if Cyan had talked to anyone else about it. Cyan replied that there's no point in talking about it since it's all in the past. Cyan added that Crans doesn't seem to be reflecting his actions at all. Alice pulled Cyan into a hug. Tears fell from her eyes as she told Cyan not to keep it in. She told him to depend on her. She promised to protect him from then on. Brian was emotional. Alice let go of the hug and told him that she would like to stay with him longer, but she has somewhere to go. She told him to take care of himself while she's gone. Brian sensed something. Alice had hugged him and it made him flustered. She told him to take good care of Cyan. Meanwhile, Cyan is giving Brian a death glare. In Brian's head, he wanted to complain that didn't even do anything. The sun was about to set. Cyan waved goodbye to Alice. It had been a while since Cyan saw Alice's angry face. Back then at the Duke's house. The young Cyan struggled to block the wooden sword. He fell on his butt while being taunted by Crans. Crans told him to get up and called him an orphaned shithead. Cyan begged him to stop since Crans already won. But Crans hit him with the sword instead. Crans continued having fun hitting him, until someone yelled for Crans to stop. It was Alice. She probed him on what he's doing. Alice was furious. She demanded Crans to apologize immediately. Cyan saw that face only once in his past life. Given that Alice made that face earlier, the Duke's household is going to be in an uproar pretty soon. Cyan thinks that Alice needs to know the truth about her family, so that he can protect her from the miserable future. A letter arrived for the young master. Cyan asked where Brian got it. Brian replied that there's one from the academy and the other one from the janitor. Cyan took the black envelope. Brian asked if he's not going to take the red one. Cyan had an inkling that it might be from the palace. Brian took a good look at it and saw the imperial family's seal on it. Karam asked what it was. Brian was curious as to what it contains. Cyan explained that the palace holds a banquet around that time of the year. The black envelope contains an assassination order. His task is to assassinate Drenian Nephilis. It was a pretty big incident that happened during the palace's banquet. Since Drenian is the younger brother of the Empress, it came as quite a shocker to everyone. Karam asked if Kyan would be going. Kyan replied yes, since he also had some other business there. Now that he thought of it, in his past life, someone else was put on that mission. But now, it's him. It made him think that the Hallmaster likes him, but it's annoying for him, though. Karam looked at the envelope and told him that it's from Princess Aran. Karam teased him for receiving a love letter. It was funny how Cyan didn't engage with Karam, and instead he used the demonic sword restriction. While Karam was put face down on the ground, he told them to make preparations for the palace. Nana also came out and told her papa that she's hungry. Upon seeing her, Brian panicked. Cyan asked what was the matter, but Cyan was flabbergasted when he saw it. Nana had grown even more. In just 2 years, the once cute baby dragon turned into this thing. At the Duke's household, Alice was stomping in. She forcefully opened the door. The servants were surprised to see her. The butler asked if she's back. She's furious. She was about to ask where Mother is, but she corrected herself and called her the Duchess instead. The Duchess was in the drawing room. She was surprised, since Alice just barged in. The Duchess acted friendly with Alice. She was just about to ask how she had been, but Alice raised her hand and gave the Duchess the crunchiest bitch slap she could ever receive. The slap was so crisp that it was heard throughout the mansion, and that made the head butler step in and get the attention of Giga Chad Alice. The butler also shouted towards the guards on what they were doing. Margaret fell on the floor as she was still in shock at what just happened. She asked Alice if she was out of her mind, but Alice countered, "You're the one who's out of your mind, Duchess Margaret, bitch." With an intimidating expression, Alice revealed that she knew that Margaret tried to kill Cyan. In Margaret's mind, she was baffled on how Alice knew about it. She also tried to deny Alice's statement by asking if she has any proof. Margaret's sheep-acting skills wouldn't work on Alice as she told her, "You just confirmed it for me. It must be true since you're asking for evidence." Finally, Margaret managed to stand up. She was angry because Alice had laid a hand on her, even though she doesn't have any real evidence yet. Alice also got surrounded by the guards, and since this bee was guilty, she wanted Alice to be dragged out of the mansion. The guards all dashed towards Alice while saying their apologies to her. Alice knew that this was coming. She easily evaded one of the guards that wanted to restrain her, and then she made her counterattack. She also used her skill called Elemental Spirit, Undine Summoning. This skill then attacked all the guards in one swift move. Margaret saw all of it, and she was now trembling a bit. She couldn't believe that Alice was able to use spirit magic. On top of that, she took down the guards so easily. Alice was done with the guards, but not with Margaret. She's making her way towards her while telling her that Cyan's guardian knight confessed everything. Alice added that Brian said that Margaret was the one behind the assassination attempt on Cyan 2 years ago. Her brother kept quiet about it, so maybe Margaret thought that she could just get away with it. But even with all of this, Margaret tried to deny it. She asked Alice if she had lost her mind as she was believing the words of those inferior beings over hers. "Shut up, Margaret Erzeth." Alice had already decided on telling her father all about this. She warned her to better be prepared. With her eyes glowing with anger, she uttered, "You're done for!" After that, Alice walked away while the guards were still struggling to get up. Margaret was speechless for a moment. She then commented that Alice was such a stupid bitch as she was still unaware of some things after all she's been through. While having this devilish smile, Margaret added that Duke Villiers does not care about anything other than that child. And I think she's talking about her oldest son. That same day, we could see the Duke saying that he already knew that Margaret tried to kill Cyan Vert. He asked, "What about it then?" And of course Alice was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that her own father would turn a blind eye even though his own child was almost assassinated. The Duke told her that he doesn't intend on making any excuses. He thought that it was fine, as long as Cyan was all right. Alice countered that Cyan had to fight 6 official knights. Cyan would have died if it weren't for his knight, Brian Kendrick. But hearing her statement made the Duke chuckle. He revealed that Brian was just a stupid guy, that was just an errand boy for the knights, so it would be impossible for him to help Cyan. A sweat was now forming on Alice's face as she asked if the Duke was saying that Cyan took all the official guards down. The Duke made his way towards Alice while telling her that she doesn't know Cyan at all. He showed her a red envelope, and Alice asked what it was. The Duke told her that it's a banquet invitation from the imperial family. He couldn't go, so he wanted Alice to go on his behalf. He also advised her to go and relax herself for a bit, as she doesn't really need to worry about Cyan. Duke Villiers revealed that Cyan is stronger than what Alice thinks. Their conversation ended as the Duke needed to return to the barracks right away, and all of this information revealed made Alice speechless. She then made her way outside. She's still skeptical of what her father told her. Alice thought of how she could not worry about her brother when he's only 13 years old. Alice was stopped on her tracks when someone called her by her name. Her bothered face faded as it was replaced by a bright smile. And that was because she saw a familiar face. She called this female knight Cecilia. Cecilia greeted her once again and welcomed her back. The composed knight was not able to maintain her cool as she suddenly hugged Alice. She asked her where she had been all this time. Alice apparently never sent her a letter. Alice could only smile while telling her that she's sorry. We then found out that this lady was one of the high-ranking knights of the Knights of Light, Cecilia Rhine. She's also Alice's exclusive maid, teacher, and friend. Alice knew that she should make it up with her, so she told her that they need some change in scenery. Cecilia asked what she meant. Our bitch-slap-giver waifu then smiled as she showed Cecilia the banquet invitation. She told her that they should go to the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a carriage could be seen, and we were greeted by Nana's face that was full of amazement. The little draconic human was not so little anymore. She's now wearing a maid outfit while looking outside. She was so happy seeing a freaking deer. Cyan had this nonchalant expression as he told Nana to put her tail away. Nana was quick to follow her father's command and concentrated. And just a few seconds after, her wings and tail disappeared. Our MC thought that he didn't know that Nana could just hide her body parts in this way. It feels more safe going around outside now. But still, something bothered Cyan, and that made him ask Nana if she hadn't forgotten what he taught her. Nana's childish actions vanished and were replaced by glamour as she told her father, "Of course, young Master Cyan. After all, I am the master's maid, Nana." But even then, Cyan was clearly worried. He couldn't shake the idea of Nana going to create trouble, as she was way too excited about this trip. Cyan's thoughts were then interrupted as they heard a ruckus outside the carriage. He asked Brian what's up, and Brian was about to inform him something. The knight told our MC that there's some bandits in front of them. A guy that looked like the main character in Crash Bandicoot smiled and told Brian to give him everything that they have. But instead of panicking, Cyan commented, "Oh, so no big deal. Get rid of them." Nana asked her father what was going on outside, and Cyan casually told her that it was nothing. He added that there were just some insects, and just after his statement, the head of the Crash Bandicoot guy was slashed off. Brian dealt with him with one single strike. It took some time before the other bandits caught up in the situation. They screamed as their leader was immediately defeated. They then all rushed towards Brian. They wanted revenge for the death of their boss. But Brian maintained his cool and just took a deep breath. He then used his new skill called Serial Slash. All of the bandits that surrounded him were met by violent attacks that cut them off. Brian then sheathed his sword once again. In his head, the weakling Brian is no longer weak. Brian had this satisfied look on his face while thinking that he had grown stronger. But his epic moment was cut off as Cyan whined about him being too slow. They should just get going right away after he's done. Brian was quick on his feet and immediately rode the carriage and continued their journey. At the same time, a bunch of papers were dropped on the top of a table. Someone uttered that these are the list of the people attending the imperial banquet. The lists were apparently given to our nerdy waifu, Sarika. Her assistant informed her that there are a lot more people than usual this time around on that event. She asked if they shouldn't just push off the plans first. But Sarika was firm with her answer that this has to happen now. The assistant was talking about the assassination of Drenian Nephilis. She asked Sarika if she had some more reason, as she wished to rush this mission. Sarika then informed her that this Drenian Nephilis is sickening. He's a rapist that goes after only married women by using his powers. She added that he needs to die as soon as possible. The picture of the target was seen on a paper. Sarika stared at it and revealed that this guy right here was her fiancé. Another person from the list caught Sarika's attention. She couldn't believe that the said person was attending the banquet, too. A rare genius, whose elemental stats are all 20%. Although she cannot attend many lessons because of her fragile body. The granddaughter of the Garum Mage Association's head, Lunav Rainreaver. Sarika felt uneasy as this child never really showed herself in society. She wondered why this person would attend the banquet now. The assistant then gave her the information that she had heard that the association president told Lunav to attend. Sarika then wondered what the president was planning. She noted that she doesn't have a good feeling about this. Something is definitely up with this banquet. A few hours later in this lively place, Cyan and his crew had finally arrived at the Imperial City. Brian noted that the roads here sure are bigger. Meanwhile, Nana was still amazed at the places that she was seeing. And because this draconic human was distracted, she bumped into someone. The guy that she bumped into got irritated and angrily told her to look where she was going. Nana immediately apologized. She then used her hidden jutsu, cuteness technique, and asked what she should do to make up for it. The guy, as expected, blushed like a tomato. His angry expression was then replaced by this bright smile as he told Nana that all things were fine now. Nana immediately turned to her dad and commented that the people here are all so kind. But Cyan knew that was not the case, so he wished Nana to get away from that guy immediately. Cyan noted that he forgot that Nana doesn't know much about the world. She needs to be more wary of people. He knew that this was bad. And while he was thinking about that, Brian was alerted to something. He then slowly told his young master about Nana's eyes. Cyan quickly looked at what Brian was talking about. His own eyes widened as he noticed it. Nana's pupils were back to normal. And this was all because Nana was already hungry. She was already emitting this dark aura around her. Cyan knew that people are going to find out about her if this continues. And since this was an emergency, he hurriedly commanded Brian to send her to a restaurant right away. Luckily, Brian was quick. He already got Nana, and they were on their way towards the nearest restaurant. Cyan had this look on his face, as he couldn't believe that this was all just because of Nana's hunger. A few moments later, inside the restaurant, Nana had this satisfied look on her face, as she informed her papa that she's full, and she finally feels that she's alive again. Cyan could not do anything about it. He was just thankful that he brought a lot of money. He also noted that raising a kid is really tough. His carefree expression then changed as he sensed a strange mana coming towards him. A lady with short silver hair approached our MC and told him that it was nice to meet him. She then confirmed if he was really indeed the infamous Cyan Vert. The lady had this cunning smile on her face as she stared at our boy. Is this waifu number 2? Comment and subscribe if you guys think that she is. Cyan was taken aback that she knows his name. He asked her who she was. The girl sat beside him asking him if he minds. Cyan reiterated that she hasn't answered the question yet. She introduced herself as Lunav. She told him that she's a second-year student in the same academy as him. Her name seemed familiar to Cyan. He was snobbish when he replied that he doesn't really care about students who are not in his year. Lunav replied that it's fine since she's practically a loner compared to someone as popular as Cyan. Nana asked Brian if that person is her papa's friend. Brian replied that he doesn't have any idea, but it doesn't seem like it. Lunav noticed that Cyan's guardian knight and maid is close to him since they are eating with him. She commented that Cyan looked like a warm person, unlike the rumors. Cyan simply replied that there's no point in eating separately. Cyan felt wary of Lunav since she praised him out of nowhere. He's also curious as to why she approached him. She inquired if he went to the capital for the banquet. Cyan replied yes and probed on how she knew about it. Lunav replied that Cyan had no other reason for coming in there when he never leaves the academy. Lunav told him that they would see each other there since she was invited too. Cyan has figured out that she's most likely a noble for also receiving that letter. After that, Lunav stood up and decided to end their conversation there. She noted that it's a shame, but she better get going. Before she leaves, she tells him to remember her. She told her that her full name is Lunav Rainreaver. That jogged Cyan's memory. She's the Garum Mage Association President Reigen's Rainreaver's granddaughter. He wondered if that old geezer had sent her to him. In Cyan's past life, Lunav died young while attending the academy. Though Cyan wasn't sure if it happened because of her fragility or because the association performed intense human experiments on her. Cyan was annoyed that he kept getting involved with people he didn't even encounter in his past life. He knew it meant that the future is constantly changing. He wondered why it all had to happen on the day of the banquet, which results in the banquet being called the Banquet of Blood. Meanwhile, in another setting, Erin ties her hair. She turned around and asked Leximus if she looked okay. She's blushing heavily. This is the first time we're seeing waifu number 1 after the time skip. Leximus assured her that she looks pretty. Inside Leximus's head, the princess had already tried on enough outfits, and Leximus wants to be freed now. But Erin would be far from that since she wasn't satisfied with the outfit. Leximus replied that Cyan would like the dress too. It made Erin look like a tomato. Erin was confused as to how Cyan would see her, and Leximus retorted that Erin actually sent him the invitation. She told Erin not to play dumb. Erin couldn't refute that. Leximus told her to stop since she's very obvious. A maid approached them and told Erin that His Highness Luenel had sent a gift. His Highness gave her a necklace that would look good on her. Erin was surprised that her brother sent her a gift. It was a pretty necklace with a ruby at the center of the pendant. Leximus butts in, saying that Cyan would also find her pretty with it. Erin, with her cheeks red as a tomato, insisted that she doesn't like Cyan. Later that night, at the banquet, the guests had arrived. A knight was on his toes, and then we saw our boy Cyan stayed on a corner since it was crowded. At this point, he hasn't seen his target yet. He then looked at his side. Cyan talked to Kellen, who was hiding in a corner. Cyan assumed that if he's present, then Ashel must be there too. Kellen reported that Ashel is with Prince Luenel at the moment. Kellen had something urgent to tell Cyan. He asked Cyan if it's possible for him to leave the banquet. It made Cyan wonder if there's a leak about the purification mission. He asked Kellen if something happened. Kellen replied that he had a feeling that many people, including Cyan, would be in danger. It's because Ashel ordered him to leave the palace before the banquet begins. Ashel said that he has prepared a small event. That alarmed Cyan. He realized that the person behind the Banquet of Blood is Ashel. Kellen expressed that he couldn't bear to see Cyan get hurt. Cyan acknowledged him and told him that he's excused. Kellen was worried, so he asked Cyan if he would be all right. Cyan replied that he is, and he advised Kellen to leave since he might be in greater danger than him. Kellen turns around and tells Cayenne to take care of himself. Cayenne smirked at the thought of the small event. Our MC realized that the son of a bitch, Ashel, is crazier than he expected. Karam then showed up in her ball form and asked Cyan if he's worried about innocent people dying. Cyan replied no and admitted how Ashel is being cute. And since he had learned new information, he had decided to push off the mission. Cyan used psychological influence. He complimented Sarika on how she looks for the banquet. She asked him what was the problem since he used psychological influence. Cyan told her that they have to push off the purification mission. She asked for the reason. Cyan revealed that he received an intel, that the banquet hall is going to become an ocean of blood soon. Sarika was alarmed. Cyan told he will explain later. He told her that their priority for now is to check if there aren't any monsters nearby. Sarika verified if the intel is trustworthy. While having this creepy grin, Cyan replied that he knew the person who might be behind it very well, and his gut feeling was screaming that it might happen, which he had just confirmed. Cyan assured her that the target, also called Sarika's perverted fiancé, will die in it too. Sarika blushed and inquired on how Cyan knew that the target was her fiancé. Cyan left, telling her that he'll go to work. Sarika was slightly annoyed. She told him that he should explain himself later. Alice noticed Sarika. Sarika heard the voice and had confirmed that it was Alice who called her. Alice happily greeted the instructor. Sarika asked why she's there. Alice replied that she's there to get some fresh air. Sarika knew the situation was bad since Alice could get swept up in the situation. Another person called out to Sarika. That man noticed Alice too. He even added that it's like he's seeing two walking flowers. Sarika was annoyed since she's already occupied with Alice as it is. Now even the target is approaching her. He introduced himself as Drenian Nephilis. The man had a perverted smile on his face. This right here is Sarika's fiancé. Meanwhile, Cyan kept walking, until he met up with Brian since he needs him to do something. While his hand was on his chest, Brian seriously replied that he would carry out any order. Cyan told him to stop since it's awkward. Cyan had noticed that Brian had been walking on air lately. He speculated that it's because Brian felt more like a proper guardian knight after taking that dragon blood. Cyan instructed him to inspect the underground pathways of the palace. Brian complained that the place was dark and scary. Inside his head, Cyan thought, "Walking on air, my ass." It was funny how he commanded Brian to just go. Brian had a surprised expression on his face as he told Cyan to look behind him. The knight told him that a suspicious person is taking a peek at him. It was a woman. Cyan felt an eerie presence. We all know who this bitch is. Brian decided to charge in and take down that person. They stumbled. Cyan turned around and told him that it's fine since he knew who it was. Brian apologized while he was on top of Emily. She was left dizzy on the ground. At a dark staircase, a man wearing a robe descended it. The area was dark and only his torch was the source of light. Upon reaching the bottom, he saw that there were several people wearing the same robe. The man called them his subordinates and told them that it's finally time. He commanded them to arise. Those people wore white masks on their faces, and their green eyes glowed in the dark. It was creepy. Back to the banquet. Erin has finally arrived. She felt bad since she couldn't find the people that she invited. She commented that they're so fickle. Someone approached her. It was Lunav Rainreaver. Erin knew her. Lunav was honored that the princess remembers her. Erin replied that she would never forget the genius of Garam Kingdom. Erin happily welcomed her at the banquet. Lunav replied that she's so kind, and that she hoped Cyan realizes it too. Erin asked if she knew Cyan. Lunav shared that she was just with him yesterday. Erin's face turned pale after hearing that. She asked if they are close. Waifu number 1 was then surprised that she blurted out her thoughts just like that. This gave Lunav a gut feeling. She straightforwardly asked Erin if she's in love with Cyan, and that caught Erin off guard. Suddenly there was a loud scream in the room. That caught their attention. A woman yelled for somebody to call the guards, but immediately there was a masked person behind her, and it sliced her head off in front of everyone. Erin couldn't believe it, that a monster had entered the palace. People started screaming and running all over the place. The masked man says, "Found you." It was talking to the princess. Meanwhile, Nana introduced herself as Cyan's maid. Emily was surprised. She fell on her knees. She felt defeated since Nana is younger and cuter than her. While crying, Emily asked her master if he left her for Nana. Cyan immediately replied no. Our boy then confirmed with Emily if it was Ashel who brought her in there. Emily replied yes. She shared that Ashel wants her to the point that he would offer her a job. That made Cyan's expression grim. Back then, Ashel suggested to Emily that she become his maid. Ashel's reason was that ever since Cyan left for the academy, Emily looked lonely. Emily told Cyan that she declined since she wants to make sure that she would be there when he returns. He asked her if she's sure. Emily replied yes, but she had assumed something. Maybe Ashel hasn't given up on her yet. Cyan was silent. Then he instructed Brian to guard Emily and Nana since it's dangerous outside. Brian acknowledged the order and asked if Cyan was leaving. Cyan replied yes, because he needed to. In his previous life, Emily wasn't at the banquet. Since Cyan found Kellen spying on him, he knew Ashel was planning something. Cyan was furious. He won't ever allow Ashel Vert to lay a hand on his people. With that, Cyan had exited the room. Emily showed a bow tie which was given by Ashel. He instructed Emily to give it to Cyan, but Emily forgot it earlier. She was even blaming herself for being too stupid to forget a simple task. But then, Nana sensed something. It was coming from the bow tie. She wondered what it was that she smelled. Outside the palace, a man grips his sword. Ashel told Prince Luenel that it had begun. The prince was excited that the day had finally come. He acknowledges that Ashel had put in a lot of effort in it. Ashel shared that their gifts had been delivered. To them, the man named Boris was quite useful. Prince Luenel planned to use that man even more to change the empire that is drenched in peace. Ashel agrees with him. They plan to show everyone who the empire needs. The attendees of the banquet were ushered towards the exit. Arin instructed them to evacuate quickly. Lunav told her that she's the one who needs to evacuate first. Arin was stubborn, though. Because of that, Lunav decided to help. Arin thanked her. The guards fought against the monster. They had to stop it at all costs. But then they heard someone screaming. They were surprised to see that there were others. One monster grabbed a man on its head. It made the guard nervous. Someone called the captain of the guards to report that there are high-level demonic beasts, mandrakes. The captain was confused as to why there was a monster there. He lost all hope and accepted death. Suddenly, a bright magic hit the mandrake, and it dissipated into thin air. The magic was from Sarika. She instructed them to use that opportunity to evacuate the people. The captain was stunned to see one of the instructors of the academy. He didn't sense that a monster was targeting him from behind. Alice Vert draws out her sword. She used her technique, Quick Blade, to target the monster before it could harm the captain. Alice told the captain to leave it to them. Immediately, the captain ordered the knights that they would be guarding the people who were evacuating. The mandrake used its vines to attack. Sarika and Alice anticipated the attack, but to their surprise, it evaded them. They were confused that they were not being targeted. They followed where it was heading. It was headed straight towards the princess, who was already at the door. Arin was stunned. Sarika shouted to Arin, saying that she's the target. The vine is almost at her face, but the captain was able to cut it on time. She instructed the guards to protect Princess Arin. Blood splattered to Arin's face. She was mortified. The vines stabbed the captain in several areas of his body. Arin, who had the front seat in watching this, shed tears as she meekly called out his name. Slowly, the vines let go of Morris. Arin rushed to his side and caught his body while telling him to wake up. But Morris remained silent. Arin blamed herself for this. Lunav then released an aqua blast. At the same time, she casted serial attack wind spear. Arin had observed how Lunav fused her spells. It was amazing, especially that Lunav is only a second-year student. Lunav turned to Arin and told her that Morris couldn't be saved anymore. Lunav suggested that Arin evacuate to somewhere safe. Arin watched Morris with sad eyes. They noticed that the vines would soon attack them again. The knights surrounded Arin to protect her. They were driven with anger and grief to not let their captain's sacrifice go to waste. Lunav encouraged Arin to leave with her. With a sullen expression on her face, Arin agreed. She vowed never to forget Morris's sacrifice. The knights were surprised when they were enveloped with golden light from the grim armor spell. It was a temporary barrier made by Arin. She warned the knights that the mandrake's roots are made of lethal poison. Just getting into contact with it might kill them, but her barrier should be able to protect them from the poison. She then uttered, "So please, do not die. This is my order." The knights enthusiastically agreed to that. The knights were determined to fight for the princess. They slashed the vines with all their might. It made the mandrake shriek loudly. The blonde knight was hit with the vines, as well as the rest of the knights. Suddenly, Alice appeared and told them to fall back. She casted freeze, and a portion of the mandrake turned into ice crystals. Alice ran towards Arin while telling her to run away quickly. Arin asked who she was. Alice introduces herself as she leads the princess towards a safe path. The mandrakes moved again. Unexpectedly, a woman climbed up its vines. It was Sarika, and she slashed them quickly. As the alchemy instructor of the academy, if she were to fight with a dagger, it might expose her for who she truly is. But she deemed that it's not important at that moment. She used Fog Sword 8 fluttering petals to the mandrake. The knights had observed that it rendered the mandrake motionless. Because of that, they decided to group up and attack. But to their surprise, the masked monsters targeted them. Before it could reach them, Sarika had already sliced the monster's head. She reminded the knights not to let their guards down. Sarika hoped for Alice to get the princess out safely while they dealt with the monsters in there. It was a plan, but she couldn't shake off the anxiety. Alice, Arin, and Lunav ran through the corridor. Arin watched Alice and realized that she might be Cyan's sister. The thought of Cyan made her worry. She wished for him to be safe. Suddenly, a large creature appeared from underground, blocking their path. Alice didn't expect that there would be a monster in that area. She sensed that it's as if the monsters knew who they were. She doubted that she could defeat the monster alone. Because it wasn't just any monster, it was a high-ranking nightcrawler. Arin activated Chain Trap. At the same time, Lunav released Flame Spear. The monster's leg was bound, while the spear grazed its arm. That caught Alice off guard. She turned towards her companions. Lunav and Arin told her that they will help her. It lifted Alice's spirit. She thought that she can't look all defeated in front of her juniors. The monsters roared loudly, and then it released a powerful strike. Lunav used protection to make a barrier around them, and Alice took that chance to attack the monster from behind. She sliced through the large monster while declaring that she's a Vert, the one who protects the Empire. With her angry expression at that moment, the monster would have regretted appearing in front of her. Alice used Aqua Blade and cut through the monster. Back at the hall, all the monsters were lifeless. Sarika looked around to check if that was the last of it. She grabbed the mask of the monster since she had a bad feeling about it. She was surprised at what she saw. It was Marionette. It is a spell that brings back the dead to control them like a marionette. This is actually a banned spell, and it is a very difficult spell to cast. It requires an immense amount of mana and time to be able to produce that quantity. Because of that, Sarika deduced that it's not possible for a single individual. It made her wonder if someone was planning a war. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, a masked monster's head was cut off. It was done by the Emperor. He couldn't believe that something like that happened on the day of the banquet. The Emperor fell to his knees. When that happened, Ashel and Prince Luenel acted concerned. But the Emperor told them that he's okay, and he just pushed himself a bit too much. The Emperor looked at them, and uttered that he was glad that the two were with him. Ashel helped the Emperor to get up, and the Emperor thanked him for that. Luenel looked unhappy. Ashel supported the Emperor to stand up, but the Emperor told him to just focus on the monsters. Ashel replied that the knights could take care of that. Ashel assured the emperor that they would be by his side. There's another meaning in Ashel's statement. Meanwhile, another night crawler appeared. Alice wondered where it came from. She looked worn out. And that was the same for her future sister-in-laws at the back. But the problem was, the fight is still not over. More monsters and even marionettes kept on spawning. And now, they need to fight them. Or else, they might just all die. Tyann checked the corpses. He found out that there were marionettes and mandrakes. He realized that someone is already helping Ashel. It was that time that Boris became Ashkel's subordinate. Karam also saw necromancy-type dark magic. She's astonished that a human in that generation is using ancient magic. Cyan replied that there's a tactic that the guy used pretty frequently. He shared that it's the acceleration of monster strengthening using daze stones. Apparently, the mana in that stone attracts monsters. Karam told him that she felt those daze stones' mana coming from a certain direction. Cyan decided to go since the entire place is a bloodbath, but he remembered to do something first. He wants to get change first. Back to our best girl, Alice. She's still facing the enemy. She had summoned a female spirit with blue hair. Lunav asked if it was the spirit Marion. She wondered if Alice used light-type mana to summon spirit Marion temporarily. Mana cannot be mixed with others. Lunav expected Alice that she wouldn't be able to hold up for long in such an unstable state. She worriedly announced that they should stop Alice. Otherwise, Alice's body will break down. And right now, Alice was oozing with a blue, menacing aura as the power of the spirit merged with her. Spirit Marion used telepathy to ask Alice on why she's sacrificing herself. Alice replied that she couldn't think of any other way to defeat the monsters. Spirit Marion commented that it's such a cruel fate, especially for a child that had been blessed by Fruina. However, Spirit Marion finds the monsters unpleasant. She released her powers to get them away from Alice. In an instant, the bodies dissipated. Aaron was surprised to see that in just the swing of her hand, it released that much force. Lunav knew it wasn't enough, and that was because the monsters are getting back up again. Aaron commanded Alice to stop since she'll die if she continues to push herself. But Alice was aware that the situation would get worse if she stopped there. She knew she needed to end it. She used the skill, Spirit King's authority, Rongomient. But suddenly, a man touched Alice's hand. Spirit Marion was surprised. Alice, too. Even Aaron and Lunav. They all wondered who that person was. They didn't even notice him approaching them. He could have been another marionette since he's wearing the mask, but they felt a completely different aura from him. Alice also noticed the black fog. His grip on her hand was so tight that she couldn't move. This masked man looked menacing. Alice was worried since she's being consumed by the fog. All of a sudden, Spirit Marion said goodbye to Alice. She told Alice that it's the end of their journey. She shared that goodbyes can be a sad but joyous thing. I don't know about you guys, but this scene reminded me of Lucy and Aquarius from Fairy Tale. Anyway, the man removed his hand from Alice's hand. Alice felt so weak. She wondered if it was because of the black fog. It was as if all of her strength left her body. But then she heard the spirit say something for her to remember. She told Alice that Fruina will always welcome her with open arms. And with that, the spirit was gone. Meanwhile, Aaron asked Lunav on what's going on. Lunav explained that the guy blocked off the mana to nullify the manifestation of the spirit. But she's uncertain if the man behind the mask is really a human. When Alice saw the next wave of the monsters, she knew it was all over. The monsters attacked the masked man, but the masked man easily defeated the monster. Alice was surprised to know that the man is from their side. The masked man killed more monsters. And then, he had observed something. If he takes even a small step back, all of the monsters will be drawn to the princess's group. It's as if they are strongly attracted to something. Cyan, the masked man, asked Karam if she felt a special kind of mana from anyone in this group. Karam confirmed if he meant anyone beside Lunav. Cyan told her that Lunav is just like that. Karam told him that she felt the mana like that of monsters from the princess's necklace. Cyan asked for Karam's help, since he plans to close the distance in one go. Karam whined that Cyan only needs her in these kinds of situations. At the same time, Cyan activated creation, space, fog domain. A mysterious red field started to spread throughout the area while the monsters rushed to attack Aaron. This was just like domain expansion. The royal knights advised everyone to be careful since they don't know what the fog is. It felt like they were transported to a different space. The marionettes kept running, but they stopped when they stepped on the black fog. Alice was surprised to see that the black fog was consuming the marionettes. They were slowly fading away, and then it swallowed them. Eventually, the place got quiet as if nothing happened. Aaron noted that the masked man killed all those monsters. It made her wonder who that masked person was. But suddenly, Lunav collapsed. She told her to get it together. Little did she know, a black fog had already appeared behind her. Suddenly, the masked man appeared behind her. She screamed loudly. The royal knights were alarmed. The masked man pointed a dagger on Aaron's neck. The royal knights told the masked man to let Aaron go. Aaron realized that the man felt familiar to her. The masked man then stabs her necklace. Everyone was worried for the princess. They thought that she was done for. A royal knight attacked the masked man, but he missed since the masked man instantly disappeared. The royal knight was bothered with the fog. Suddenly, the masked man was with Lunav. Aaron saw it and yelled, "No!" loudly. She screamed at him to get away from Lunav. In the heat of the moment, she used her skill called the God Stinger and attacked him. The masked man saw it coming. He turned into a fog when it reached him. At the same time, a mysterious voice was then heard. Cyan told everyone that he's not trying to harm them. He explained that he destroyed the jewel so the monsters shouldn't be attracted to Aaron anymore. Aaron asked if he meant that the necklace that his brother gave her was the reason why she's attacked. The masked man instructed her to go through the front gates and get out of the palace. He already cleared out the path for her. They noticed that the whole place is turning back to normal. A royal knight approached Aaron to ask if she's hurt anywhere. She told them that she's fine. She asked about the well-being of Alice and Lunav. They replied that they're okay too. Alice suggested recuperating and leaving through the front gates like the man said. Alice's priority now is to get them to safety. She decided to think about the masked man later. Meanwhile, Lunav's eyes glowed. She uttered Cyan's name. I bet she had already found out the real identity of their savior. Meanwhile, in another place. The behemoth is dead. Its blood created a mess on the floor. Nana was looking at it. Emily clings to Brian because the sight scares her. She asked him what the deal about the kid is. Brian admitted that he had never seen her like that. Nana's dragon body parts are now revealed. She's flying in the air while exuding an ominous aura. In Cyan's past life, there was a rumor. It is about the banquet of blood incidents that resulted in the death of many people. The rumor was that the person behind the incident was the fifth princess of the empire, Erin Severus, who had been blinded by her desire to seize power. It was likely caused by the Daze Stone. It is highly likely that Ashel or Luenel gave it to her. After that incident, they were praised as heroes of the empire, and they benefited the most from that incident. Kairam confirmed with Cyan if it meant that Ashel and Luenel made up the whole incident for their own profit. She couldn't believe they would sacrifice their own kind for their own benefit. She commented that humans are worse than demons. Cyan replied that what they had done was nothing compared to what they will do in the future. Cyan recalled how he helped with worse massacres than that in his past life. He thought that he's even worse than them. Our boy stood up, so it prompted Kairam to ask if they would be leaving. Cyan replied yes, since Nana must have been waiting. He trusts that the palace's knights will take care of the rest. But then, Kairam interrupted him as she remembered to mention that the princess's necklace bothers her. Cyan asked why, and Kairam mentioned Emily. Then she told Cyan that the maid smelled like Daze Stone, too. Cyan's face turned grim. Meanwhile, Nana smelled Emily and said that she smells delicious. I bet she's right. But anyway, she was still in her frenzy state. Brian tried to calm her down. Emily cried and hid behind Brian, saying that she doesn't taste good at all. Brian was confused on what's happening. Looking at her, Brian thought of one thing. Nana is acting like a monster. And Brian noticed that for some reason, she only wants to go after Emily. He knew he must stop her. But that being said, he can't hurt the kid. Nana decided to attack since she can no longer wait. Emily panicked behind Brian. Brian was frozen in place. He couldn't afford hurting Nana. He was planning to just use himself to shield her attack. Suddenly, Cyan appeared, and the attack landed on his back. It happened too fast. Briand and Emily were surprised to see him. At the same time, Kairam went behind them. Cyan asked Kairam to hurry. Karam took something from Emily. It was the necktie that the young master Ashel gave to her. She panicked when she saw Karam stomping on it. Karam then spoke to Nana and told her to get it together. She told her that her beloved Papa is here. That caught Nana's attention. The word Papa brought her back to her senses. Right at that moment, she saw what's in front of her and asked what happened. She started tearing up. Nana asked if she's the one who hurt him. Cyan replied that it's okay. Despite the bead of sweat in his face, Cyan told her that it doesn't hurt at all. He comforted her by saying that she didn't mean to do it, that she didn't do anything wrong. Nana fell to her knees and cried. Brian was worried for the young master. Our MC then invited them to go to another place since the room was a mess. Meanwhile, the scene shifts with this bitch Luenell, who was unhappy because he's confused. The place should be full of monsters, and yet it's quiet as if the monsters never existed. The king had noticed that too. Luenell replied that it was a relief that the situation had been taken care of. Ashel scowled at that. Then they heard someone. Aaron called out to her father. She ran towards him. Ashel grits his teeth as he tries to hide his anger. Aaron hugged her father tightly. The king reciprocated and was relieved that she's safe. Luenell asked her if she's hurt anywhere. She replied that she was able to reach them safely because of the two people with her. Luenell replied that it was good. He told her that he's glad that she isn't dead, but his expression says otherwise. Aaron looked uncomfortable with him, but she replied that she's glad he isn't hurt too. She had tons of questions for him, but she prioritized other matters first. Alice greeted the king. The king thanked her for protecting his youngest daughter, and he promised to reward her generously. Aaron noticed Luenell and Ashel on the side. They were whispering at each other. She got curious about what they were talking about. But then Luenell grinned. The next thing we knew was that he pointed a sword at Lunav and announced to everyone that he knew who's the one behind the incident. He told them that she is the granddaughter of the Garam Mage Association president, and he arrested Lunav. Alice was confused about his actions. She wondered what this guy was trying to do. They watched for their reactions. The king told Luenell that he's crossing the line. He ordered him to lower his sword. Aaron also explained that Lunav saved many people alongside her. Luenell argued that it was just a trick, and that the Garam kingdom has always been waiting for a chance to strike the Ushef Empire. Luenell added that Garam kingdom's goal was assassination with the intent of creating chaos in the empire. Lunav calmly responded that Luenell spoke as if he had any proof. Ashel joins the conversation to explain that a suspicious aura of mana was detected at the place where Lunav was staying. The king asked if that was true. Aaron called out to him to stop him. The king warned Lunav to be smart with her words. Luenell added that he invited them to try and convey the desire for peace, but he kept an eye on them as a precaution. He promised to find the evidence if he's granted enough time. The king then agreed. Aaron tried to protest. Luenell grinned as he assured the king to trust him. Lunav wonders if it's a trap or something that her grandfather intended to happen. A few moments after, Lunav was imprisoned, along with her group from the Garam Mage Association for investigation. Leximus, who had been apart from Aaron, worked with the other guard knights to protect the nobles. The funerals of Marquis Drenian, the Empress's younger brother, as well as the countless others were held in the streets. Cyan was able to prevent many more deaths than his past life. But he could not change the fact that the banquet was called the Banquet of Blood. We then see Cyan being bandaged up. He told Alice that she doesn't have to do that. Alice insisted since he is his sister. Alice told him that it would have been so dangerous, so she's glad he was able to run away. Then she added that if it wasn't for the person behind the mask, she would have died too. She's still intrigued on who that person is. Then she noticed that the person's height is similar to Cyan. And then she expressed that she realized something and it caused Cyan to be alert. But funnily, she just noticed that her brother had gotten fitter, and that he had a lot of scars which indicated that he must have trained hard. Cyan replied, "Of course," and she teased him for being embarrassed. She asks if she can touch his muscles. He moved away from her while telling her to stop making fun of him. Someone entered and commented how Cyan recovered quickly. It was Ashel. He also commented how the two are close as ever, and that it made him jealous. He asked if Cyan is all better now. Cyan's expression turned cold as he replied that yes. Alice noticed that Cyan is wary of Ashel. Cyan inquired about the investigation. Alice started to wonder if Cyan also knew about Ashel. That Ashel has a vile side to him. Ashel replied that he went to him because of the investigation. He told him that a bracelet embedded with Day's stone was found in Lunav's room, and that Lunav claims that it was gifted to her. Cyan concluded that the one who gifted it to her would be on the list of suspects. Ashel commended him for being smart. He asked Cyan if he remembers receiving anything from anyone during the banquet. Cyan replied, no. He asked Ashel if he knew who gave the bracelet to Lunav. Ashel shared that there was a merchant in the palace, and that merchant was found dead, so he's trying to look for those people. Ashel's gaze turned serious as he asked again if Cyan had received anything on that day. Cyan confirmed his suspicion that it isn't an investigation. Rather, Ashel is trying to create a scapegoat. Meanwhile, in another place, someone was humming happily. An armed man approached the woman. The woman was none other than Emily, and she sensed the armed man. It was at the same time when Cyan realized that Emily was in danger. Back to these siblings. Before Ashel could expect an answer, he heard Cyan complain about his head. Our boy was quick on his acting skills and told his brother that he's sorry, as he's still not feeling better. Alice, being gullible that she is when it comes to Cyan, immediately assisted her brother. She then turned to Ashel and told him that Cyan had lost a lot of blood and that the doctor said that he needed rest. Ashel was clearly not expecting this, but since the acting was good enough, he opted to tell Cyan to go and get the rest that he needs. He's also about to leave. But then, Cyan's voice caught his attention. Our MC told him that he doesn't remember receiving anything from anyone, and even if someone tried, he's sure they couldn't have survived that hellish situation. And since he got the answer that he wanted, Ashel's expression brightened up. He thanked Cyan for it, and thought that his answer makes sense, since the monsters might have killed them. Ashel also thought that it's good enough for him since there isn't anyone else he has to eliminate anymore. But he's just ashamed of one thing. Deep inside, this guy was hoping that the incident in the banquet would be his chance to get rid of Cyan. And that faint bloodlust was felt by our MC. Alice noticed the facial expression that her younger brother made just now, and she called his attention. With an unexpected slap, full of love, she commanded Cyan to just lie down already. Meanwhile, in another place, we could see someone's blood dripping. A maid was slowly backing away from someone while asking why this mysterious person was doing this to her. Her face was full of worry while telling the person that she did as she was told. Apparently, this maid was the one who gave Princess Arin the necklace. While a sword was being pointed to her neck, she pleaded that Arin won't ever know what purpose it served. She wanted to be spared, but the man just told her that she has indeed fulfilled her role. But unfortunately, he also has to play his part, and he has to do this. The mysterious person was none other than Boris, the fucker that our MC fought at the start of the chapter. Boris then said that the more he thinks about it, the more unpleasant it all is. He prepared so thoroughly for everything, and yet things didn't go as planned. The next thing we knew was that blood was splattered all over the place. Boris then walked away while telling the maid to go and just rest in peace. But before he could leave, he uttered that he almost forgot something, since a corpse was found last time. It could have been bad. I bet he was talking about the corpse of the merchant that Ashel mentioned earlier. Boris knew that he needed to make sure that didn't happen again. He brought out his grimoire, and a menacing black creature with a lot of eyes and sharp fangs appeared. While grinning, he commanded this creature to eat up. Back to this scene when Emily was humming, and a mysterious person was behind her. The person called her by her name. It was none other than Brian. The anticipation about this bitch being assassinated as well had been cleared up. Apparently, Brian picked up some apples from the town. Emily thanked him immediately. She quickly munched the apple like Snow White. These two peacefully sat down side by side while Brian made a small talk about the weather being pleasant today. Emily then asked him how long they were going to stay in that place. Brian told her that their young master's answer was, "Until I say otherwise." So, things can't really be predicted. A scene from back when Cyan held the gift from Ashel was then flashed. Emily told him that this thing was meant to congratulate him on his first society event, but our boy knew that that was not the case. He commented that Ashel sure tried to make it as complicated as he could. With that, Cyan burned the damned gift. Emily freaked out about it, but Cyan told her to listen to what he was about to say. The palace and the Vert estate are not safe for her anymore, so she will stay hidden until he says otherwise. Brian, while busy assisting Nana, was also called by Cyan. Our boy commanded him to protect Emily as he just had some business to tend to. Brian was quick to answer that Cyan could leave that to him. Cyan then patted Nana's head while telling Brian to also protect her. With a reassuring smile, Cyan told her that this is just for a while and reminded her not to cry. Back to the present timeline, Brian thought that he had never seen his master make that kind of face. He knew that he needed to make sure that he could support him this time. Emily then interrupted his chain of thoughts by asking if Nana was all right. Brian revealed that Nana struggled for a few days, but he thinks she's fine now. That made Emily comment that a lot of things happened with the young master while she was gone. She never imagined that the girl she thought to be a maid would be a draconic human. She's now more determined to help out as much as she can. Brian then turned to her and told her that he was just thinking the same thing. These two are looking more like each other now. A brief memory then flashed back to our boy, Brian. It was the time when Emily held his arms. This fucker blushed as he wondered why he was reminded of that incident. I fucking knew it. Brian, we support you. In his perspective, this is how he sees Emily. You're in trouble, Brian. This maid commented for them to do their best for their young master. And of course, that kind of scene would make him blush. But hearing those words made him reassured, and that flashed a wide smile onto his face. Meanwhile, in another setting, someone was questioning the decision made by their father. This person was Lionel. He's now protesting about letting all the suspects go while they have clear evidence. But the Emperor told him, "Watch your mouth, Lionel. I have already made up my mind." And that answer made this fucker enrage. He questioned his father how he will seize reign over the continent when he's so soft. What the hell about the Garum Kingdom are you so scared of? That statement then resulted in a holy beam nearly blasting his face. Apparently, the Emperor had never thought about reigning over the whole continent. It's a nice goal, but there's a problem. The Ushif Empire shares a border with not only the Garam Kingdom, but also the Demon Realm, as well as Sparnia and Fruina. If they make an enemy out of the Garam Kingdom, they will no longer be able to hold back the Demon Realm. He also revealed that the entire continent will suffer from all the monsters pouring out of there. He continued to make this fucker know that even if they were able to gain power over the continent, somehow, that would sacrifice too many people. With conviction, the Emperor shouted that someone who does such a thing is a monster, not an emperor. He added, "Are you not even aware of such common sense?" But even after those statements, Lionel was still trying to prove his point. He was talking about the clear evidence. But the Emperor cut him off by asking if he was talking about the Days Stone. It then made Lionel back off for a moment. He wondered how the Emperor knew about that, since he's sure that his people shouldn't be done with the investigation yet. The Emperor continued to say, "Your face tells me everything, Lionel. Ever since you were young, you would not give up until you had what you wanted." This fucker started to sweat heavily now while trying to deny what his father had said. But the Emperor told him that that was enough. He even called his son a fool. He then questioned him how Lionel ended up like that. While turning his back around, the Emperor told him that even Aaron was a better fit for a ruler than he will ever be. And to seal the deal, his father doesn't want to see his ugly face again. Poor Lionel was now trembling in anger. He didn't expect to be compared to Aaron of all people. All he could do was to grit his teeth. I didn't think this face could even be uglier. Lionel thought, Aaron Severus? That damn bitch ruined it all. Ugly Lionel then rushed towards someone's room. The guard that was guarding it questioned his visit. He forcefully opened the door while telling them to move. We then see Leximus addressing him and telling him that Aaron needs to rest. But before she could finish her sentence, Leximus was hit by an unexpected punch. Aaron freaked out as soon as she realized what was happening. She called for Leximus's name, but a hand stopped her from moving. She glared at her brother. With a more composed expression, Aaron asked ugly Lionel what was all this about. The once fragile and ruined princess of the Ushif Empire was gone. Waifu number 1's character development had come forth. Meanwhile, with a trembling voice, this guy exclaimed that he had come there to talk with his precious sister. Leximus reminded Lionel that even if he's a prince, she will be forced to take action if he continues to act that way. Lionel challenged her on what she can even do when she's just a parasite. Luenell threatened her that he will have her and her relatives executed, and he will completely erase their bloodline and leave no trace of it. Arryn firmly told him to stop and asked why he came to see her. Arryn inquired if he wanted to hear something from her. Luenell was taken aback. He didn't say it out loud, but he wondered if it was the same Arryn Severus that he knew because she's different from before. Arryn decided to tell him instead that she did not receive anything from her. Luenell looked like he was intimidated. Earlier that day, the Emperor asked Arryn if there's no relation at all. Arryn replied yes. The Emperor was confused since the jewel that Arryn brought her isn't an ordinary one. It's a Daze stone from the Black Blood tribe. It is used to master outlawed dark magic, although they are disdained. It is said that Daze stones are used to control monsters. The Emperor informed her that there has been an intel that someone within the palace bought those in secret. It was the black market merchant Gilbert and maid Marilda. It seemed like they had been securing deals for a while, but those two are either missing or dead already. Arryn was shocked to hear that. The Emperor shared to Arryn that those two got in touch with Luenell a lot. He asked again if she didn't really receive anything from Luenell. He suggested that it could be a necklace. Arryn fiddled with her fingers and replied no. She denied receiving anything from him. The Emperor looked at her with sullen eyes. Arryn had figured out that the Emperor already knew who brought the jewels to the palace, so she pointed out that Lunav should no longer be a suspect. She requested for her to be released and supported that request by stating that Lunav had saved a lot of people at the banquet. The Emperor agreed and told her not to worry. Arryn lied on purpose. Because if she told him that Luenell was involved in the incident, she's afraid of what he'll do to the people around her. She won't allow it. So she made sure to prevent those people from getting hurt in the future. At the present time, she asked her brother if he's satisfied now. Luenell had a grim expression on his face and agreed that he had never given her anything. Arryn made sure to let him know that it's exactly what she told their father. Luenell is furious, to the point that his veins are popping out. He didn't like Arryn's attitude since he perceives that Arryn is acting like he had done something wrong. He threatened to hurt her subordinate. Arryn told him that she's expecting a guest. Luenell didn't expect that. He asked who could be more important than him. Cyan was leaning on the post behind Arryn. Arryn responded that he's important to her. Cyan apologized. Luenell was surprised. He didn't feel Cyan's presence at all. He wondered why he was there. With a pissed expression on his face, Cyan told him that he heard it all. Luenell asked how long he had been hiding. Cyan replied, "Hiding?" He explained that he just doesn't have much presence at all. Well, it's one of the assassin's traits. Luenell grits his teeth in annoyance from the audacity of Cyan to run his mouth in front of him. Cyan challenged him on what he'll do. He asked if he's going to do something about him, too. It made Luenell think that the rumors of engagement between those two are true. He knew that it wouldn't be good to make an enemy of Cyan Vert. Cyan is the son of his father's friend, and something about what Ashel told him bothers him. Back then, he was telling Ashel that he wanted to eliminate Arryn from the throne. He also asked why Ashel wanted to get rid of his brother when their father trusts him a lot. Ashel replied that Cyan gets on his nerves. He knew that Cyan was hiding something very big, and it got on his nerves a lot. Luenell finally understood what Ashel meant. He noticed that Cyan gave an unpleasant feeling of intimidation. Luenell glared at him. Then he decided to back off by saying that he's just joking. He made his exit while saying that all the misunderstanding had been cleared. Cyan thought that Luenell's personality wasn't bad at that time. Well, at least for someone nicknamed the Insane Emperor. He's better now compared to himself in Cyan's past life. Luenell apologized to Leximus. Leximus replied that it's okay, and she apologized for her rude behavior. Luenell glared at her and told her to watch out. When he was gone, Leximus let out a sigh of relief. Then she uttered that the guy was some piece of shit. She thanked Cyan for the help. Cyan replied that he didn't do much. Cyan finally understood the personality of the one branded as the continent's best swordsman. Cyan stated that it was Princess Arryn who did most of the work. Arryn blushed and tried to counter him, but she got flustered when he sat beside her. Cyan replied that his legs hurt from standing too long. He asked if he was allowed to sit there. Arryn's face was red as a tomato. She replied that it's okay for him to sit there. Leximus, who watches their interaction, thought to herself that Cyan was really stupid. Cyan expressed his shock that Arryn was able to say all that to the prince. Cyan made his way to the door. Now that they had made Luenell believe that they're together, Luenell won't be able to do anything to Arryn for a while. Then he bid farewell. Arryn stayed red and embarrassed. Leximus saw him off, but deep inside she thought of how ignorant Cyan is for doing what he needed, then leaving right away. Meanwhile, Ashel was cornered on a wall and a hand slammed beside his face while Luenell is screaming at him on how he plans to fix it. He reminded him that he boasted that his plan was perfect, but now the ones that they wanted are all alive. And he lost his father's trust. Ashel glared at him. Luenell continued to speak. He screamed, saying that the situation was bad. He complained that he was supposed to be the savior of the goddamned Ushif Empire. One person butts in and told him that there was a bit of success. Luenell asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Boris Lahelm. He respectfully greeted the prince. Luenell angrily asked where he was all this time. He explained that he had to carry out an order from Ashkel. Ashel stated that Emily had disappeared and probed what is the success there. Boris reported that they had been underestimating the people around Princess Erin. Luenell sarcastically asked if he should reflect. Boris replied that there is nothing for him to reflect on. He showed them a mana crystal used by Erin's friends during the battle. He reported that most of the mana is ordinary. The crystal was slowly being clouded with a mist. Then Boris stated that it's very rare. It can be considered something very evil and ominous. He stated that it is the mana of the demonic sword. It meant that one of Princess Erin's friends possessed the taboo demonic sword. In another setting, we see a large centipede served on the plate. Brian turned pale seeing that. He expected a crab stew, but it didn't look like it. He wondered why Cyan and Nana aren't fazed by it. Emily was pleased to watch Nana eat with gusto. She reminded her to eat slowly. Brian looked at Emily with a dumb expression. Then he noticed the centipede on the meal moved. Our boy was now starting to doubt this bitch with her cooking skills. A few moments later, Cyan announced that he's already full. Emily encouraged him to eat more. Cyan declined, since if he stayed longer, Ashel might have caught them. He only went to check on them. He also informed them that it's still not safe for them to come back yet, so if they need anything, they should just send Brian. He also has people standing by on guard. The place where they are at is safer than anywhere else. Then he went to leave. Emily reminded him to come back. Cyan assured her that he would. He also told Brian to take care. Brian called the young master with a dumbfounded expression. It was like Brian was silently telling him that he didn't like the food. It was a funny moment, especially when Cyan didn't understand what he meant. Cyan exited the place. He heard someone comment that they had such a nice family. Then the person on the robe asked for an explanation. It was Sarika, and she demanded an explanation on how Cyan knew about the banquet of blood and the death of her fiancé. She's suspicious, since everything he has done is as if he knew about the future. She told him to be careful of what he will say, because depending on his words, she might consider him an enemy. She asked who exactly Cyan Vert was. Sarika inquired how Cyan knew about the banquet of blood and the death of her fiancé. On top of that, the fact that he was her fiancé was something that Cyan could not have possibly known. So she probed him about how he knew about it. Cyan replied if it still matters when Drenian was someone he had to purify anyway. Sarika replied yes, because she's concerned that he could be a spy from another organization. Cyan asked what will happen if he is. Sarika brought out her weapon while saying that it's obvious. She attacked Cyan, but he was able to deflect it. She asked if Karam was getting in the way. Karam showed up in her true form. She warned Sarika not to put her hands on her owner. Sarika told her that she's the one who doesn't learn since she enjoys the situation. Karam told her that she's annoying. They fought each other. Karam has something nice to show her. She created a red sphere. Sarika anticipated that. It's the Black Fog's power, adamant. Sarika was confident that she'll be okay as long as she avoids it. But she was taken aback on how powerful it is. She was amused with Karam's power. She knew that if she got hit by that or tried to deflect it, she would have died on the spot. Now she understood why Karam stays in the sword form most of the time. If Karam would desire, she could blow up the whole city. In order to stop someone like her, she knew that she would need at least the Demon King. Karam advised her to be ready because she was just warming up. Sarika was actually excited, and it showed on her face. She replied that she'll do her best. But Cyan uttered, "Demon sword control." That forced Karam to crash on the ground, face first. It was like gravity was pulling her down. But she still managed to complain that she's just getting started. Cyan was annoyed and told them that if they made such a huge ruckus, all of them are going to get caught. That's when Karam and Sarika realized that. Cyan told them that he will go back and tell Brian and the others to move to another place, and he instructed them to fix their mess. He slammed the door, which left the two women speechless. He sighed, then he informed them that there has been a change in their plans. He instructed them to pack up right away. Then someone spoke, "You're here." It confused Cyan. When he placed down his hand, he saw Lunav sitting with the others. Lunav commented that there's a lot more to the family than she expected. Brian apologized to Sion and explained that Lunav just suddenly appeared. A bead of sweat fell on Sion's cheek as he realized that Lunav got through the barrier and the mist's detection. He inquired on how she found out about the place. Lunav was more skilled than Sion had expected. Lunav responded that it's one of her talents. She assured him that she's the only one who knows about the place, but then, funnily, she took it back, since there was such a ruckus outside. She asked what happened. Nana, Emily, and Brian stared at Sion, waiting for him to explain since they didn't know about it, but Sion chose to dismiss the question. It was a funny sight. Then he asked what Lunav was doing there. She uttered thanks, and that was all she wanted to say to him. Sion asked her what he did for her to thank him. Lunav replied that she already knows. Then she added the sentence, "The moment you came inside me that day." Brian and Emily looked at Sion with judging eyes. Meanwhile, Nana had no idea what they're talking about. Sion wondered if it's about their interaction before. When Lunav was on the ground, he touched her. Back then, Sion thought that she was unconscious. Lunav released wind and fire on her hands. She explained that she can use all elements of magic. She can combine them or change them. She can also track down a specific person's mana. She finds it cool. It was a gift that her grandfather gave her. Sion replied that it's more like a curse, and he told her that her body is broken. Lunav perked up and asked if it was really Sion. Sion invited her to talk about it someplace else. Meanwhile, Brian and Emily gossiped about them. It was funny how it got to Sion. He instructed them to start packing instead. Emily asked where they were going. Sion told them that the destination is Lewin Academy. Emily was delighted since she can take care of him every day now. But Brian isn't as thrilled when he imagines the kind of food that Emily will serve them. It was so funny. Nana noticed his expression and asked why. He replied that he had mixed feelings about it. Lunav narrated that she spent most of her younger days in a cold and dark place. She had to endure all kinds of painful experiments there, and she had no choice but to endure them. Her eyes don't have any life to it, but she knew it was her duty as the granddaughter of Reigen's Rainreaver. She asked Sion if he also has a duty to fulfill. Sion replied, not really, which made Lunav curious as to why he saved them anonymously. Sion casually replied that he doesn't want to become famous since it's a pain. He assumed Lunav would know why. She thought of that, and understood that it was because of his mana element. At first, she thought it was darkness. She collected a bit when she first saw him at the restaurant. Because of that conversation, Sion found out that Lunav can read people's mana information just by touching them. He didn't know about that in his past life. And on the day that she passed out, Sion gave her mana. She took it out, and it was a sphere of red energy. She commented that it looked like it was not of their world. Sion asked if she plans to take that to Reigen's. She diffused the mana and replied no. She had no reason to do it, and it would only be a pain. Sion smirked and questioned her if it was just her being rebellious or something. She approached him and replied that he might have an idea. She hugged him and thanked him for lessening her old pain. Sion knew that Lunav's body was like a boiling pot full of all kinds of elements of mana. It was chaotic. But someone closed the lid on that pot. It was probably to prevent the loss of mana. But that led to the pot overheating, and the mana spilling out began to put out the fire of life, putting Lunav on the brink of death. And Sion had just happened to put a hole in that lid of the pot, because in his eyes, Lunav also looks like someone else's marionette, and that annoys him. He gently pushed Lunav away, and told her that there's no need to thank her. He told her to keep his secret, and that he'll leave now if she had nothing more to say. Sion told her that it will be dangerous if she pushes herself again, so she better watch out. Lunav smiled at him and watched him leave. She knew that he's definitely a good person. At the Garam Association, President's office. Reigen slammed his hands on the table. His butler explained that there were no charges, but he told the butler that it wasn't the issue. The issue is that Lunav is stopping by elsewhere. He ordered to track her down and bring her to him immediately. The carriage started moving. Emily looked so pleased that it made Sion curious if she's really that happy. She replied yes, because she got to serve him again. But she knew maids aren't allowed in the academy. Sion replied that the principal will make a special exception. When they reached the academy, the principal firmly said no. Sion promised that people won't notice her. The principal demanded a reason why he should make an exception. Sion promised that he won't skip his lessons. The principal replied that it is how it should be. And what annoys him even more is that Cyan is requesting 2 maids instead of 1. Then he asked Cyan. He inquired if it's related to the banquet of blood. He knew that Cyan wouldn't ask him permission just for stupid reasons. Cyan thought about it. Then he responded that he will reveal the reason when the principal approves it first. The principal succumbs and tells him to do whatever he wishes, since Cyan will do it, despite his rejection anyway. Cyan admitted that it's difficult for him to explain it to him right now, but he had one thing to say with certainty. And he stated that it wasn't him who orchestrated the banquet of blood. He asked the principal if that's what he wanted to know. The principal asked if he's certain. Cyan admitted that he doesn't understand the principal. He's quite pissed off as he wondered how the principal sees him for him to assume that. The principal dodged the question and advised him not to skip his lessons instead. So in the end, the conversation with Kundel went well. Cyan wondered how Kundel would react if he found out that the person behind the banquet of blood was his grandson. From what he knew, it couldn't have been Luenel himself because he's not that thorough. He assumes that Ashel was the one who planned everything, and Boris carried it out, because that's how they have always done things. When Cyan reached his room, there was a man doing push-ups in front of it. Seth was already at 1,000. Seth noticed him. So he stopped and stood up. He invited Cyan to fight with him, but Cyan ignored him and immediately entered the room. Seth had been doing that every single day for the last 2 years. Seth assumed that Cyan was just busy, so he told him that they'll have it next time. After that, Cyan noticed a body on the ground. It was Brian, and he was laying in a pool of dark liquid. Brian looked pale. Cyan wondered if he's dead. Emily appeared, and Cyan asked her what was wrong with him. While munching on some creepy food, she replied that she had no idea, and that Brian just fell asleep after eating the cookies that she baked for Cyan. She offered him the cookies. Honestly, it doesn't look like a cookie. It's more like disgusting, rotten, poisonous food. Cyan instructed her to never cook for Brian again. Emily asked why. Cyan had no explanations and reiterated that she shouldn't. Emily pouts and complains that he's being harsh. Cyan sat down and sighed. He's already worried about their future. He noticed the envelope at the table and asked where it came from. Emily responded that it was Brian who received it, so she had no idea. He saw that it was from Lunav. Suddenly, someone called Cyan. When Cyan saw who it was, he got confused on how she did that. Emily, on the other hand, was quick on her feet and got in front of Cyan and demanded to know who it was. It was Lunav. She shared that she ran away from home. Meanwhile, at the sewage, 2 people wearing a robe traversed the path. One of them said that the guards of the Garam Association will be there soon. The other person replied that he had already taken care of it. One of those people in robes is an old man with eyeglasses. He warned the other person that it's the only way to stop Reigen's Rain Reaver. The other person is a woman. She asked if he's worried that she'll feel guilty. The old man was concerned because he was her student. That person is Lewin's academy instructor, Nella Aronis. She replied that she's not foolish and that she would feel pity for that monster. He replied that it was good. Nella decided to head to the location since their colleagues have already reached Lunav. The man bowed and said, "Let there be glory to the Garam kingdom." Back to these 2. Lunav and Cyan are at a cafe. Cyan dragged her out earlier, which made her comment that Cyan could be quite aggressive. She didn't expect him to drag him out like that. Cyan knew that there's a barrier spell on dorm doors. He asked her how she got past that. She explained that she analyzed the barrier using her mana and used a spell to cancel it. Deep inside, Cyan knew it was insanely overpowered. Lunav can analyze and do spells. It's more than just scanning. Lunav asked him if he had read the letter. Cyan replied that she arrived when he was about to do it. She said that she went to see him immediately because she could no longer wait for his response. Cyan asked if Reigens asked her to do that. Lunav paused. Cyan intimidated her while asking her if it was Reigens who told her to get in touch with him. Lunav admitted that at first, that was the only reason, but she clarified that it isn't the case anymore. She told Cyan that it's up to him whether he will trust her or not. Cyan shared that he doesn't trust others easily. He asked her of her intentions. She shared that recently, at the association, there have been few ominous happenings. 2 dragons had been in touch with the association, and they suddenly disappeared somewhere in the Lewin region. And people who had been smuggling items from overseas were found as cold corpses. And she found out that Cyan had been involved in all those things. It was her assumption until recently, but she's certain now. Cyan had no idea that dragons were related to the association. He asked her what her plan was. Lunav admitted that she's going to die soon. Cyan had helped her before, but she's fully aware of her body's condition. She knew that she's already broken beyond repair. She estimated that she has around 3 years left thanks to Cyan's help. Cyan replied that he doesn't believe her. He asked why she's so casual about it. He inquired if she isn't affected by the fact that she will die soon. Lunav wished that she could feel something. Cyan feels annoyed. He then stood up and replied that it was not his business. Lunav asked if he's leaving already. He replied yes, since he doesn't like getting involved in annoying affairs. Lunav smiled and waved him goodbye and told him that she'll see him next time. Kairam asked Cyan if it's okay to just leave her. Cyan knew that it's for the best. He's aware that the Garam Association had been waiting there for a while. The men in robes appeared. Lunav uttered that she thought she had done a great job sneaking out. She told them that they had come too early. One of those people told her that they should go since Rygans is looking for her. But she just stared at that person, making this person ask what the problem was. She replied that it's always Victor who comes to pick her up. He asked the person who she was. The person replied that Victor is busy, so they came in his stead, and they are from the 6th branch of security. Lunav giggled and called this person a liar. It was because she doesn't know anyone named Victor. Lunav activated the skill Windy, and that blasted the people away in white robes. They panicked since she's getting away. She wondered if they were extremists. She knew she needed to get out of here. She didn't see in front of her that there's a person. This person placed his hand on her forehead and used Sleep Catch. With that, Lunav fell on the ground. The person on the white robe laughed and commented that he didn't expect that it would be easy. But they were caught too quickly. Their leader instructed them to bring Lunav to the carriage. Lunav was deep asleep. It was then when Karam sensed something. She noticed the fight. It made Cyan wonder if those people aren't from Garam. He observes the situation. Later that night, the carriage had arrived at its destination. One person was tasked to stand by. The leader of the men in white robes entered the church and announced that he had brought Lunav Rainreaver. A person replied to him, "Well done." The man in black robes sitting in front commented that Lunav is a pitiful child because she was experimented on all her life, just to be used and thrown away in the end. And they planned to use her, for a good cause. The man who was asked to stand by noticed something. There was a dark fog all over the area. One guy realized that it could be missed, but before he could finish his sentence, his head was chopped off. The attack was so fast that it can be barely seen by the eyes. And it continued. The man hid. He had no idea what was going on. Then he yelled, "Stop!" But he sensed someone behind him. Then he yelled loudly that the boss heard him. The woman in black robe asked the boss if they had guests. The leader had figured out that someone had followed them. The woman told Ralph, the leader, to show the enemy what happens when someone gets in their way. Ralph heads out to silence the enemy. Karam commented that it was way easier than expected. Cyan replied that it's not over yet since the stronger guys are inside the cathedral. Ralph praised Cyan's skills. He asked him if he's alone. Cyan replied that it wasn't the same case for the big man, though. Cyan sensed that this person is like Lunav. But he corrected himself because he noticed that the man is more unstable than her. Ralph replied that he doesn't need anyone's help, especially when he's just dealing with a kid. The woman came out and asked Ralph if he's done. But the woman's eyes widened in shock. It was a sight that she didn't expect. Ralph was on his knees, and eventually his body fell on the ground. Cyan asked the woman if she's the last one. He probed for the reason why they wanted to take Lunav. The woman made a golden sphere in her hand and told Cyan that he isn't going to be popular with the girls if he's so interrogative. They told her to find out the answer to himself. Cyan noticed that he's combining elements freely. She's like Lunav. She released Thunderflame. Cyan evaded it, but he's slightly distracted because he has a lot more questions now. He took out Kairam, and the woman immediately took notice. Cyan was deflecting the Thunderflame with just a dagger. While she was distracted, Cyan was able to get close to her, and it made her scream. She used Air Leap to avoid the attack. She realized that the kid that she's dealing with is dangerous, so she couldn't let him live. She attacked him with a charge shot. Karam appeared behind the woman and told her to look on her way too. The woman was caught off guard that the kid wasn't alone. Kairam hit the woman, but she created a blinding light between her hands. It was like a large blade slicing the ground. It even sliced the cathedral. Sion couldn't help but notice how this woman uses a lot of mana. The woman had been bound through Sion's power. Kairam told her to stop struggling because no human would be able to free themselves from those restraints. Sion inquired who ordered Lunav's kidnapping, and he probed on how many of them are there. The woman replied that he'll find it soon, because they will seek him out. Then she told him that she'll see him in hell. But Sion wasn't intimidated. In fact, he and Kairam watch her with curious eyes. Kairam noticed from the woman's reaction that she could be from the heart curb. It is an artifact that keeps the user's mana in the heart. That's why she couldn't circulate it throughout her body. Kairam assumed that Lunav had something similar. The woman was shocked. She asked how Kairam was able to guess that. Sion knew that the monstrous organization that carries out all of the vile experiments in the Garam Association was the path of evolution. The woman became more intrigued on who the kid is. It was funny and petty when Sion replied that she can find out the answer for that. In hell. The woman complained that it's not fair to die like that. Sion punched him in the stomach. In Sion's past life, he found an ancient text in a laboratory room of the Garam Kingdom. It described how to use an artifact called Heart Curb and how to control it as well as experiments related to it. It also described how to eliminate when utilization was a failure. The woman's body vanishes into thin air. Sion took the Heart Curb, and it looks like it's still functional. Kairam asked him what he was going to use it for. He ordered Kairam to take Lunav to the carriage. Lunav refused to do it, since she had no reasons to do so. Sion threatened her by asking if she wanted to be controlled too. She followed his order and laid Lunav on the carriage. Sion admitted that it's his first time doing this, so he doesn't know if it will work well. He crushed the heart curb with his hand and placed the energy at Lunav's chest. If Lunav has something like this in her heart too, then what he's doing now should be able to destroy it. Lunav was still unconscious while Sion was doing it, and then eventually she opened her eyes. It showed her multicolored pupils, like a galaxy was in it, at the main building of the Garam Mage Association. Lunav opened her eyes and wondered what she's feeling. Her body felt lighter, like a weight has been lifted off her shoulders. And it's a puzzle how she feels Kaiyan more than usual. At the top of the building overlooking the city is where Kaiyan and Kairam is. Kairam asked Sion what he was trying to do. Sion stated that he thought he could use Lunav later on, since it would be a shame to kill her. Kairam replied that he's doing charity work. She's worried that he might get stabbed in the back later on. Sion commented how it's funny hearing that from Kairam. Kairam justified that his body will eventually be hers, so she wants her to take good care of himself. They decided to leave the area since it won't do them any good in staying any longer. Moments later, Lunav was interrogated about her statement that she doesn't recall anything after being kidnapped, and someone placed her there. She told her grandfather that she really doesn't remember anything other than that. But her grandfather is furious. The kingdom is in chaos because of the banquet of blood, and yet Lunav is that lackadaisical. The butler apologized and owned the mistake of failing to seek out Lunav earlier, but Rygans told him that it's not his fault since Lunav acted on her own. The butler thanked him for his consideration. Rygans pats the butler on the shoulder and acknowledges how he's always put to work because of Lunav. The butler replied that he's just fulfilling his duties. Rygans replied that he had done well up until that point. Out of the blue, Rygans emitted fire from the hand that was on the butler's shoulder. Rygans revealed that he knew long ago that the butler had betrayed them. He asked the butler if he really thought that he could get away with harming his granddaughter. The butler was nervous as he tried to ask for a chance to explain, but Rygans simply replied, "Shut it." Rygans is in rage as he spoke, how listening to the butler is sickening. He burned the butler alive. I think he deserves it since he betrayed them. Lunav couldn't help but say how Rygans was too harsh. Rygans told her that the butler is one of the people who ordered her kidnapping. He proceeded to ask if Lunav had found out anything about Kayan Vert. Deep inside, Lunav knew that her grandfather already knew the answer. So she replied that there's nothing special about Kayan. She knew that an obvious lie won't work. Her father asked what she meant. She elaborated that she returned late because she met up with him. She couldn't find anything special in the first meeting. Rygans placed his hand on her shoulder and told her that it's not the answer that he wanted. He demanded to know what Cyan was hiding. Cyan being avert made Rygans think that he's got something. If not, it could be that someone is helping him. Lunav informed him that Cyan has a guardian knight and a useless maid. There wasn't anything linking him to the incident, which prompted Lunav to ask why her grandfather is so obsessed with him. Rygans intimidated her by asking questions. He eventually answered that there's something about Cyan. He reminded her that she shouldn't ask questions because she's born as a rain reaver, which means all she needs to do is to follow his instructions. When Lunav had nothing else to say, Rygans told her to leave. Lunav was told that she's not allowed to go outside for a while. The butler's body continues to burn in front of Lunav. Lunav had a sullen expression on her face as she admitted to herself how she's sick and tired of their household. At the Leuven Academy, Chaharkan is dozing off in front of Cyan's dormitory door. Cyan took a peek at this annoying bastard who doesn't even attend his classes. He decided that he'll just come back to his dorm room later. When he was in the hallway, he noticed some students gossiping. Their lesson has been canceled because the professor hasn't been found yet. Cyan got curious as to what was going on. Someone spoke behind Cyan and informed him that an instructor called Nella Aronis went missing. It was Sarika. She whispered in Cyan's ear, accusing him of killing the magic instructor. Cyan was in full defense mode as he explained to her that it wasn't him since he doesn't even know who that person is. Sarika replied that it made sense that he doesn't since he skipped all his damn lessons. Sarika explained that the instructor was a very talented mage from the Garum Kingdom. It's common for mages to come to Leuven, a neutral area, but there were rumors that the instructor was against Rygans' Rain Reaver, so they have been keeping an eye on her. But Sarika had never predicted that Lunav would get kidnapped. They were going to help her, but Cyan beat them to it. Cyan looked dumb when he realized how that person looked familiar. His expression annoyed Sarika, which made her ask if he's even listening. Sarika explained that she's the only one who knows, so Cyan had nothing to worry. She told him that she will give him a mission, so he should stay outside the academy for a bit. Cyan asked who's going to be substitute instructor for that. Sarika assumed that the other instructors would take turns. They needed a new mage to fill in the position, and the advertisements for that are already out. Meanwhile, in another setting, a trunk was placed on top of a haystack in the wagon. A man expressed how he loved the view of the grassy field. The driver of the horse-drawn vehicle replied that it would make sense since the man was from the city. The old man inquired about the reason as to why the man would move into the suburbs. The man explained that there's a job that he wanted, and that the position is available now. That's also why he's in a hurry. The old man got excited to hear about this man having a job in Leuven. He assumed that this person was a teacher. The man was embarrassed and replied that he's not yet a teacher. Meanwhile, our girl Emily looked so bored. Karam demanded her to get up because she's taking her spot. Emily challenged her idea by reasoning that it's the young master's dorm and none of those things belonged to Karam. That annoyed Karam. Cyan entered the room. Then he noticed that those two were acting strangely. Emily got a big lump on her head because of Karam. She tattled how scary Karam is. Cyan told Karam to get up since they have a mission. Emily expressed that she wants to go with them, but Cyan said no because he has a more important mission for her. And that was to make sure that Nana doesn't go hungry. Emily complained that it isn't important at all. She figured out that Cyan is just trying to get her out of his back. But then she heard a loud rumbling noise behind the door, and then she realized that Nana might turn into a terrifying creature back then. Nana stepped out of the room while emitting an ominous aura. Immediately, Emily stuffed Nana's mouth with bread, and in an instant, the terrifying aura was gone. Nana looked pleased. With a serious expression on her face, Emily told Cyan that she'll take care of things and he had nothing to worry about there. Cyan gave her his approval with a thumbs up. Emily had a smug look on her face while saying that she's confident in her cooking. But then, Cyan reminded her not to feed Brian since he's still recovering. This poor guy was already seeing his late grandma in his sleep. Karam inquired where they were headed. Cyan informed her that they are off to southwest of the Ushif Empire. The place is called Lambaster. It's a city of crime ruled by money and violence. Rowdy people were cheering for their bets. Two people are inside the ring. It was a match between Zelbard and Zaber. One guy commented that the opponent is such a monster. This monster asked how he should kill him. The monstrous guy heard the crowd crush his opponent. He made sure to intimidate his opponent even more by asking what he thinks about that. The man courageously replies that the monstrous human should just shut it and attack. He even taunted this guy by calling him pig. The referee told them to start. As soon as the cue was given, the monstrous human punched the opponent and his attack didn't land. The guy insulted him, calling him slow. He vowed to make this pig pay for underestimating him. But the monstrous human had grabbed him with a single hand and decided to crush him. The crowd concluded that Zaber was already down. They're not exactly wrong, since Zaber had coughed up blood from being squeezed tightly. Later on, Zelbard was declared the winner. Sometime later, we see the area was creepy with drunkards on the street. Karam commented on how dirty the street was. Lewin is a neutral region because of agreements between nations, but the place that they are in is impartial because it's way out of control. Karam asked what it meant, but before Cayenne could answer, someone greeted them. It was a large, muscular man with blonde, long hair, and behind him were two hoodlums. The blonde man addressed Karam, suggesting that she hangs out with them instead of a kid. Cyan answered Karam's question earlier. He explained that the place has a lot of criminals. Karam asked the blonde guy if he's talking to her. The men grinned and told Karam that she should brace herself because they will be rough with her. And they told the kid to scram. And after a moment, those men laid on the ground with bruises all over their face. Cyan walked past them. Poor dudes were just beaten to pulp. Later on, our MC placed a bag full of coins while demanding for the best room. The receptionist was confused to see a kid. She asked him how old he was. But Cayenne rudely asked if she did not hear him. He again demanded the best room for a single person. Then he started complaining how the inn treats their customers. He asked for the owner of the place. The receptionist was flustered. She stuttered in welcoming him to the lambaster cage. Once he was up in his room, Cyan watched the people from his window. He noted that those people had finally started to arrive. That means he has to get going too. He confirmed that the receptionist's name is Lisa. Lisa was pleased that he got it right. She asked him how she could help her. Cyan informed her that he wants to use the cage. Lisa looked disappointed as she informed him that new customers are not allowed to use the cage. Cyan had an inkling that drugs were definitely sold. He looked around and asked what happened to the people that were in the lobby. It made him ask if he's the only new guy there. Lisa glared at him, and Cyan felt her murderous intent. Immediately, Lisa acted docile and apologized. She explained that she's just doing her job. Cyan finds her interesting. He was curious to know what she's wary of. Cyan released a red aura while getting something in his pocket, and immediately Lisa pulled out her daggers. She was ready to attack him. Cyan stepped back. He threw something at her. Lisa had a good look, and it was just a gold coin. She realized that she reacted instinctively because of the intense, murderous intent coming from somewhere. She couldn't believe that it was from the kid. Cyan felt bad about the previous gold coin. Lisa immediately apologized. Cyan asked if she just tried to attack him a while ago. Lisa denied it by saying that it was a misunderstanding and that she didn't mean to harm him. Cyan acted like a rebel and expressed how displeased he is. He threatened Lisa and asked if she's going to take responsibility for it. Lisa was dumbfounded. She then opened the door to a hallway. She instructed Cayenne to follow the staircase to get to the cage. Lisa gave him a VIP plaque. Cyan asked what it is used for. She explained that it is given to customers who use special rooms. She added that Cyan will be pretty safe if he keeps it on him. Lisa had no idea why he wanted to go to the cage badly, but she advised him not to go there unless he has multiple lives. Then she wished him good luck. In Cyan's head, he replied that he wished to do his own thing. She told Lisa that he will take her statement as a threat and will never forget it. Lisa was annoyed and decided not to worry about him. Cayenne decided to head down. Kiaram inquired why Cayenne didn't simply ask the woman to bring the owner. Their mission was to bring out the Lambaster cage's owner. That person is Linza Nihaloff. She's the veiled individual and owner of Lambaster Cage. Cyan replied that there are no clues of that woman at all. Karam was annoyed that Sarika gave them a riddle-like order. Cyan knew that they'll figure it out soon. Karam commented that Cyan sounded like he knew all about the place. Cyan admitted that he came there a few times in his past life. He did, until the place collapsed because of the Civil War. Karam was curious as to what extent the chaos in the area is. Cyan just reiterated that she'll find out soon, about the true Lambaster cage. In another setting, a man with a cigarette was amused that a young boy did that to his acquaintance. It was the dude earlier that tried to bully our MC. The blonde man replied that it happened near the entrance of the city. He stated that it was no ordinary kid. The man with long white hair like a wolf was interested to know if that kid was in the Lambaster cage. The blonde man replied that they did everything they could, but the kid booked a VIP room and they couldn't do anything about it, so they came to this white-haired man. The man asked if the kid was a son of a noble household. The blonde man replied that he's sure of that. He whined about how upset he is and asked for Gunther, the white-haired man, to help them. He wailed while complaining how he couldn't go around the public anymore. Gunther consoled him by agreeing to the request. Gunther is interested in checking out what the kid looked like. He headed off to the cage right away. The scene then shifts where a fight is going on. The crowd cheered as the referee announced that Linda Weasley won. Linda celebrates her victory with a loud scream as she tramples on the loser. After witnessing that, Karam expressed that she now understands why the town went under. Cyan explained that betting on fights like that attracts attention after all, and it's the reason why he's there. Cyan decided that if it's hard to approach Linza Nihalov, then they will just make her come to them. Karam was confused. Then a person noticed Cyan. There were two large men. They told Cyan that the place isn't for kids. Cyan was pleased with their timing. Cyan punched the man closest to him. The bald man rushed over to his colleague's side. The man who was writhing in pain was surprised when Cyan grabbed his hair. When the man named Jason saw Cyan's fist, he immediately apologized. But Cyan still punched him. The bald man was frozen in shock. Cyan dropped the man on the ground. Then he asked where he should sign up to fight. He liked that more than just watching and betting. The crowd were disappointed. They assumed that the cage is doing badly, and now there's a shortage of participants. One of the uniformed organizers was angry because a fucking kid is a participant. Cyan heard someone speak how excited he was for the surprise event. It was the humongous human. He looked down at Cyan while asking how he wanted to die. The crowd weren't pleased. They assumed that the fight would be too one-sided. But there were some who thought it was better. The man couldn't agree that a kid will be up against Zelbard, when Zelbard is a monster. People labeled him as half-ogre. Meanwhile, Zelbard announced that he's going to crush the kid, but then Cyan leapt. And it surprised Zelbard. He didn't expect for Cyan to be in front of his face already. Cyan punched him with a powerful impact. Zelbard didn't even have the time to react. He fell on the ground. This fucker was knocked out. Most of the audience had their mouths gaped open from the shock. They couldn't believe what just happened. The referee announced that Lamia Simon won. It made the crowd cheer. Karam asked what Lamia Simon is. Cyan explained that he can't just go around revealing who he really is, especially when he is a son of a duke. Karam argues that Cyan's face is out in public, so it doesn't make sense. Cyan replied that he activated a spell for that, so there's nothing to worry. Karam figured out that the idiot god, her father, shared his authority again. Those people will know Cyan if they were to actually meet and interact with him, but if they tried to recall his face, nothing will be recalled. Karam decided to go back to sleep. Cyan commented that it's so unlike her to worry about him. She argues that she isn't worried. Meanwhile, Gunther was watching the match, and he got curious about Lamia's Simon. He now had chosen this person to be his opponent. He hoped that Simon wouldn't disappoint him, later, at the inn. Lisa looked annoyed as she talked to the person in front of the counter. The blonde, rich-looking woman was just as annoyed and expressed that she doesn't want to be there for long, too. So she decided to get right to the point. This woman is Delkia, the manager of the red light district. She talked about the little kid who just caused ruckus that day. She wants that kid to be brought to her in that instant, and she's certain that the kid is staying in that inn. Lisa played innocent and shooed her away. Delkia has several men in suits behind her. She threatened Lisa by saying that it would be terrible for them if she asked her men to get to work. She emphasized that the issue happened in her territory, so Lisa should stay out of it. Lisa is almost at her limit. She told Delkia that she will no longer tolerate any more of it, especially that it concerns their customers. Her daggers are already out behind her back. Because of that answer, Delkia became certain that the kid is indeed inside. Delkia's men made sure to let her know that they're ready, and she could give her order any time. In Lisa's head, the kid had really done it. Now they're in a bad situation. She wondered what she should do. All of a sudden, Cyan appeared and asked if they were looking for him. The men in suits were surprised. Even Lisa had her mouth gaped open. She asked Cyan how long he was there. Cyan replied that he heard from the moment Delkia uttered that the issue happened in her territory. Now that he's there, he urges Delkia to talk to him instead of harassing Lisa. But something strange happened. Delkia was captivated. In her point of view, Cyan was nonchalant as he extended his hand while uttering an apology for displeasing her. He explained that the guy provoked him first, but Delkia cut him off mid-sentence. Her face is red, and she asked for his name. Cyan replied that his name is Simon. Delkia commented that it's a brave name for such a fine face. This woman was in deep trouble. Our MC's riz was just too much for her to handle. Lisa looked disgusted, and in her head, she wants to scream that it's a minor. Immediately, she told Cyan that he doesn't need to talk to Delkia. She urged him to hurry and come to her side. Cyan casually replied that she has nothing to worry, and he'll take care of it. Lisa screamed that the woman was dangerous. From her bosom, Delkia took out her business card. He invited Cyan to have a deeper conversation with her next time. Cyan looked at the card. It stated that the place is Delkia's room of pleasures, and they cater to the customer's taste. Cyan was disgusted and, in his head, he commented how crazy the woman is. Delkia continued to flirt with him by encouraging him to stop by. She added that if it's Simon, she'll serve him for free. Cyan and Lisa were left disgusted. Lisa accused Cyan of not listening to her. Cyan defended that they provoked him first. She nagged at how Cyan even joined the match and won. Cyan couldn't help but comment on how the news spread fast. Lisa replied that it can't be helped since it's a small place. Before Cyan went upstairs, Lisa reminded him not to ever think about going to the room of pleasures. Cyan yelled that he doesn't go to places like that. Deep inside, Lisa finds him cute for acting embarrassed. Linz was amused that Delkia just backed off on her own. Lisa didn't know she was there, so she was surprised when she heard her speak. Linza Nahaloff had observed that Lisa had gotten close to the kid. Lisa bowed and greeted her. She explained that she only treated him like she would with any other VIP customer. But Linza didn't buy it, given that Lisa offered advice to that kid. Lisa explained that it didn't involve any personal feelings since it was just a kid. Gunther joined the conversation and told Lisa that she's underestimating the kid. Lisa instinctively got angry that Gunther stepped inside. Gunther greeted her and commented that the place looks old now. He asked why they wouldn't remodel it. Linza explained to Lisa that she was the one who called Gunther. Lisa was confused as to why. Linz was instructed to arrange a fight for Gunther. Lisa uttered that Gunther was expelled ago. She inquired who the opponent was. Gunther announced that he wants to fight Lemea's Simon. With a smug look on his face, Gunther suggested that he could already smell the money. As the night deepens, a loud screaming was heard behind the room. The men had observed how that lady was being pretty loud. One man was unimpressed as he uttered that the lady, before leaving, stated that she was the one who would do the seducing. It was funny how she fell completely head over heels over that kid. Because they knew her, they expected her to do everything she could to get the kid to come in there. It's because Delkia always gets what she wants. The loud gurgling from behind the door made the man feel sorry for the kid. At the same time, they felt fortunate for having ordinary faces. It seemed like Delkia was looking for something. She kept on drawing while complaining that she can't remember the face. It sounded unreasonable when she just saw him. She's going crazy that she can't remember Simon's face, that beautiful face of his. Tears streamed down her eyes as she asked why. She expressed that her brain is foggy, and when she tries to remember him, it is all blurry. It's driving her mad. At the same time, it's making her want him more. She's fixated on Lamia's Simon. This bitch was clearly crazy and horny as fuck. Alcohol, women, and gambling. It's the red light district of Lambaster. This is where one can partake in all forms of pleasure and ecstasy. And Cyan knew never to step foot in that place. He did expect Delkia to be strange, but not to the point of having rumors about her having questionable tastes. Cyan decided to look around in other regions for clues about Linza. Accidentally, someone bumped into Cyan. Several boxes from the basket fell. He asked if the girl was all right. The girl immediately apologized to him. It left Cyan dumbfounded as to why she's apologizing. Cyan picked up a box and saw that it was cigarettes. He placed everything inside the basket while asking if the girl was hurt anywhere. He told her that he should be the one apologizing. The girl bowed to him and thanked him for his mercy, but Cyan told her to stop. Cyan handed back the basket while asking if she's selling those. The girl replied yes and informed him that those are exquisite cigarettes from the Gray Merchant Union. She asked him if he wanted to buy one. Cyan told her that he doesn't smoke. Cyan took a mental note of the Gray Merchant Union since it doesn't sound familiar. The girl apologized to him again. Cyan inquired on where she'll sell those. She replied that it will be on the alleyways west of the red light district. She was pleased to share that she could sell her whole stocks. If she gets lucky enough during the night, then she'll be able to go home before sunrise. Cyan realized that the girl can only go home when the whole batch is sold. Because of that, he figured out the position she's in. He gave her 1 golden coin and asked if he would be able to buy all of the stocks with it. The girl was confused since he just mentioned that he doesn't smoke. Cyan insisted that she take it. Then he added another coin just for her. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. She thanked him and told him that she will never forget about it. When the girl was gone, Karam appeared in her ball form and teased Cyan to run a charity. Cyan burned the cigarettes using his powers, then he replied to Karam that the girl was headed to the dump site. He decided to follow the girl. Karam asked why, but Cyan just told her that she'll see it later. A few moments after the encounter with Cyan, the girl was thrown on the ground. A blond, muscular man had punched her. It was the same hoodlums that Cyan beat up at the entrance of the city. When the girl crashed on the ground, the other golden coin slipped, and those hoodlums saw it. They got angry that the kid they called bitch lied to them. Those men cracked their knuckles in preparation to teach the kid a lesson. They accused her of lying about selling all those cigarettes too. The blond man took this chance to let his anger out because of that damned Simon bastard. The girl yelled that she didn't steal it. She begged for them to believe her. Suddenly, Cyan appeared behind them and told them that the girl is begging them to believe her, so they should stop. The blond man recognized the voice. Cyan called them pathetic for being grown-ass adults and stealing money from kids. Those men were surprised to see Cyan coming to their base on their own. They vowed not to let their guards down this time. Cyan stepped on the blond man's foot. The girl watched those men get beat up. Eventually, the blond man begged Cyan to stop. He asked Cyan for his motive for doing that to them. Cyan grabbed the man's leg while replying that he simply feels joy at the smallest things. One example of that is torturing bad guys. The man sensed what Cyan was about to do and begged him to stop. But Cyan continued to twist the man's leg, until eventually the blond guy loses consciousness like the rest. Cyan picked up the golden coin and informed the girl that the guy won't be able to walk for a while. He gave it back to her and told her not to drop it next time. The girl thanked him for it. Out of the blue, Gunther showed up clapping his hands while expressing how impressive it was. Cyan asked who he was and if he knew him. Cyan predicted that the guy won't be able to recognize him because of his spell. Gunther thought about it and expressed that there's only one person that he knows that is as skilled as that. Gunther guessed that the kid was Simon. Then he introduced himself and informed him that he runs the place. Cyan replied that it's a good opportunity since he had a lot of questions. Supposedly he's going to ask the guy lying on the ground, but Gunther will do. That's when Gunther noticed the man on the ground and stepped on him while saying that the man is useless now. The blond guy tattled that it was that bastard who thrashed them at the entrance. Gunther stated that he's going to throw the guy out now that he's worthless. That statement was followed by blood spilling. Upon witnessing that, the girl got terrified. Sion stated that there was no need to kill the guy. Gunther brushed it off by saying that he's just too excited. He shared that he just came back from meeting the owner of the lambaster cage because he wanted to fight Simon. Kion didn't expect that the guy would know Lin's Neolof. Gunther was taken aback that he's suddenly being attacked. Gunther was able to block Kion's leg. He felt the weight in Kion's attack. He asked if Kion really wanted to fight at that moment. Since Kion attacked him again, he took that as a yes. He fought back with a punch, but Sion was able to dodge it. Gunther's attack was powerful and left a large dent on the ground. Sion notices how the man is destroying the place. He wondered if Gunther has some ability to reinforce strength. Gunther stated that there's no need to wait for the match in the cage just to fight with Simon. He leapt quickly. Both him and Sion are now in the air. Gunther was pleased to know that Kion was better than he expected. He urged Sion to keep entertaining him that way. Sion had observed how Gunther isn't in his right mind. Gunther's attack landed on Sion, somewhere in the pocket dimension of the god of black fog. Our girl, Sarika, could be seen meditating. Eru uttered how Sarika gave Kion an interesting mission. The person mentioned in the mission wasn't in the list of the altar. Eru doesn't want to lecture Sarika about this, but he's surprised that she decided to drag that child into her personal business. Sarika didn't intend to deny it. But she rationalizes that Linsa Nihalof is someone they had to eliminate at some point. And she expressed how she wanted to test Sion. She wants to know whether he is someone they can trust as the successor, or that maybe Sion would turn out like Linsa Nihalof. Eru commented on how interesting the enigma is. Sarika replied that they'll find out soon, since one can never predict fate. Back to these two, Gunther was amused that Sion is still standing after his attack. He couldn't help but be glad that he came to find him. He encouraged Kion that they should keep going, and he told Sion that he should continue his gimmick. Several areas have been destroyed from their fight. Sion kept attacking. While inquiring where Linz is, Gunther was amused that Sion is bringing up that woman in the midst of their match. Gunther yelled at Sion to not underestimate him. He punched Sion, but Sion was able to step back and evade it. Sion had noticed that Gunther's arm is not taking any damage from his attacks. Gunther challenged Sion to try dodging his next attack. That attack was so powerful that it shattered the ground that it traverses. Still, Kion came out unscathed, which made Gunther comment that Kion isn't so bad. Actually, Kion, or Simon as he knows, is better than he expected. Sion was standing on the single pillar erect in the area, and Gunther told him to come down. Karam asked if she should step up. Sion told her to wait because he sensed someone in the area. Someone threw several knives at Gunther and told him to stop. That annoyed Gunther. He asked them why they are butting in as if they have death wishes. It was Lisa. She demanded to know why he's fighting their esteemed customer. Gunther was like a child whining that Kion was the one who started it, while Lisa didn't buy his nonsense. Gunther insisted that he's saying the truth. He had the guts to ask why he's always blamed for everything. Lisa didn't hold back in saying that Gunther is a troublemaker. Watching them made Sion curious if Lisa and Gunther knew each other. Gunther decided to leave. He told Lisa not to forget their fight. Sion was surprised to see that Gunther was more obedient than how he was acting before. Lisa asked Sion if he's anywhere. Sion replied that he's fine. But Sion showed them his displeased face again. It was hilarious. Lisa was flustered, and she empathized with him. Sion noticed that she had a favor to ask. Lisa was surprised. She asked how Kion found out. Sion explained that Gunther mentioned earlier that he met with the owner to request a fight with him. He answered that he didn't mind that. Lisa asked if he's sure. Sion told her that he has one condition. Sion looked at the girl and uttered that Lisa should give her a job. The poor girl was trembling in fear while in the corner. After that fight, the news spread fast and people were excited about Gunther coming back to the cage. They didn't expect to see Gunther at the garbage dump again. What's even more exciting is that he'll be fighting Lamia's Simon. People expected that the kid would be in big trouble. Lambaster was bustling with talk about Sion and Gunther's upcoming fight. For a week, Sion roamed and fought around for a bit, and he learned that there are a few rules to the cage. First is that there's no weapons. Second, he must fall back if the opponent loses the will to fight. Naturally, the third rule is that he must not kill the opponent, but that was before. The match now doesn't have any rules. It was the match between Cyan and Gunther, and the cage's owner has specially permitted the no-rule match. The referee answered Cyan that it's exactly what it is. Cyan told him that he was never told about it. Gunther expressed how much he had been waiting for their match. He had brass knuckles on. It was comedic how Cyan asked him where he got it from. And when he was about to complain to the judge how unfair it is, he was gone. And before Cyan could protest any longer, the referee announced the beginning of the match. Meanwhile, Linz was watching from above. She wants to know how skilled Lemea's Simon is. Gunther asked Cyan if he wasn't informed about the match being a no-rule match. Cyan replied not at all. Gunther told him to grab a weapon if he's afraid. Cyan is getting annoyed. He replied that he'll be fine even without one. Ominous mist appeared on his hand. He prepared himself, and admitted that he has a plan in his mind. Cyan uttered, "Let's do this." Gunther liked that Cyan has magic. He taunted him by saying that he was worried that he might kill him. Cyan simply replied that he had no idea that it was a death match. Gunther assumed that Cyan must have not heard about him. He admitted that he knew how good it tastes to kill a human. Cyan simply replied, "Is that so?" Gunther intimidated him by saying that he would gouge his arrogant eyes first. In a shift second, Gunther charged forward. Cyan manifested Karam on his hand. Gunther was taken aback on being slashed. It happened so fast. The indestructible arm that Gunther was very proud of was already cut off. Next thing he knew, he was coughing up from the pain. The crowd was confused. Gunther fell on his knees while yelling and clutching his arm. He vowed that he'll never forgive Cyan. But before he could utter another word, our boy Cyan told him not to move, or he might actually die. Gunther felt the intense pressure just from those words, and he froze. He knew that Cyan was not kidding about killing him right in an instant. Next thing they knew, Lemea's Simon was announced the victor since Gunther remained silent. The crowd couldn't believe how Gunther lost so pitifully. But along with the crowd, one man noticed the black fog and the mysterious mana. It made him certain that Cyan wields the demonic sword. Cyan thought of how someone ensured that he won't get any information on the rules of the match. It made him wonder if Linz realized what he's trying to do. The girl that he saved earlier happily greeted him and offered him a cup of water while telling him how cool he was. Cyan asked her if she had started working at the inn. She explained that Lisa positioned her as an assistant first. Cyan saw her name tag, which states Lewis. He pats her head and tells her to work hard. Suddenly, someone called Cyan. He was waiting for the time to scold this person. It was Lisa, and she was bowing intensely as a way to apologize to Cyan. Cyan interrogated her on the reason why she hid the information of it being a no-rule match. Lisa was surprised. She denied that she knew about it since it was information shared only between Gunther and the owner. She apologized for not checking beforehand. Cyan stated that he wants to meet the owner. Lisa replied that it's not possible since the owner prefers to stay anonymous. Cyan realized that his method won't work. Suddenly, someone approached Cyan. Cyan asked who this man was. He introduced himself as Morris of the Gray Merchant Union. He whispered something while he approached Cyan. With a wicked expression on his ugly face, he mentioned the demonic sword. And he asked Cyan if he's willing to sell it to him. Cyan glared at him and replied that he has no idea what he's talking about. Morris told him that hiding it is useless since he recognized it well. He shared that he used to work for the Albus Merchant Union. He stayed there until Zickerman Albus, the head of the Albus Merchant Union, was assassinated 2 years ago. Since then, he left and has been working for the Gray Merchant Union in Lambaster. He shared that his specialty is swords and various weapons, and that he had supplied weapons to the Garam Association, even back when he was in the Albus Merchant Union. That made Morris confident about being the best when it comes to weapons. And he insists that what he saw earlier is the demonic sword of the dark fog. He speculated that it has been waiting for its owner for years and years. He told Cyan to name the price and he'll buy it no matter what. Cyan asked if he's the only one who knows about it. Then he grabbed Morris's neck and choked him while he lifted him in the air. all this while saying that it's good that he's the only one who knows, because it means that he only needs to get rid of him. A man covered in black clothing appeared. He's like a ninja, only his eyes can be seen. Several of those men arrived. They pointed short blades at Cyan while demanding him to let go of Morris. Cyan looked intimidating as he asked if Morris really thought he could stop him with those guys. Cyan recognized that those men were from Sparnia's Shadow Assassin Squad. He assumed that Morris invested a bit into his security after the death of Zickerman Albus. Cyan tightened his grip at Morris's neck while asking him if he really thinks those guys can save him before he snaps his neck. Morris struggled to ask for help. Suddenly, Louis and Lisa arrived. They were both alarmed and confused. Lisa took out her blades while asking what they were doing with the guest. She encourages to resolve it with words. If not, she will have to use force. Cyan had observed that this might pull Louise in the mess, too. He's quite annoyed. He let go of Morris and told him that he will spare him at this time. He told him to scram before he changed his mind. Morris's security asked him what they should do. Morris instructed them to put away their weapons. Morris acknowledged that Cyan, a.k.a. Simon, must be upset. Cyan glared at him, and Morris responded that he'll back off for now. But he didn't stop. Instead, he made sure to let Cyan know that his offer still stands, so Cyan should think about it. They exited the room. Cyan knew that the Gray Merchant Union was a new organization formed as a consequence of him killing Zickerman Albus. Louis asked if he's all right. He replied that he's fine. But Louis brought up how scary those people are. He pats her and assured her not to worry about it. Then he told Lisa that he has a favor to ask, which is to meet the owner of the Lambaster cage. Lisa was taken aback. Meanwhile, someone was screaming at the top of his lungs while smashing a rock. It was Gunther. His men told him to calm down, otherwise he's gonna reopen his wound. He yelled Simon's name. He's furious to the point that he feels like he's going to die if he doesn't kill him. Gunther felt so powerless. In front of Cyan, he racked his brain on how he can bring him down, but he couldn't think of anything. Then he remembered Louis. His eyes were bloodshot red as a eureka moment came to him. He laughed and thought he could bring down Simon using the kid. He had an idea. At the inn, Louis was in a hurry. Someone opened the door. She was surprised to see that a customer would come in at that time of the night. Despite carrying loads of towels in her hands, she made sure to welcome them to Lambaster Cage. The customer grinned. Louis felt nervous. Because that wasn't a customer, but it was Gunther, and he asked her if she remembers him. She replied, yes. Gunther looked like he had something evil in his mind when he asked the kid to help him. Meanwhile, Cyan asked why he couldn't meet the boss. He threatened to put in an official complaint. Lisa simply stated that the boss is not someone he can meet easily. He asked Lisa as to why she's defending Linsa Nihalov so much. Lisa was taken aback that he knew her name. But as she expected, Cyan isn't an ordinary person. Then she revealed that the boss is keeping an eye on him too. Lisa explained that it was the boss who permitted the fight with Gunther and also the one who changed the rules of the match. So she warned him that he needs to leave the place. Otherwise, he might actually end up dead. It made Cyan wonder on whose side is Lisa on. All of a sudden, they heard a scream from the lobby. Lisa recognized that it's Louis's voice. She quickly ran down the stairs. She saw the mess of broken furniture and wondered who would have done that. Cyan picked up something on the floor while saying that he might have an idea. It was Louis's nameplate. He told Lisa to stay there while he goes to get her. Lisa tried to stop him since they don't know who took her, but she regretted her words when she felt Cyan's threatening aura. Cyan emphasized what he said, that he thinks he knows who it is. Meanwhile, there's several sketches of a man lying around. Delkia lays on the bed looking haggard. She told herself that a lady's room shouldn't be so messy. Someone entered the room, which made her ask who it was when they didn't have any permission. It was Morris. He told her that she's a mess. Delkia asked what he needed. He told her that he has an offer. She replied that she's not into pigs. Morris commented how Delkia must have fallen for the boy whose face she can't even recall. She asked him what he would even know about that. Then Morris decided to get right to the point. He took out a vial and told her that it is the most potent paralysis potion there is from the Garum Kingdom, and with it he'll be able to have him. She took it and asked what he wanted in return. He simply replied that he wants something that the boy possesses. She asked if that's really all. He replied yes and decided to leave. In Morris's mind, it doesn't matter who it is. He just needs Simon to be gotten rid of. He only wants the item, so for now he hopes that Gunther will take care of the child. Gunther greeted Cyan by saying that he's been waiting for him, Simon of Lamea. Cyan asked about the kid. Gunther threw something at Cyan. He said that he should keep a souvenir. It dropped on the floor. Cyan turned pale upon seeing it. It was an ear. Then Gunther tapped on the box that he's sitting on and uttered that the rest of it was inside. He dared Cyan to take it. Our MC had not expected that move, and of course having an innocent kid get caught in their fight was never a good idea. Cyan was angry. He told Gunther that he should have told him that he wanted to die. Blood started to form on Gunther's missing arm. He liked how Cyan reacted, and with an intimidating expression, Gunther provoked and dared Cyan to come at him. In another setting, Linza Nieloff asked if they thought Cyan would really kill Gunther. Lisa replied yes. Linza asked if Lisa is worried about them. She stated that it has been a long time since she lost attachment to him. Though, she's curious as to why Linz is obsessed with Simon. Since Linz found out that she's curious, she assured her. Linz asked if Lisa could remember Simon's face. Lisa tried to, but she couldn't recall his face. Linz knew that it's one of Eru's authorities, the ability to make people forget their face. Lisa asked if she meant Eru, the god of darkness. Linza replied yes, and commented how her past has found her. Lisa got worried because she thought Linz would be in danger, but Linz replied no, because it has been a while since they had such a precious guest, so she wants Lisa to treat the guest accordingly. Gunther had formed a new arm, its color red, like blood shaped as an arm. He teased Cyan, a.k.a. Simon. Gunther scratched his arm to the ground to control his speed. Then he attacked again. It almost messed up the place. Cyan was thrown in the air. Gunther asked why Cyan isn't using the skill from before. Gunther told Lamea's Simon to try harder. Cyan noticed the skeleton on the side. Gunther told him that Cyan had dug up the remains from his movements. Gunther told Cyan that those are in there because those people are useless so naturally they belong to the place, which is a junkyard. Gunther stated that Lambester was full of trash. Gunther and Lisa grew up amongst the garbage. They tried their hardest to survive in the hellish place. Gunther bit down on anyone who tried to harm them. Then he got to know a boy. That time a blade was pointed at a man's neck. This man begged to be spared by this person he calls Master, but the Master stabbed this man. Gunther narrated that one day, that boy eliminated the manager of the junkyard who used to harass them all the time. The boy told them that he left Lewin Academy to look for some fun there and cleaned up the garbage in the junkyard. The man extended his hand to Gunther and Lisa and told them that they are safe now. Gunther couldn't forget the man's angelic face. And that man is Ashel. Gunther admired that man. After that, his life changed. He dreamed of the day he would scrap all of the garbage in Lambester and slowly expanded his forces and even became the manager of the junkyard. He started off in Lambester Cage to earn money. He ended up killing someone and was expelled, but he did not care. In his head, the person he killed was just garbage that he had to scrap anyway. That made Lisa cut ties with him, but Gunther didn't care. He knew he was one with the junkyard itself. He dreamed of one day he would scrap all the garbage in Lambester, and that's what he sets his mind to. Cyan told him that he had enough of his nonsense. He told Gunther to look at him because he's perfectly fine. As if to taunt Gunther, he told him to try harder. Gunther replied that he'll give everything he got. Gunther used scalpels. His blood arm grew bigger with chains and gears in it. He told Cyan that he'll show him something interesting. Cyan noticed that it could be an artifact on Gunther's hand. It made him curious as to where he would get an ancient relic like that. Gunther shared that it's called Gravity Chamber. It creates a room of mana out of a chosen location. Cyan got trapped in a cube, and inside it, the gravitational force is multiplied 20 times. Gunther commented that Cian is holding on pretty well, but he planned to attack him and see if Cayenne could endure that too. Gunther has his large hand over the cube. He asked Cian if he needs help, but Cian replied that there's no need. Cian glared at him and told him that he doesn't require Gunther's scraping off. He moved quickly and was about to punch Gunther. He hit him in the torso. Gunther had no idea what just happened. It should be difficult for Cayenne to move. But Gunther stated that this was impossible. Cayenne reminded him of ears and told him that he will crush everything on him other than his ears. Gunther was surprised. Cayenne hit him in the back and then elbowed his torso. Cayenne hit Gunther on several parts of his body until Gunther reached the ground with a powerful impact. Gunther is now severely injured. He coughed blood and mentioned that he's destined to die from the beginning. He shared that he had no regrets. Then he talked about Louis being born in Lambester, and that he's certain she would grow up to become garbage, just like Lisa and him. He utters that it is the rule of the city made by the owner. Then he requested Cyan to make sure it doesn't happen, and that he has faith in him. Upon hearing that, Cyan was shaken. Gunther lost his life. Immediately, Cyan turned to the coffin. His initial reaction was, "What the hell?" He approached the small coffin. Then he opened it. Few moments later, Lisa and two others came into the scene. She asked what happened there. Something then caught her attention. It was Gunther at the center of a crater. She was worried that it would have happened to him. Lisa instructed the armed men to make sure that the VIP was safe. Cyan caught their attention. Lisa approached him. She was stunned because she saw Louis unconscious in his arms. Cyan assured her that Louis isn't hurt anywhere, and it seems like she's just sleeping. Lisa asked Cyan if he's all right. He replied that he's fine and requested Lisa to take care of Louis. She asked him where he's going, and Cyan simply replied that he's off to clean up. Lisa asked where. Dark aura was oozing from his body while Cyan replied, "Lambester." There are 4 districts in Lambester, with the Lambester cage at its center, the junkyard stands in the west, the commercial district at the east, and the entertainment district in the south. There is no facility that handles the city's security. However, there was still a bit of a system in place to maintain the rules of Lambester. That was handled by the managers of each district. That was Morris, Delkia, Gunther, and possibly Lintz. Back then, Cyan asked Ashtel how he planned to conquer a place like that. If it was a normal country, they could just wage war against them, but they can't even do that. Cyan back then suggested going alone and taking care of the managers. Ashel told him that there's no need. Ashel was certain that they would destroy themselves even if they didn't do anything. They just simply have to get there on time to take over it. Cyan inquired as to how Ashel could be this certain. Ashel replied that it's because the city is rotten and he had seen it himself. Cyan was bothered how certain he looked back then, but now he knew that Ashel is right. The city is rotten to the core. And it's the day Cyan is going to dig up its roots. Cyan holds a teacup with a minty sweet scent, even though it's supposed to be a cup of black tea. In his head, it was like Delkia wasn't even trying to hide that the tea is drugged. He knew that it's the scent of a very popular paralysis medicine. Delkia thanked him for responding to her invitation. She assured him that he will enjoy it. He brought up that the tea is specially scented. Delkia felt that something was off. She wondered if Kian had noticed that she spiked it. Cyan glared at her while telling her that he's looking forward to it. He chugged at the tea. Delkia was flabbergasted that he drank it all. The teacup fell and shattered. Cyan's body was slumped. Delkia was pleased now that she had done it, and finally, that child is hers. At the commercial district Gray Merchant Union, Morris had heard that Delkia managed to capture Cyan. His butler told him that the message was from the entertainment district. Morris commented that God is on his side. He felt that it was a shame to have wasted the gravity chamber on Gunther. He had worked so hard to get that from the Garum Association. But he let it go, since he was hopeful that the demonic sword will soon be his. His security personnel, the one that's like a ninja, appeared and told him that it's suspicious how things are going so smoothly. Morris scolded the man not to jinx it. The man insisted that his instincts were never wrong before. He decided to go there ahead of time to scout the place. Morris agreed, but warned him not to do anything unnecessary. In Morris's heads, He's cursing at the Sparnia bastards for being so nosy instead of doing the job that they are paid for. It made him wonder if they wanted the demonic sword. At the center of the street, someone is yelling for the pedestrian to get out of the way. The carriage was in a hurry. Morris is riding that carriage. He happily entered and announced that he had arrived. Delkia told him that he came early and he could have been slower, because she was just about to have fun. Morris blushed and replied that he doesn't need the body, and it's just the item that he needed. Delkia told him that she already took that off him. Morris exclaimed that it's all what he wanted. He told her to give it to him at once. Delkia told him not to rush her since he's in for a surprise. She pulled a rope. It revealed people behind the screen. Morris was surprised. There was chained up Delkia while the hosts and the guards were all lined up on her side. Delkia, the one who opened the curtains, asked if what Morris wants isn't there. Morris was creeped out that she has stuffed humans behind the curtains, and he noticed the person in the middle. It was Delkia. Morris asked, "Who are you?" He told him not to be so rude. Karam slowly removed the appearance of Delkia and revealed that she's the demonic sword that Morris wants so badly. She revealed her true form. Morris's jaw dropped from the shock. It was so exaggerated. He even fell on his butt. He couldn't believe that the demonic sword turned into a human. Cyan was behind him and told him that he knows too much. Morris called for the shadow assassin to save him. Cyan complained that he's too loud. He slapped him and told him to shut up. Morris cried. Cyan told him that if he wants to see those guys badly, he'll send him there. Cyan used creation space and fog swamp. Morris was baffled that the shadow was turning into fog. Then he started groaning. Cyan mentioned that it was Morris who gave Gunther the artifact and the paralysis medicine to Delkia. Morris apologized and promised that he won't do something like that again. Cyan told him that he will make sure that he won't be able to do anything like that ever again. He bids him farewell. As Morris drowns in the shadow, he begged desperately. It was like he's drowning in red water. This ugly ass even noticed someone that was beside him. He turned around to see who it was. It was the assassin. And from the shock, he choked to death. Back to these two. Now, there's Delkia left to deal with. Karam told him that she would take care of her and Cyan could just leave. Cyan agreed but warned her not to go overboard. Karam refused to and uttered that she would. She's furious that Delkia dared to lay her hands on her owner. Delkia flinched even when her eyes were closed. Karam told her that she knew that she's awake, so she better prepare herself. She will divide her up into exactly 1,000 pieces. Delkia apologized while crying, but Karam mercilessly punched her face. Delkia screamed loudly. Upon hearing that through the other side of the door, Cyan knew that Karam was going to beat Delkia to a pulp. Cyan sensed a familiar mana. Then he realized something. It was fog domain. The only difference is his fog domain has this reddish color. Someone told Cyan that his face looks funny at that moment. She introduced herself as Linza Nihaloff, one of the managers of Lambaster. She's speaking from a misty orb in the air. And slowly, her body appears. Cyan was surprised to know that she's part of the mist. From Cyan's expression, Linza figured out that Sarika didn't inform Cyan about her. Now it made sense why Cyan went around killing the other managers. Cyan thanked her for her consideration because now he doesn't have to look for her. Cyan released an aura on his hand while asking her if he should refer to her as his colleague, or more like a traitor. Linz replied that she's not the one who will fight with him. Cyan sensed something. He was attacked from the side. He's confused that there's another person. Linz introduced the person. Cyan was surprised to see her. It was none other than our favorite barmaid, Lisa. Lindsay stated that they already know each other, and Lisa agreed. At the same time, Lisa declared that she will now be eliminating Simon of Lamea. Lisa attacked him. Cyan told her to move since he has business with Linza and it has nothing to do with her. But Cyan noticed how Lisa isn't listening at all. He knew he had no choice but to knock her out. He used the secret technique called Bloodthirst Wave. But Lisa wasn't affected at all. Cyan concluded that she must have been trained very thoroughly, since she can endure the Bloodthirst Wave. Lynn stated that Cyan could kill her had he wanted it. She asked him why he hesitated. His response was a question of how long Linza intends on hiding in the fog. Lindsay admitted that she just wanted to test the skills of the child that Sarika trained. She wanted to know who would win if he were to fight against Lisa, the one that she had trained. Cian realized that Linza knew about Sarika, and it made him wonder what their relationship was. Linza noticed that he was distracted and reminded him that he has something else he needs to focus on. Lisa used needle shower. Cyan moved with great flexibility to be able to evade that. Lisa charged at Cyan again. Cyan blocked her dagger with his arm covered in red mist. Lisa stated that despite her cutting off her relationship with Gunter, Cyan will still need to pay for having taken her last remaining family member. Cyan had concluded how they were more deeply connected than just acquaintances. He noticed her eyes. It looks like subordination of shadow personality was activated. With that, Cyan found out that Lindsay used a small memory fragment to plant resentment in her. But it was a mistake to close the distance between them. Cyan grabbed her neck. He pushed her on the ground and slapped her with great strength. Knocking her out was a success. Now it's just him and Linz. He suggested that she come out now. She asked him what he even means when he already knew that the fog domain is her. Cyan admitted that he was surprised how she's a mist, but even more so at the fact that she's a traitor and thief. That's news to Linza, so she asked, "What?" Cyan pointed at her ring and uttered that it's Andbari's ring. It's an artifact that allows a person to absorb whatever, whether it be mana or diving authority. He asked her if she's using that to pretend to be a mist. He told her that he had no idea how she got it, but he told her on her face that she's a fake. That angered Linz. She wanted him to submit to her absolute power. She fell for Tyan's bait. Lindsay used authority of the god of black fog, void. The whole area was covered in light. Then the color of the surroundings was changed to just black and white, even the humans. Linza shared how it's the realm that only she can enter. She's the only one who can move within that realm. She asked Cyan how it feels to be powerless. She showed him what real power is. She told him that it's now time to say goodbye to Lamea, or rather, to Mist's poor little Simon. To her surprise, someone spoke. This person uttered how she finally found it. She complained about the shitty little realm. Lightning struck behind Linz. Through that lightning, Karam ripped a part of the realm. She saw Linza and asked if she's after her owner too. Linz was surprised that Karam had ripped into her realm. She couldn't believe that it could mean that she's as strong as the Black Fog god. She knew that other than Eru, that would leave only one person. Karam entered the realm while complaining why people keep targeting what's hers. She threatened Linza by asking her on how many pieces she wants to end up in. Linz recognized her as the demonic sword Karam. Karam decided to destroy the realm first. In just a snap, cracks had formed. And it shattered. Linz couldn't believe how it happened so easily. Cyan asked Karam what took her so long. Their small banter is funny. Deep inside, Karam is annoyed that he complains every time she saves him. Cyan uttered that it could have been dangerous. Karam shouted at them to shut up. She denied that Cyan is the successor. She claimed that there hasn't been one for 300 years and there is no way a kid like him was chosen. Karam whispered to Cyan, asking what's wrong with her. Cyan replied that he pissed her off earlier. Linza's anger made her veins pop out while she screamed at him that he's nothing more than a kid. She told him not to look down on her, and she called him a fake successor. Karam asked why she's so mad. Karam turned into her dagger form, while Cyan commented how Linza wouldn't make a good assassin. Both Cyan and Linz used the technique Fog Sword, rushing fog storm. Linz was pushed back. She lost a hold of her dagger. Cyan asked her if she doesn't believe him. If so, he'll show her real divine authority. Linza groaned in pain as she got up. Cyan used Black Fog's power and Linza sensed it. It was a technique called adamant, a red sphere formed in the air. Cyan told her to try blocking it with her stupid little ring. Hearing this, she knew she fucked up. When Cyan released the power, it destroyed the ground as it made its way towards Linz. Linz couldn't believe her eyes. Just a little backstory. At the Temple of the Black Fog, someone asked if she's leaving. It was Sarika. Linz replied that she's tired of waiting for the successor in that place. Sarika accepted her decision, but it was a shame. Linz asked her if she's going to kill her. Sarika replied no, since there are plenty of other bad guys anyways. But she warned her that the moment she saw her tainted, she would purify her. And if that time comes, she will also take the equipment that she had stolen. Linza turned pale. Sarika assured her that no one knows at that moment. Sarika cautioned her to stay good. That's how Linza bid goodbye to Sarika. She left the organization that had power, but still stayed hidden to make an organization on her own where the powerful would be recognized. She didn't want to stay in hiding forever waiting for the successor. She thought she had come far. But she asked why that still happened to her. The left part of her abdomen and arm got blasted away. She fell on her knees. Cyan asked if she had any last words. She has a message for Sarika. Cyan silently waited. Linza's tears fell while she uttered her message. I was wrong. She's in pain, so she asked Cyan to end it there. Cyan placed a hand near her head and a red mist covered her head. In his mind, he thought about how no one can predict their downfall, and it was the same for him too. Cyan watched until Linza perished in a red mist. The domain slowly goes away, and Cyan was surprised to see that it led to the hotel. But it saves him more time, so it is great. Lisa asked why he spared her, especially when she tried to kill him, and she knows about Mist too. She told him that there's no reason for him to keep her alive. Cyan asked her if she's going to tell others. Lisa immediately replied no. That's why Cyan told her that it's the reason why it's okay to let her live. She asked what she's supposed to do now. Suddenly, someone called out to her. It was Louis. The guards followed. Louis saw that she's hurt and got worried. Louis expressed how she's been worried since she suddenly disappeared. Lisa was glad that Louis is all right. She asked her if she's hurt anywhere. Louis clung to her and told her that she would never leave her out of her sight. Louis tells her how Lisa is the nicest person to her. She hugged her tightly while telling her not to leave her again. Lisa assured her that it's going to be okay, and that they only got separated for a while. Cyan commented that it looked like Lisa had found what she's supposed to do. He told her to manage the place for a while since the district managers are gone. He also told her to make sure that Louis doesn't grow up to be like her or Gunther. Lisa agreed to it. Cyan crouches and pats Louis's head and tells her to listen to Lisa. Louis asked him if he's leaving. Cyan replied yes and told her to take care. Louis asked if he'd come back. Cyan replied a vague answer of maybe. Lisa told him that he has to. She blushed a little bit while saying that. That made Cyan grin. He recalled the place being destroyed and wished that he won't see that again. Moments later, we see Sarika held the dagger while saying that Cyan had succeeded in purifying Linza. She empathized that it must have been tough. Cyan replied that she sent her to that mission knowing it's hard. Sarika admitted that it's true. She also assumed that he must have questions for her. He asked her about her relationship with Linz. He asked if she's part of the Mist, too. Sarika admitted that she was, and that they used to train together, but she didn't like where Mist was headed and left. She even took the ring that was passed down only to the Hallmasters with her. Cyan took out the Anbari's ring and asked if it's the one. Sarika replied yes and shared how it's supposed to be hers, but she wanted Cyan to keep it. Cyan got confused because she just said that it was passed down to the Hallmasters. Sarika replied that she doesn't need it anymore because she's already strong enough. Cyan thought that she sent her on that mission to retrieve it, so it was unexpected. Karam expressed her thought that Sarika must have resented Linza or something, but they seemed like they knew each other well. Sarika replied that she's just keeping her promise. She shared that it looked like most people's minds get broken by the power of that ring. Cyan assumed that it was some kind of a test. Sarika flinched. Cyan thought that Sarika was trying to see if he would be tainted by the power of the ring. It was funny how Cyan brought up that Sarika would warn her that if he falls victim to the power of the ring, he will also be a subject for purification. He asked if Sarika doesn't really like that he's the successor. Sarika replied that she's trying to see if he'll be a disaster to humanity or a hero. She suggested that a test like that is normal for a successor, and it's possible that Karam made the wrong choice. Karam got pissed off with that statement. Cyan acknowledged that Sarika means well at Lewin Academy Dean's office. The dean mentioned that after the disappearance of instructor Nella, the students' anxiety has grown. He's talking to the new instructor and empathizes that it would be a burden on the instructor's shoulders since he was just appointed, but the dean believes in him. The instructor told Dean Kundal not to worry. He assured him that he'll be understanding toward the students and that he'll do his best. The dean expressed how he appreciated that. The instructor politely excused himself to look around the academy. This instructor is Boris Lehelm, and he has quite a strange manner. Before Boris could exit the office, Sarika entered. Boris greeted her and introduced himself. He shared how he's the newly appointed instructor. Sarika was wary of him since he reeks of blood. She immediately knew that the man was dangerous. The dean informed Sarika that the man is from the capital. He instructed Sarika to keep an eye on him. Boris is skilled and has good manners, but he possesses quite a strange mana. Sarika understood. She knew that the kind of blood smell cannot be erased, no matter how hard he tries. It's like death itself walking around. Few hours later, a purple banner was raised. Someone announced the welcoming to the city of Harmony, Luen. Arin noticed how there's a lot more guards now. She did hear the number increased after the banquet of blood, but it was way too many that it became overwhelming. Someone called Arin. It was Lunav. Lunav smiled at her and told her that it's been a long time, around the campus. They walked around while chatting. Arin expressed how she's glad that Lunav is doing all right. Lunav responded that it was thanks to her. Arin replied that it was Lunav who helped her so much. Lunav assured her that she's okay. Arin introduced Leximus to Lunav. Lunav greeted her. Leximus had sparkly eyes while telling Lunav how pretty she is. Someone then greeted them. It was the new instructor, Boris. He wanted to talk to Princess Arin. Arin replied that he heard about him and that he'll be teaching applications of mana. Lunav was wary of him. Boris asked Arin if she had time to spare. Arin asked if it had to be at that moment. Boris replied yes, and assured her that it isn't that much important, and that he was just going around checking mana ranks of students, and he was wondering if he could see Arin's mana sphere. Arin showed him and asked if it was enough. Boris had an evil grin on his face and replied that it's enough. Lunav told Arin that she had a bad feeling. Arin expects nothing can go wrong when he's just assessing mana. Boris told her it will be over soon. Suddenly, someone grabbed Arin's hand, which made her lose the mana sphere. Boris was irked. Arin was surprised. It was Cyan, and just by looking at our MC's face, he's not pleased. Veins were even popping out on his face. Cyan glared at him. In his head, he wondered why this fucker Boris was in Luen. If you guys could not remember, this one was featured at the very start of the story. He's the one who was tasked to kill Cyan. The scene shows 1,002 years before the Foundation. The raid war of the Demon King's army. Mages casted protection spells. A large claw tried to pierce through it. The mage was in pain. Eventually, the barrier had been broken. The mage told his comrades to get back into formation. They knew that the monsters would keep pushing if they fell. One of the mages saw that someone was approaching them. A man with black hair in black cloak. He efficiently sliced up the body and legs of a giant spider. His arrival was hope for them. They were delighted to witness that the rumors about this person turned out to be true. They thought that this man had gone to Western lines, but just as people say, he came to help them at the right time. They exclaimed that young Master Cyan had come to help them. Cyan instructed the injured to fall back and assured them that he will take care of things. The spider concentrated energy on its jaws. Cyan moved quickly. The spider released the beam. And when it ended, Cyan uttered how he got a bit excited because he heard that it's a special rank monster. But it was way too slow for him. He rode on the spider's head. Then he used Void Sphere, which creates a dark orb on his hand. It becomes larger as it erases the spider's head, and eventually defeating it. Someone clapped and expressed his amazement with Cyan. He added that it's no wonder Ashel treasures Cyan so much. Cyan thought this person was in the back line with Ashel. The man explained that he came there because he heard that the northern lines needed reinforcements. But Cyan had already taken care of things. Cyan replied that the soldiers were on the verge of dying. and how the war is endless. It has been a year since the Verts have commanded the elite knights who had been on the front lines to give the crown to Emperor Luinel. The monsters took advantage when the front lines were weakened and began invading. The war is unending, and Cyan stated that it's all because of Emperor Luinel's greed. If it hadn't been for Ashel asking him to, he wouldn't even be there. The man pointed out how it was such a risky thing to say, but he's also in the same situation, so he can't call out Cyan. Cyan thought it was Emperor Luinel who brought the man in there. The man replied that he was chosen by the emperor for his talents, but his personality aligns more with Ashel. Cyan inquired on what talent he has. The man showed purple mist coming from his hand while replying that it's not much. He gathers the traces of mana that Cyan used and forms it into a sphere. It became like a marble, and it is being stored. The man expressed how Cyan's mana is unique. Cyan asked if something was wrong with it. The man replied that Cyan has great potential. In fact, Cyan could be the person he's been searching for. Cyan looked back at it and realized that it's when the hunt for him began. So at the present moment, this enraged Cyan is determined not to make the same mistake. It's a terrible idea to give mana over to Boris. Boris realized that the boy in front of him is Cyan Vert. Boris asked him why he's behaving that way towards the princess. Boris downplayed it as a misunderstanding and explained that he was just checking out the student's skill levels as an instructor. Cyan reasoned out how he never heard such things being necessary. Cyan has now figured out that Boris has been hired in the academy. Boris told him that he could refuse to do it if he felt pressured. He apologized for making Cyan uncomfortable. Cyan accepted his apology and turned him away by suggesting that he should leave before they make them even more uncomfortable. At this time, he's still holding Arin's hand, and it makes her blush. Boris felt the extreme hostility from Cyan that it made him confused on how to act. He told them that he'll be on his way. Cyan watched him walk away. Lunav watches him too, while she scans her brain of any recollection of Boris. Leximus screamed at Cyan to let go of Arin's hand. That's when Cyan realized that he's still holding Arin. He lets go while apologizing to Her Highness. Arin replied that it's fine, because she has faith that he has a good reason for it. She trusts him. Realizing what she just said, her face turned red. She grabbed Leximus's hand and ran away because of embarrassment. But she told Cyan that something urgent came up. Cyan waved goodbye. Lunav inquired if Cyan knew Instructor Boris. Cyan replied that he knows a little. Lunav was impressed because she never heard of him before. Cyan warned her not to know anything more about him, and under no circumstances should she approach him. Then he decided to leave. Lunav noticed how snappy Cyan is. She wondered if she's missing out on something. It made her curious. Cyan used his ring, and Nana was impressed because he just made a candy waterfall, all coming out from the ring. He praised Brian and Emily for doing great while he's gone. Brian replied that Cheyenne worked hard, too. Emily complains that Brian keeps stopping her from cooking. Cheyenne teased her, saying that she used to like it when others cook for her. But Emily complained that it felt like her job was robbed off from her, and because of that, Cyan invited Brian to train. Brian was dumbfounded. He asked, "Right now?" Cyan replied yes, and smirked. They walked outside. Until they reached the academy training grounds, they noticed that someone was still training. It was Leximus. She swung her sword over and over again. Brian was impressed that she's handling a claymore of her size with ease. Cyan agrees that it's impressive. But deep inside, Cyan expected it, since he knew that Leximus would be praised as the continent's best swordsman in the future. He told Leximus that he wants to see how much she improved. He took a wooden sword from the rack. Leximus was flustered. She asked what he meant. He challenged her to make the first move. She's worried because she's holding a real sword and Cyan only has a wooden sword. She suggested that she would switch to a wooden one. But before she could make a move, Cyan attacked. His sword is only an inch away from her skull. She was forced to block it. Cyan praised her reflexes. Cyan's attack made Leximus doubt if he's really using a wooden sword. It's because his attack is so heavy. They both stepped back. Leximus told him that she won't go easy on him. She attacked him. Cyan applauded her moves, but also challenged her to try harder. He elevated it up by telling her to attack with the intent to kill. Leximus is now confused because even if she's the one attacking him, she couldn't reach him with her sword. She tried to get to him, but before she could, Cyan bonked her forehead with the handle of the sword, and then Cyan told her that it's enough. She dropped her sword and landed on her butt. Cyan lectured her that letting her emotions go out of control creates countless openings in her attacks. He told her to watch out for that. Leximus utters that she's no match for him. She's envious of his strength. Cyan told her that she's skilled, so she shouldn't be disheartened. It's amazing that she's able to freely wield a sword that even a lot of adults find difficult. It made Leximus blush. He added that if Leximus continues to improve, then certainly no one will be able to win against her in a sword fight. She's flustered that he's complimenting her now after what just happened. Cyan realized that he won't really have to do much given her level at the moment. He told Brian to train with her starting that day. He told Leximus that he will leave Brian in her care. Leximus decided to switch to a wooden sword. Cyan gave his sword to Brian. Brian asked where he's going. Cyan simply replied that there's somewhere that he needs to be. Brian addressed Leximus, saying he's looking forward to their training. Leximus replied that she feels the same way. In fact, Leximus looked fired up. It was funny how Brian felt scared. Cyan had been sensing something familiar since earlier. He wondered what Lunav was doing there late at night. He watched Lunav, who was gazing at something. He followed her line of sight. Lunav said that it is Boris's research lab. Cyan asked her if she intends to go in. She asked if he meant in the lab. She asked how he knew about it when all she did was stare at it. Realizing that she's serious, Cyan felt concerned. He asked her why. Lunav replied that she's curious. It's because she had never heard of his name before, not even in the Garam Association when he's an 8th Circle mage. She finds it strange that no one knows about him. Deep inside, Cyan thought about how Lunav is making trouble for herself. Lunav expects Cyan to help her. Cyan had no reason to do so, but Lunav pointed out how Cyan already knew the man, almost as if he hates him. Cyan sighed. In his head, he knew how Lunav was making trouble for both of them. The lights in the research lab were turned off. Boris had finally left. In the hallway, Cyan didn't feel any presence. He told Lunav that he will go first, and she should follow behind. Cyan casted Basim to open the door. It opened. They saw lots of books, all in ancient texts too. Lunav assumed that Boris is a nerd. Cyan argues that Boris must have collected it because he likes it. Lunav scanned the books and found out that it's mostly about ancient magic. Cyan felt something. He asked Karam where she's going. She replied that she's off to the roof, and they should keep doing what they were doing. He asked her why. Lunav exclaimed that she found something. Cyan turned around. Lunav shared that it's a really old ancient text. But Cyan knew that it's not a simple book. It's Boris's armor, Hearth Kreia. Karam materialized as she stands on the roof. She complained of the sickening smell, then suggested that this person come out. She's pertaining to Hearth Kreia. Hearth Kreia greeted her. Hearth Kreia has large angel wings and silver hair. She asked Karam what she thinks about waking up after centuries. Karam replied that it was fine until Hearth Kreia ruined it. Hearth Kreia commented how Karam's personality hasn't changed at all. She assumed that it's the reason why Karam picked that owner of all people. Karam was pissed off. Hearth Kreia lowers herself on the ground while telling Karam to calm down. She told her that she's not there to fight. Karam asks her business, and that if she intends to talk. Hearth Kreia replied, yes. Karam doubted her intentions. Lunav uttered that she had never seen a magic text like that before. It was like a history book. But the texts are written like some code. It will take a while to decode it. She recognized one thing. There was a drawing of something similar to the sun, but it looks unfinished. She wondered what it meant. She uttered how there's sun, dark clouds, and fog. Cyan got nervous. He slammed the book closed. then declared that they need to destroy it right away. Lunav asked why, because Cyan knew that it was the cause of everything, like the banquet of the blood, as well as all other catastrophes. Boris uttered that he can't let that happen. Cyan was caught off guard. He didn't feel his presence because he was distracted by the book. The book illuminated brightly. Then Boris took it. Boris uttered how he's thinking of seeing Cyan, but Cyan had already found him. He expressed how displeased he is being spied on. He told Lunav to leave them. He threw her out the window. He knew he was being forceful, but he told Cyan not to worry, since he just sent her into her dorm room. Boris invited Cyan to talk. He expressed how interested he is in Cyan, the version of Cyan that shows to the public and to who he truly is. Cyan was in a pinch. He would love to kill Boris at that moment, but Hearth Kreia is the problem, and it happened while Karam was gone too. Karam was chilling on the roof while telling Hearth Kreia to make her statements easier to understand. Hearth Kreia told her that the person her owner serves is a person chosen by a god, which made Karam on a losing end. Karam asked why it would matter. She asked if what she's saying is that she should sell out her owner and side with Lumendel. Hearth Kreia suggested that there are other ways, like stealing her owner's body. That would make it difficult for Hearth Kreia's side to deal with Karam. Karam scoffed and asked what the hell they were scheming. Good and evil. Light and dark. Creation and destruction. The two opposing concepts have always fought against each other. At the end of this story, the light wins like it always has. It's already been 3 centuries since the Great God-Demon War ended. The surface has been thriving more than ever. However, slowly but surely, the world is forgetting about the light-bearers. It is hard to find awe and admiration that the people used to have for the angels. And so, they concluded after a long while of consideration that they needed darkness. The dark makes them shine brighter. Karam commented that it's such a stupid reason. In summary, if Karam takes over her owner's body and goes wild, the angels will take her down and become the saviors. Hearth Kreia exclaimed that it's precisely what he's saying. He's glad that Karam gets it, just as she expected. Suddenly, Hearth Kreia's face met Karam's fist. Karam yelled at him to stop the bullshit. Hearth Kreia replied that it's such a shame. She thought a demonic sword's fate was to take over the owner's body. She asked if Karam had a change of heart. Karam replied that it was only them who decided that they are evil. Every time all those angels do is to take care of their own problems, instead of trying to depend on others. Hearth Kreia replied that it's a shame that Karam thinks that way. He thought it would be easy to communicate with her like with Eru. Hearth Kreia told Karam that it was nice seeing her, and that he'll be leaving then. Hearth Kreia returned to being a ball of light while his feathers scattered. It made Karam wonder what the hell the foolish Eru did. Back to Boris, he offered a very high-class tea from Sparnia. He hoped it's to Cyan's liking. Cyan brought up what Boris said, that he's interested in Cyan. Boris laughed and replied that it's a given that an interested person would be interested in their students. Cyan simply said that he doesn't even go to his classes. Boris asked why. Cyan stated that there's nothing more to learn. Boris asked if the Duke knew about it. Cyan told him to just get to the point. Boris decided to be direct. He asked if Cyan knew him. Cyan asked what made him think that. Boris stated that he felt that Cyan hated him from the beginning. It is evident from the look in Cyan's eyes. He uttered that it is as if Cyan wanted him dead. Boris added that he had never seen Cyan before, but it made him wonder if Cyan already knew about him. Cyan nonchalantly replied that it's more surprising that he never heard of Boris before. A mage with the 8th magic circle should be famous everywhere. Boris replied that he prefers a quiet life. Cyan probed on where he's from. Boris replied that it's a very rural place that Cyan doesn't know about. Cyan knew Boris was lying. He's certain that Boris doesn't want to tell anyone. In Cyan's past life, Boris tried to hide it until the very end. Cyan asked if there's anything else that Boris wants to know about him. Boris replied that it's late and they can always talk later. When Cyan was gone, Boris commented how Cyan is cold to him. It was so much that he almost didn't know what to say. Boris is in front of the book and utters that he sees now why Ashel threatened Cyan. He assumed that it was Cyan who was helping Princess Arryn. He commented how it's quite a strategy, the younger brother of the savior who has been blessed by Lumendel being the owner of a demonic sword. Hearthcrea came out and replied that it is what fate must feel like. Boris commented that it's interesting to look at it that way. Hearthcrea stated that Karam is the same. He suggested that Cyan might be the darkness that they have been looking for all along. Boris stated that if Hearthcrea is correct, that boy will make Ashel shine much brighter, like the prophesied black fog that hid the sun. Boris announced that the reascension of the Savior will soon begin. Meanwhile, in another setting, someone came out of a portal, inside the Black Fog's hall. Eru commented that it's quite surprising that Karam came to see him. Eru asked what brought her in there. She asked him if he's asking because he really doesn't know. She shared that she just met Hearthcrea, and she didn't know that he's close to them. Eru asked if he tried to do anything. His response made Karam conclude that Eru knows everything. She probed him as to why he's not doing anything. She asked if he had forgotten that they were the ones who expelled him. Eru replied that there's no place lower than where he had fallen, which means there's nothing left to fear. Karam was furious and asked him if he's kidding. She claimed that those guys are trying to use her and Cyan. Eru asked him if that's her wish. Karam was confused. Eru replied, to protect Cyan. He told Karam that he will make her wish come true. He gave her a decree, and all mist will help her and the child. Karam took it while replying that Eru won't do anything himself. She inquired if something happened with Lumendel. Eru uttered that every choice he made was for Karam's sake. Karam expressed how she didn't want to hear his pathetic excuses. She was annoyed when she told him that he should just stay cooped up forever. She also called him a freaking coward. Eru became sad that she's so harsh. Somewhere in the Empire, in front of a large angel statue, a woman in a high priest's attire blesses the person in front of her for acting as a proxy of the great god of light, Lumendel, and she proved herself as the worthy savior. The high priest asked her again if she really intends to become a ray of light to save the world from cruel darkness. She was asked if she would stand in the front lines to fight and die on the battlefield. Alice Vert swore to take on the will of the god of light, Lumendel. She looked determined. But deep inside, she wondered if it's really the right path to take. Recently, the Empire has been taking talented individuals into the Knights of Light and sending them to the front lines. Because of that, even during disasters like the Banquet of Blood, there was nothing the Royal Guard could do. It has been her dream to join the Knights of Light, but she wondered if what she must protect is on the front lines. Or it might be something else. Someone congratulated her, which interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see who it was. It was Cecilia. She was happy for Alice for finally achieving her dream. Alice realized that she must call her Dame Cecilia now, since she's just a novice knight. Cecilia replied that Alice can just address her like normal when it's just the two of them. Alice replied that since she's her senior, she shouldn't. Then she bowed at her, which made Cecilia flustered. Alice talked about her worries with Cecilia. Cecilia replied that Alice wouldn't choose any wrong path. She was certain of it because she knew Alice for so long. Alice expresses how she feels conflicted. She admitted that she can still hear the screams of people asking for help. Cecilia told her that there's only one way to find out if it's the front lines that she belongs to. Alice asked, how? Cecilia simply replied that Alice should join her when she goes there. Cecilia shared that Duke Villiarth has entrusted them with an important mission to accomplish. It's Alice's first official task. Cecilia encouraged her to answer her call. Alice was surprised that her father gave them a mission. After that, we see Brian is gearing up. He put on his shoes and secured his sword. He looked serious. Emily inquired where they were going. Brian replied that doesn't know yet, since Cyan only told him to get ready, which he followed. Nana inquired if they wouldn't see each other for a long time. Cyan appeared and replied that it won't take long this time. He told Nana not to worry. Then he asked Brian if he's ready. Brian replied yes. Then he asked where they were going. Cyan informed him that they are off to Lamea Valley. Emily recalled that it's the place that they went to last time, and it's really far. Cyan opened a portal and informed them that they won't take long if they go through there. He told Brian to come follow him. Cyan was in a hurry, because that is the day that Alice dies. A knight mounted a horse. The commander yelled for them to halt, and he informed Alice that they had arrived. He empathizes that it had been quite a journey for the young lady. Alice reminded him not to call her young lady. Sir Yolkin expressed how proud he is that Alice is there as a part of the Knights of Light. Alice lightheartedly told him not to compliment her like that when she has a lot to learn. Sir Yolkin was positive that she'll do great. Then he expressed how the Duke must have been proud of her as well. Alice reminded him not to call her like that. Sir Yolkin laughed, and they dismounted the horse since the Duke was already waiting. Alice approached the Duke, and she reported that the Vert's eldest daughter, Alice Vert, has arrived after receiving his message. The Duke told her that the second princess, third, and fourth princes will be visiting, so she should prepare for it. She replied, yes, but deep inside, she thought of how cold he is as ever. The Duke noticed their arrival at the same time it was announced by a knight. The royalty was accompanied by several royal guards. Third Prince Fabian Severus and the fourth Prince Nerovian Severus stepped out of the carriage. They immediately commented how it reeks in that place. The second princess, Violet Severus, thanked Sir Vert for his hard work. Viljarth Vert greeted the highnesses. The knights all knelt down in front of them. Nerovian made his way back into the carriage while saying that they should finish their business and leave since the visit is just for formality anyways. Fabian was concerned that the monsters were going to attack. The Duke replied that the monsters on the very back lines in there are very small. And on top of that, their best knight is with them, so there's no need to worry. The Duke is talking about his son Ashel. Alice was confused to see him. The Duke placed his hands on Ashel's shoulders while expressing how he believes in him. Ashel replied that he won't disappoint his father. Fabian instructed Ashel to eliminate the monsters before they got too close, since their bodies as princes are valuable unlike Ashel's. Ashel acknowledged the order. Violet thanked Ashel for his hard work. Ashel replied that it's an honor. Then Violet looked for Luenel, since he's not the type to miss out on such a formal event. Ashel explained that the prince left the duty to him because of an urgent business he had to tend to. Violet understood and simply replied that it's great to have him as their bodyguard. They watched as the carriage left. Alice was suspicious because she knew that Ashel always protected the first prince, but he suddenly came there to protect the twin princes and princess. She doubted that it's a coincidence. Ashel talked to Alice, bringing up the topic that she joined the knights at the top of the class. He congratulated her, but the aura he exudes seemed like he loathes her. Alice noticed that familiar look in his eyes. She remembered that it was during her 9th birthday or so. Ashel pats her head while greeting her a happy birthday. Ashel gifted him a magic scroll. It was the 4th star magic scroll that she could not use at that age. He meant for her to use it when she was good enough to use 4th star mana. When time passed and she possessed the 4th star mana, she remembered the gift. She was surprised that it was a summoning scroll. Then somebody stopped her. It was Cecilia. She informed Alice that it's a magic scroll to summon an intermediate monster. That could have been really bad. Alice realized that if she had used that magic scroll, she might have died. She wondered if Ashel gave her the scroll while knowing that. Deep inside her, she wanted to know why he did that. They followed the carriage as it traveled. Nerovian asked if it was Luenel that put Ashel on them. Fabian replied that it's suspicious. They wondered if they were scheming something. Violet replied that it made sense to find it suspicious that someone as skilled as Ashel is their bodyguard. They know very well what kind of person Luenel is. She told them to keep their guard up if they don't want to end up dead. Suddenly, they heard a noise. They saw Alice running towards them and asked what's going on. She informed them that it's an ambush, and they must evacuate at once. They are being attacked by the special monster Antararch. They were surprised. The monster roared loudly. Nerovian was surprised to see the Earth Dragon. He thought that there was no chance of a special monster appearing. It went on a rampage, hurting several knights all at once. Alice told them to hurry. A limb of Antararch was about to crush them. Alice immediately used protection. She urged the highnesses to keep going. Alice wondered how it happened when they were at the very back line of the battlefield. Nerovian panicked. Fabian told him to stop running around aimlessly. Ashel approaches Violet, who is behind Alice. He was about to draw his sword. Then he told her that he will protect her, so she should come to his side. Violet realized that Ashel intends to kill them amidst the chaos. Alice noticed his strange behavior. Someone attacked the monster with wind blossom. It was Cecilia, and she guided Alice towards her. Immediately, she grabbed Princess Violet's hand. The princess asked where they were going. Cecilia announced that they are going to get far from that place first. Alice's gut feel tells her that something bad is going to happen. She felt bloodlust from Ashel when he was looking at Princess Violet. When she looked back, she was surprised. Ashel was standing there while the monster was about to attack. She yelled that it was dangerous. The monster's sharp claw is just an inch away from Ashel's neck. But it was blocked with a protective barrier. Alice was curious as to what even happened. Cecilia urged her to hurry. The monster was thrown in the air. It eventually reached the ground, and it was even more furious this time. The knights got into their formation. Ashel watched where Alice went, and he got pissed. The Royal Guard commander ordered to prevent the Antararch from getting to the highnesses. He told them to get back into formation. The Antararch was about to release a beam from its mouth. Akel is getting annoyed with this monster. It released a large beam. Suddenly, someone appeared in the sky and told the knights to back off. It was Ashel, and he's charging at full power. He let out one powerful strike that caused an explosion. The knights celebrated. They decided to cover for him. Violet looked back at the chaos. She kept running, until she tripped. She uttered no. Alice, feeling confused, asked her if something was wrong. Violet stated that she won't go down easily. Unexpectedly, Cecilia stabbed Alice from behind. Alice was confused. Cecilia looked at her with no remorse. Cecilia pulled out her sword and made Alice fall on the ground. Violet knew that Alice is Ashel's younger sister. Violet knew something was off when Luenell wasn't there, when he loves to be part of everything. Violet accused Alice that she's trying to eliminate her amidst chaos. She uttered how Luenell chose to have others get blood on their hands instead of doing the work themselves. Violet claimed that it was self-defense. Alice explained that it's a misunderstanding, that she just wanted to protect her. Violet told her to shut up. She told her that she knew how ambitious Luenell and the Verts were. She refused to sit still and get killed like some idiot. She told Alice that if she has excuses, she can give them in the little time that they have left. She threw a scroll, and mocked her by saying that Lumendel might save her, and just like that, Violet and Cecilia were gone. Alice knew that there's no way Cecilia would betray her. She assumed that Cecilia might be under the control of a spell. She knew there must be some kind of an explanation. She shed tears while telling herself that there's no way Cecilia would betray her. As if it was timed perfectly, a monster appeared. There's actually several bipedal wolf-like monsters. Alice told herself to get it together. She willed herself to live. She wanted to live and asked Cecilia why she had to do that. She casted a spell. She finished it as soon as the monsters charged towards her. Alice used Undine, spear, at Violet's safe house. She felt better. She immediately lay on the bed. Then she commented how disgusting it was in that place. Cecilia agreed with her. Cecilia frowned as she recalled a nice memory with Alice. Violet asked her why she let Alice live. Violet stated how Cecilia could have killed Alice there and then, especially when her order was to kill her. Cecilia avoided eye contact as she replied that Alice will die soon, because the monsters in there will take care of her. Alice fought the monsters. She fell on her knees. The monsters were all defeated. Now she just needs to get back. She thought about what she should report about the knights. She knew no one would believe her when she told them that Princess Violet tried to kill her. She decided to think about it once she got out of there. Alice felt a presence. When she looked back, she saw high-ranking monsters, the salamanders. She had to think of something ASAP to get out of it alive. The salamanders breathe flame. She forced herself to think. It is approaching her, and she couldn't think of any way to save herself. The monster roared loudly. Unexpectedly, someone appeared and used Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm. He efficiently slashed the monster. Alice saw him, and she forgot about the other monsters. She got distracted when someone grabbed her and took away from the falling monster. It was none other than our boy Brian, and he hurriedly ran. He looked cool at first, but he became funny when he panicked and complained how hot it was. When Alice saw Brian, it made her think if Cayenne is with him. Other salamanders roared. They let out flames that covered the area. Thankfully, Brian and Alice were able to hide behind a boulder as the waves of flames flowed. Alice felt that it would attack soon. Brian was surprised when Kairam fell in front of them. The monsters saw a light. It was Kairam transforming into her original form. She asked if those bastards got food poisoning. She's annoyed that they are barfing all over the place. She put up a barrier, and Brian exclaimed that she's the best. Kairam called Cyan to end it quickly. Alice heard that. Meanwhile, Cayenne used Thick Fog third form, Fog's Descent. He created a void sphere. The salamanders roared loudly. Then Cayenne used Division. That blasted the salamander's body. In an instant, they lost their neck, and several spheres are scattered in the area, causing deadly damage to the salamanders. Few moments later, the flame lessened, and it eventually died out. Brian and Alice came out from hiding, and Alice saw Cayenne in the midst of the lava-turned area. She had her suspicions. She reached out to his mask and removed it. Then she finally had confirmed the person behind the mask. Cyan smiled at her and expressed how he's glad that he's not too late. While Brian heals her, she utters that Cecilia was Princess Violet's spy. She didn't notice until recently. She uttered how stupid she is. Despite that, she was saying that she was going to continue the will of the family. Cyan told her that it is not her fault, and Princess Violet and Cecilia are to blame. Cyan added Ashel to the list. That made Alice stand up. Brian panicked since he's not yet done healing her. She asked Cyan if he meant to say that Ashel plotted it. She asked him if he knew something. Alice reasons that it was their father's order. Cyan was certain that Ashel suggested it. Cyan reminded Alice how their father is willing to do anything that Ashel asks for. Alice asked why. Cyan revealed that it is so that Ashel can be the one to continue the will of the family. Alice grits her teeth, and she's furious that Ashel is going to kill his own sister for it. Alice fell to her knees when she felt a pang of pain. Cyan worries since she has a big injury. Alice asked Cyan if he's certain about Ashel. Cyan replied yes, and reminded her that she knew what Ashel is really like. Alice admitted how she thought she's the only one who sensed it. But now she knew Cyan did too. She finds it strange that their father and others must not know it. She uttered how it seemed like Ashel has something that she doesn't. She noticed that it was like that in the battle earlier too. It was as if some invisible power was protecting Ashel. Cyan's expression became serious upon hearing that. He knew it well. He thought of the invisible power. Back then there was a moment that he felt that he had reached Ashel. But that power is what stopped him. He wondered what it could be. A power that deflected even the demonic sword. That's when he realized there's only one explanation. Alice told him that they have to hurry and tell their father. Cyan knew he wouldn't listen to them. Alice knew that would happen if she was alone. But if they go together, Cyan had a serious expression on his face when he apologized to her and asked her to trust her on this. If she did that, and things go wrong, the entirety of the Knights of Light might become their enemy. Alice thought about the Knights of Light. In Cyan's past life, Ashel was always the center of admiration. Everyone loved him and trusted him like he was their savior. Cyan was one of those people too. Everyone considered Ashel a herp, and no one doubted him. Looking back on it, Cyan finds it strange. Ashel was like a religious figure to the people. If there are people who trust him, there must also be those who do not. But even the Duke, who ended up dead, and Emperor Luenel, who only chased his own ambitions, and Boris, who only wanted to seek the truth, trusted Ashel without a single ounce of doubt. Even Cyan trusted him until his final moments. He was enraged at Ashel's betrayal, but he had one question in mind. He asked what made him trust Ashel, and he knew all of it can be explained with one thing. Achel is an absolute figure who has inherited the authority of the most powerful god, Lumendel. He is the world's savior. Back to the battlefield. The knights surrounded the princes and braced for the monster's attack. They were determined to protect the princes. The large foot of the monster was about to hit them. In panic, Nerovian clung to his brother, Favian, while screaming that they are all gonna die. Favian told his idiot brother to get away from him. Ashel charged at the monster. Favian praised him. Ashel told the prince to back off. The monster growled. Ashel used his shield of judgment aegis. The monster released a laser beam. Nerovian nearly choked Favian because of the way he clings. And once again, Favian called him an idiot and told him to get off. Ashel activated Titanic. It was like a large shield. The laser beam was about to hit it. It was a powerful beam that destroyed the ground while it traveled. The knights braced themselves. The beam dispersed as it hit the shield. The monster was irked. It released more beams. But Ashel went past it, and he was able to slice the monster in half. It bled profusely, and it groaned loudly. Ashel asked if everyone is all right. The crowd cheered that Ashel saved them. They claimed that the dragon is nothing compared to Ashel. Favian praised Ashel. Nerovian promised to tell their father what they did for them. Ashel frowned, but he put on a facade that it was an honor. Meanwhile, Alice looked distressed when she heard that Ashel is the savior. She can't believe that someone like him was chosen by Lumendel. Tyon explained that Lumendel just needed a savior. It didn't matter what kind of person they were. Since Ashel was chosen by the most powerful god, to deny it is sacrilege. Cyan warned Alice that might end up creating an enemy out of all Lumendel's followers. Alice was sad since she had believed in this go for all her life. It was hard for her to understand. She asked Cyan how he knew all of it. Cyan avoided her gaze and simply replied that he can't tell her at the moment. He can't have her intervene more than this. Alice expressed that she trusts Cyan. She's certain that there's a good reason why he can't tell her now. She told him to tell her one day and not to carry the burden all by himself. Cyan had a genuine smile on his face when he replied, "Okay." Alice thanked Brian for healing her. Brian blushed and he stuttered in replying that it was nothing. Behind Alice is Cyan, who is giving him a murderous look. It was like Cyan was warning him on why he's being so happy. Brian saw it, and it made him sweat profusely. Cyan asked Alice what she plans to do now. She replied that she has to resolve the problem first. She planned to meet Cecilia and learn why Cecilia had betrayed her. Cyan offered to help her. She asked how. Cyan knew Cecilia couldn't have gone far. At Violet's safe house. Cecilia was alarmed, which made Violet ask what it was. Cecilia felt that somebody was approaching, but it was her first time feeling that mana. Violet was confident that there's no way, because only he knew the place. Surprisingly, the window shattered. Violet was stunned. She screamed loudly when she saw the sword that almost hit her. Cecilia recognized it. She knew they have fucked up. It was Alice's sword, and now it's time for payback. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, someone expected the markings on the ground. It was Ashel, and he saw the traces of the magic scroll. He assumed that it's a teleportation spell. Ashel advised the knights to look for a shelter around the area. One knight was alarmed at what he saw, so he immediately called Ashel to check. They stood on a cliff. The knight asked Ashel if he thinks Princess Violet is okay. Ashel gave a vague answer by uttering, "We'll see." What they're looking at were swarms of large monsters. Ashel commanded the knights to protect the princess. Meanwhile, a chase was ongoing. Cecilia ran after the invader. She expected the person to be skilled because of the immense mana and bloodlust coming from him. But she dismissed the thought when she saw that it was just a kid. She thought that there's someone with him. She used Windwalker to move faster. She told herself not to let her guard down. Suddenly she was attacked. She swung her sword, but the kid dodged. She asked the kid where he was from since she had never seen any movements like that from the Verts. The kid wore a robe and a mask to hide his identity. Cyan remained quiet. Then Cecilia brought up the sword that he threw earlier. She inquired if he managed to save Alice. Again, Cyan remained silent. Seeing that the kid doesn't want to answer her questions, she emits a powerful mana, and threatened Cyan by saying, "Let's see if you can scream then." She activated Windwalker. Then she charged at him. She swung her sword. She was so quick that it was difficult to follow her movements. Somehow, Cyan was able to evade. He almost got a cut on his ear. Cecilia knew that there were only a select few knights in the order who could catch up to her in terms of speed. She's determined not to be dragged along with this kid. To her surprise, Cyan jumped over her. She couldn't believe that he dodged again. She was caught off guard that he's faster than her. It made her furious that he hadn't even taken out his weapon. She leapt on a tree and charged at Cyan from above. In her head, she doesn't want to be underestimated. She used Sharp Storm, and a large beam of attack hit the trees, and it turned the whole area into a mess. It created a crater. Cyan had a small black sphere on his palm. Upon seeing him Cecilia's jaw dropped. Cyan used Void Sphere. Then he activated Obsession. The sphere was split in half, and that attack had hit Cecilia. She screamed loudly in pain as her tears fell, and several parts of the area exploded. Eventually, Cyan walked up to her. Cecilia told herself that she lost pathetically. She didn't expect to die in a place like that. She told him that he's like a Grim Reaper. She asked if he really won't say a thing. Then she stated that she's going to die soon and requested for him to say if Alice is alive. Cyan crouched down to meet her eyes and uttered that he's curious to know as to why Cecilia is making that face. Cecilia was confused. Cyan replied that Cecilia looked relieved. He expected her to look more tormented. Cecilia replied that it was retribution, and she believed that deserved that kind of ending. Then someone asked her what the retribution is for. Cecilia was surprised, since she recognized the voice. Alice appeared. She was being supported by Brian. Cecilia was extremely shocked. Alice demanded an explanation why Cecilia betrayed her. Cecilia expressed how glad she is that Alice is alive. Alice yelled at her to shut up and answer her question. Tears pooled at the corner of her eyes as she asked why Cecilia had betrayed her. Cecilia cried. She narrated that her hometown was a small village that disappeared after an attack from the monsters. She was the last remaining survivor and was on the brink of death when someone came and saw that there's a survivor. The knight informed her to wait for a bit and assured her that it's safe. The knight had brought her out. Someone ordered a kid to bring water and food. The knight followed the order of this royalty. Cecilia thought of how it was a miracle to be saved by the royal knights who arrived just before she died. And the person who took her in then was Princess Violet. To her, it is only given that she gives her life to someone who saved her. After a while, she got a chance to repay that debt. She was ordered to get close to the Verts and wait for orders. That is how she ended up as a main in the Vert household. And that's how she met Alice. She regretted it. She knew that she should have never left, and how she should have just died in the ruins of her village. Eventually, Princess Violet ordered her to kill Alice Vert since she's a threat. Cecilia thought that if she had died back then, none of it would have happened. Alice asked what she meant when she described her as a threat. Cecilia explained that Princess Violet has always seen the Verts as a threat. It is because of the close relationship between the first Prince Luenel and Ashel. She thought that the Verts were on Luenel's side. Cecilia knew that Princess Violet's anxiety and paranoia grew because of the situation she found herself in. She described the princess as a coward who only trusts herself in that kind of situation. Cecilia expressed how the princess is completely different from Alice. She questioned why she had served someone like that. She was sad that Alice trusted her until the end, and yet she betrayed her. She apologized to Alice for disappointing her. Cyan stood while saying, "Cut the bullshit." He glared at her while emitting bloodlust and told her that if she thought that recognizing her wrongdoings is enough to receive forgiveness, then she's gravely mistaken. Cecilia was surprised to see young Master Cyan. Alice told Cyan to wait and give her time to think. Cyan looked furious as he pointed his sword at her and told her that it's not a light matter. Cecilia agreed and replied that she's aware. Alice panicked and told Cyan to wait. She reasoned that it would be okay to hear out Cecilia even more, before deciding on anything. Brian tried to support and make her calm down. Brian told her to trust the young master for now. Alice was confused. Cyan lifts his dagger onto the other side as if preparing to slash Cecilia. Alice panicked and yelled, "No!" loudly. Cecilia flinched. And then we were transported to another scene where all of a sudden, the door to Princess Violet's safe house exploded. Princess Violet yelled and asked who's there. She panicked when she realized Cecilia wasn't there. Someone entered. Princess Violet turned pale as she wondered how that man found that place. It was Ashel with his grim-looking face, and he had come to escort Her Highness. Princess Violet stated that he looked like he's about to kill her, and she told him he's being rude for barging in like that. Ashel admitted that he planned on killing her. The planned scenario was for Favian, Nerovian, and her to all be killed by the monster. She asked him if he thought he'd be able to avoid the consequences after doing such a thing. Princess Violet discreetly pulled out a scroll. Ashel used God's stinger and hit her hand that held the scroll. The scroll burned. Ashel told her that he's not done yet. Princess Violet's eyes were sharp as she told him that he's being rude. She asked him if he really intends on seeing that plan through to its end. Ashel gave a vague reply by saying, "Who knows?" She asked him what it's supposed to mean. Ashel recognized that the sword stuck on the wall was Alice's. He asked where his sister was. Princess Violet replied that she had her killed, because she was uncertain if she's working with Luenell. She's a sister of Ashel, after all. She stated that it's a good thing. She asked if he plans to avenge her sister. He replied no, because now he's thinking about changing his plan. Princess Violet was caught off guard. Ashel pulled out the sword from the wall. He stated that Princess Violet is pretty calm despite the situation that she's in. Ashel told her that getting rid of those she finds even a bit suspicious was wise. He stated how he's surprised since she's different from Luenell in that sense. Princess Violet was surprised that it seemed like Ashel does not care about his sister. It made her wonder what he wanted. Ashel revealed that the plan was ruined from the start. He will report to Luenell that it was a failure. Princess Violet asked what Ashel wanted from her. Ashel suggested that she join his plan. Princess Violet asked if he's on Luenell's side. Ashel asked her who said that. He clarified that they're just business partners. Princess Violet asked him if he thought she really believed that. He told her that whether she believes it or not, it's true that Luenell is a part of his plan. Princess Violet asked if he's trying to take over the Empire or something. She told him that she can't help him with that. Ashel replied that it doesn't matter who takes over the Empire. Princess Violet asked what exactly Ashel wanted. Ashel expressed that it's the eradication of evil. He planned to remove all evil from the world. Princess Violet mocked him by asking if he's serious. Again, Ashel gave a vague reply of, "Who knows?" Ashel sensed something and commented that evil just appeared nearby. Princess Violet noticed the walls cracked. Ashel felt the strange and ominous mana, and it's sending shivers throughout his body, though it felt more like bloodlust. He never felt that kind of mana before. A black sphere appeared and broke the walls. It emits strong winds, too. Princess Violet asked what it was. The black orb eventually vanished, and a blinding red light was seen in the sky. It moved so fast that Ashel barely evaded it. It was Karam wielded by Cyan. Ashel asked who it was. Cyan wore a full face mask and replied that he's the evil that Ashel is searching for, as well as the end. Cyan used Fog Sword 8 fluttering petals. Their attacks were everywhere that it almost hit Princess Violet. Ashel noticed it, so he used Exi on Princess Violet. That places her on a golden barrier. The loud explosions made Princess Violet scream, and she saw her safe house fall apart. She was sad to see the state of her safe house. There was another loud explosion, and it blasted the roof. Ashel was pushed back near Princess Violet. The princess asked if he's all right. Ashel sensed that the enemy was still attacking. Cyan used adamant. It produced a red orb. It made Princess Violet worry for her safety, so she called Ashel. Ashel used Ascalon, and that made his sword emit golden light. The orb was released, and it was like a powerful laser beam, but it didn't harm Ashel and the princess because of the golden light that covers them. Ashel was in a pinch. He realized that his enemy used spatial magic too. Cyan appeared on the side, and he charges at Ashkel, but Ashel had a barrier even on the side. Hitting that made Karam groan in pain. Cyan noticed that, and decided to step back. Ashel recognized that the enemy is not an ordinary person, but he's confident that he will win. Seeing that side of him made Princess Violet blush. Cyan asked Karam what was wrong. Karam complained that it hurts. She explained that it felt like her entire body was going to be ripped to pieces. Cyan assumes that the cause is Ashel's annoying power. Akel asked him why he stopped. He brought up what the enemy said, that he will be the end of Ashel. Ashel challenged him to come at him. Cyan would love to kill him so much that he feels like throwing up at that moment. But having seen what his powers can do, Cyan decided to back off. Princess Violet noticed something glowing on her side. She recognized that it was Cecilia's things. She asked the enemy what he did to her. Cyan replied that he purified her. She asked what that's supposed to mean. Ashel simply interpreted it that Cecilia is dead. Ashel realized that it was the enemy's goal. He asked who ordered it. Cyan introduced himself as From the Mist, those who do not forgive. Then he stated that it was not purification decreed by someone else, but by reason. Upon hearing that, Ashel realized that it's true that they're active again. Princess Violet was surprised that the enemy vanished. Ashel was annoyed that there were more people getting in his way. He wondered if it was them all along that had been interfering with his plans. He watches as the red mist dissipates. At the waterfall, Kairam manifests in her human form, cradles her head, and complains that it hurts. She thought she was going to die. Karam inquired if it really hurts that bad. Karam replied that she never felt pain like that before. She's annoyed that they can't even touch him. It's more complicated than she thought it would be. Cyan told her that there's a solution. She asked what. Cyan took out the Durandark's elemental stone, the purity of gods. It's only a hypothesis, but he thinks that they'll be able to win against him if they use it. Karam stopped him and told him not to do it. She was mad when she asked Kayan if he brought it with him for that. She told him that it might kill him. Out of the blue, Alice called Kayan. Kayan knew it was dangerous, but he told her that it was the only way. Because he has people to protect now. He said that while looking at Alice and Brian's happy faces. Cecilia was behind them too. Cyan was determined not to make the same mistake he did in the past. And if the opponent is unreasonably strong, he's determined to become strong enough to match his level. Alice gave something to Cecilia. Cecilia asked what it is. She told her that it's Marion's token. She informed her that the entry to the spirit realm is restricted. If Cecilia took that, she should be able to get into Fruina. She told her to be careful. Cecilia shed tears as she thanked and apologized to Alice. Alice turned around and told her that she hasn't forgiven her, so she shouldn't appear in front of her again. Cecilia understood. She watched Alice's back before she stepped away. Karam asked if it's okay to just let her go like that. Karam suggested that it's better to kill her right away. Cyan replied that he already killed her in his past life. When he reflected on it, he realized that there was no need to kill her, because she was already broken. From the guilt of killing Alice, Cyan lessened that burden this time, so he's certain that Cecilia would repay that debt someday. Earlier, Cyan told her that it's not a light matter. Cecilia was aware of that. Then he was about to strike her. Alice yelled no, but she was held in place by Brian. Cecilia got hit, her armor fell, and Cyan told her that she just died once, and eventually he'll ask for her payment later on. He instructed her to stay in hiding until he called for her. That made Cecilia wonder if Cyan can see the future or something. Cecilia caressed that shoulder that Cyan hit. To her, it seemed like Cyan knew that there would be a time when she'd be able to right her wrongdoings, and if that time comes, she was determined to repay him with her life. Karam inspected Cyan and asked if he's sick or something, because she felt that Cyan became kinder. She poked his cheek while asking if he's dying. They were interrupted when someone called Karam. It was Alice. Karam asked her if she's done seeing her off. Alice replied yes and thanked her. Despite being late, Alice thanked Karam again. In her head, she thought of her as a demonic sword with a personality. She wondered if they would get along. Karam smiled, rubbed her nose, and replied that it was nothing. Alice had considered that she might be a nice demonic sword. Alice pointed out that Karam seemed close to Cyan. Karam nonchalantly replied that they're not, and they just have a master-subject kind of relationship. Alice was confused. Then Karam became serious when she stated that the body is hers, so Alice better not try to take it away from her. Alice was dumbfounded. She realized she's not nice. At Lewin Academy, Dean Kundal received a letter saying that the writer had learned the answers to all his questions, and because of which, she decided to leave the Knights of Light. The letter was from Alice. She stated that the Order had strayed from their rightful path. She explained that the people that the Order is trying to protect are not the right people, and the will of the household is being corrupted. And her father is just letting it all happen too. She told the Dean that she will come visit him soon since there's something she would like to discuss with him. It concerns her brother Ashel and Prince Lewinel, and she plans to tell him more when she sees him. She asked him to take care of Cayenne until then. With that, the Dean realized that both families are a mess. He figured out that she's still concerned about her little brother as before. He decided to at least pretend to care for him since she asked. The Dean apologized to Boris for making him wait. Boris replied that it's all right. He inquired on how Boris is adjusting in the academy. Boris replied that he's adjusting to it slowly. Dean Kundal informed him that he called him because there is something he's curious about. Boris asked what it is. Dean Kundal had a sharp gaze when he asked when Boris was going to tell him that he was working for Kundal's grandson, Prince Lewinel. He asked if there's a reason he's hiding it. Boris replied that he's not hiding it. He reasoned that it's not something that is related to his work in the academy. Dean Kundal then asked his purpose in coming to the academy. Boris replied that he's looking for someone. Dean Kundal asked if he found this person yet. Boris replied yes. Dean Kundal emits a powerful aura when he tells him to quit. He warned him that if that person that Boris is looking for is the child that is on his mind, he should quit whatever it is that he wanted to do. The aura was so powerful that Boris wouldn't miss it. He simply replied that he understands. Outside the academy, Boris uttered that he didn't expect such a reaction from the Dean. He understood that Tyann had good connections. It made him more interested in the child. He was writing a scroll, and he stated that there are always new things to report. The scroll flew. Someone appeared and asked him what he's doing. A cross with wings was flying around Boris. It told him that if another human gets involved, it might become a lot more difficult to deal with. This creature is Hearthcrea. Boris replied to her that he's aware. She warned him again to be careful, especially that Karam isn't like her. Karam has a physical body. Boris decided to break away Tyann's connections first. Hearthcrea thinks it's a good idea. Boris assured her that he can take care of it. Someone appeared and asked if Boris called for her. It was Sarika. She told him that she also wanted to see him. Boris wanted to ask her about Cayenne. Boris said that Tyann stays in his dorm most of the time and doesn't attend lessons, but he is very skilled. Sarika suggested that Cyan could be born a genius. She asked if he had piqued Boris's interest. Boris replied yes and admitted that at first it was just Cyan. Then he stated that now he's also interested in those around him. He called her Sarika. Then he corrected himself and addressed her as follower of the Black Fog Mist. Sarika was caught off guard. Immediately, she took out her weapon. Boris was ready to fight back. A creepy creature with a large mouth appeared beneath Sarika, and it ate her. This creature is a hellhound, but Sarika slashed it up from the inside. Boris was amused. Then Sarika came out of it. She used Black Fog God's power, the Fog Domain. Instantly, she shredded the hellhound into bits and pieces. Boris was calm when he expressed that he didn't expect that Sarika could open up a whole new realm. He figured out that it's how she kept her mana from getting into the real world. She had no idea how he found out her identity, but she assumed he knew it would cost him his life. And if death is his wish, she will happily grant it to him. Boris manifested a book in his hand. He replied that killing him won't be easy. Sarika commented that he's full of confidence. She asked him how long that confidence would last. Several black hooded men appeared. It was Sarika's allies. She told him that they will begin Boris' purification. Boris was ready and confident that he could deal with all of them. Meanwhile, in another setting, out of the blue, Nana sensed her papa. Cyan and Brian came out of the portal. Nana jumped for a hug. Cyan was caught off guard. Even Brian was surprised. Brian asked Emily for something to eat. Cyan fell on his butt, but even so, Nana continued to hug him. He felt that it's hard to hug her properly because of how much she had gotten. He pats her head and asked if she's doing fine. Nana looked happy. She replied yes and reported that she's been doing good with Sarika, just like what Cyan wanted. It made Cyan think that Nana is holding up fine with Sarika's training. A while ago, Cyan asked Sarika to train Nana to restrain her breakdowns. He can't allow the banquet of blood to happen again. He expected that the Hallmaster's training would be hard, but Sarika is the best when it comes to controlling instincts. Back then, Nana was wreaking havoc. Cyan praised Nana for doing a good job. Nana shared that they had no training that day because Sarika had plans. Cyan inquired what plans. Karam replied that it's probably purification. Karam shared that she told Sarika to purify that Boris guy. Cyan inquired further. Karam explained that the guy is there as an instructor, and she expected Sarika to be able to silence him since she's also an instructor. Cyan replied that there's no way Eru permitted that. Cyan became serious as he asked Karam if she realized what Sarika would be up against. Karam asked if he's talking about the scripture. Then she inquired if Cyan thinks that Sarika and the Mist wouldn't be able to handle that. Cyan sighed as he realized Karam knew about Hearthcrea. He got pissed off. He asked when she's going to tell him, and threatened her if she wanted to get punished. Karam played it cool by saying that she thought it wasn't necessary. Cyan told them that there's no time to rest. Karam inquired if he's going to her. Cyan had to because Boris's bloodline is what's really dangerous. He called Brian to tell him to take care of Emily and Nana since he's leaving. But he stopped mid-sentence when he saw Brian's face stuffed with food while he had food on each hand. Cyan asked him what he's eating. The food looked creepy, like a black donut with black filling. Brian explained that he's really hungry. He asked Cyan if he needed him to come with him. Cyan replied that he's only going with Karam. Cyan looked at him weirdly while thinking how Brian is the first normal person to tolerate Emily's food. He realized Brian had gotten stronger. Brian asked if they should just wait there. Cyan instructed him to take Emily and Nana to Brno. Nana was unhappy that her papa was already leaving. Cyan pats her head, apologizes, and explains to her that it's dangerous there. Brian asked Cyan if it's going to be all right. Cyan assured him that it's all right. He told him that they will come to them once his business has been dealt with. Karam in the background complains that she's too lazy for it. Cyan told Brian that he'll leave those two in his hands. Meanwhile, Sarika's men were down. She's also not in a good condition. In her head, the more he looks at him, the viler he appears. Zombies appeared. It made Sarika wonder if the banquet of blood was Boris's doing. She sensed that the marionettes have the same aura as during that banquet. She's also certain that those guys are much stronger. Boris smiled and probed if Sarika was already tired. He told them that it's just an appetizer, and he has the main dish and dessert to serve too. Sarika sensed something. The marionettes attacked her. She evaded them. Then she used Fog Sword rushing Fog Storm, followed by Fog Sword 8 fluttering petals, then secret technique Bloodthirst Wave. She was also attacked from behind. Boris made it rain of golden spears. Sarika ran as fast as she could to evade it. She noticed how Boris kept using advanced spells whenever she thought that there might be an opening to attack. Plus, those marionettes. She saw one agile marionette chasing after her. The marionette was caught off guard when Sarika vanished and went behind him, as more spears rained down. The marionettes chased after her. One almost got her. It seemed like they're reading her movements. Then Boris used puppeteering. Nidstang. A red glow appeared on the forehead of the marionette. Sarika watched them intently. One of the marionettes exploded. Sarika was thrown away because of the impact. She didn't expect that there's much mana stored in them. They are no ordinary marionettes? Then they collectively attacked her. Sarika was in a pinch. Loud explosion happened again. Sarika was blown away from the impact. Boris told her that it's time for her to die. He used Warhammer. Sarika saw it coming. A large Warhammer fell on her and shattered the ground. The large golden Warhammer slowly dissipates. Someone said that it's unfortunate. Boris was confused. Then this person stated that she understands now. It was Sarika. She was conscious despite being hit by the Warhammer, and she realized something about the marionettes. That they are able to track the opponent's mana, which makes them different from ordinary marionettes. Boris closed the book. Sarika also assumed that the spell book is the source of Boris's power. Sarika sat up and uttered that it must be incredible based on the mana that she can sense from it. She asked if it's a weapon of God. Boris applauded her for her incredible battle sense, along with a vast knowledge base. However, he told her that it doesn't matter. Boris used Imaginarium. The marionettes groaned, and they moved strangely. Boris told Sarika that he has plenty of puppets to play with, so she should just give up. Sarika threw her dagger on the ground and replied that she's not the type to give up. She used the secret technique expansion. Her body glowed as her shadow became longer. Then she used familiar summon, Mammon of Greed. Boris wondered how she's able to do that. The mana that he sensed from her before was completely gone. The large creature was intimidating, that even the marionettes noticed it. The marionettes charged forward as the large creature fights back with just a single punch. It hit several marionettes. Some marionettes tried to climb its hand, but they were just shaken off. Boris complained that they were unfair because those puppets were hard to obtain. Boris praised him for her amazing talent of creating a demon familiar with mana. But he told her that it only buys her time because currently she's just an empty shell with no mana. Even casting an ordinary spell would be difficult for her. Boris told her that her decision was a mistake. Sarika moved and went behind Boris' back while telling him that he makes sound as if there are no risks for him. Boris immediately used protection and created a shield to block Sarika's attack. Boris was caught off guard that he couldn't track her movements. He wondered how she's able to move so fast without magic. Sarika kept hitting the shield. Eventually, she made a crack. She was in a frenzy. She pierced right through the center. Then she told him it's checkmate. She lifted her fist and punched him. That attack completely shattered the shield and made Boris fall on his butt. Boris groaned. To his surprise, Sarika was already at him, trying to grab him. She grabbed his face and dunked his head on the ground. Boris sensed that she's not letting him have time to cast any spells. Sarika covered his mouth as she brought out her sword with the other hand. Boris covered his hand with his magic, since he plans to use a spell that can omit the incantation. He used mine. Sarika squinted her eyes because of the glowing light, and they both got blasted away. Then Boris casted Judgment Spear. Sarika ran as fast as she could. Boris threw his spear. It rained down on Sarika, but she kept evading. Sarika's eyes were glowing as she grinned and jumped. She kicked Boris, who was in the air. Boris grits his teeth as he braces for impact. The ground shattered when he hit it. Eventually, the debris and dust subsided. Someone told Boris that it was enough for that day. As Sarika was about to deal the final blow, golden rays of light enveloped Boris. He recognized that it was Hearthcraya. Sarika cursed because the weapon of God protects Boris. The spellbook stated that they don't have any information about Sarika, so she thought she was just one of the countless servants of Eru. Sarika stepped back as a dome of barrier covers Boris. Hearthcraya continued to say that with skills like hers, it's likely that she's a high-rank officer, and in Boris's current state, he doesn't have a chance against her. Sarika watched them with confusion, because black blood drips from Boris's mouth. She realized that he's a member of the Black Blood tribe. She thought they were extinct. Boris replied that it's the reason why he tried to avoid spilling his own blood. He stated that the marionettes at the Banquet of the Blood and the Day's Stone were first created by the Black Blood tribe. Sarika was in rage as she heard that it was Boris who caused the massacre. Boris admitted that she got him. Then Boris told her that it would be difficult to continue his job there and expressed that it was such a shame. Sarika told him to shut it. Then she charges at him. Boris told her that he will see at another time. Sarika replied that there will be no next time, because she won't let him go. The large creature appeared behind Boris, and it attempted to break the barrier. Hearthcraya complained that Sarika is annoying. Boris forgot about the summoned creature. Boris saw that one of his puppets had been used as a sacrifice. Sarika noticed that they can't pierce through the barrier. If only Boris didn't have the spell book with him. Then Sarika sensed something. She wondered who it was that managed to interfere with her space and enter. She wondered if this person had an aide. Then she saw Cyan. Even Boris was surprised to see him. He asked what he's doing there. Cyan brought out Karam, and he went directly for the barrier and shattered it. The barrier that protected Boris had completely shattered. Then someone came out. It was Karam, and she expressed that she feels bad watching it. She's speaking to Hearthcrea, and right now she has this smug face on her. Hearthcrea inquired on how Karam found her. And she asked what she's doing there. They also seem to be in another dimension apart from Cyan and Boris. Karam replied that she has good instincts, and she can smell a hypocrite like Hearthcrea. She said that people like Hearthcrea emit a vile smell. Hearthcrea reminded her that she already warned her that Karam picked the wrong side. A bright light started to come out from Hearthcrea's body, and Karam was caught off guard. Hearthcrea transformed into top god's authority, Seraphim. And just like the scripture says, Seraphims are the highest authority of angels, and they are 6-winged creatures. The book with an eye on the cover appeared. Cyan faced it as more and more spells were coming out from it. Even the monster that Sarika summoned was affected by it. Cyan was trapped in a cage made of ancient letters. Sarika was thrown out of it. Sarika cursed as she knew it was bad. She worriedly called for Cyan, and when she saw his condition, even Hearthcrea was surprised that Cyan is withstanding the top god's authority. It made her wonder what power is Cyan using, because she knew that Cyan can't endure it with the help of the demonic sword's power alone. It made Hearthcrea think that Eru is hiding something more dangerous than expected. Meanwhile, Boris wanted to help Hearthcrea, since the owner of the demonic sword is already in front of them. Boris wanted to eliminate him right away. Hearthcrea told him to stop because they aren't strong enough for it. Cyan was furious with Boris. Our boy was determined to get his revenge on this fucker now. Moments later, Hearthcrea was taken aback. Cyan was able to slash her, and the book was cut into 2 pieces. Cyan went straight for Boris and stabbed him on the chest. Boris saw how Cyan broke through Hearthcrea's barrier, which made him think that the child is dangerous. It made him think about the black fog that covers the sun and how that symbolizes Cyan. He realized that if Cyan is a blade that will be pointed at Ashel in the future, then he thought that Cyan must be eliminated at once when Hearthcrea's barrier activates. Sarika saw the powerful mana and knew that Cyan won't be able to hold on against that for long. Sarika knew she needed to do something before anything bad happens. She undid her summon, just so she could have extra mana for what she was about to do. Cyan kept his grip on his dagger, while Boris tried to shake him off. Cyan used Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. Boris also made sure to exert enough force to counter our MC. Their fight broke when the Hellhound appeared. It was already about to devour him. Fortunately, our waifu teacher/hallmaster was there to grab him out of danger. This girl was really fast on her feet. Apparently, Sarika used her secret technique, unified demonic human form. Cyan was confused, but then his attention shifted when he saw something. It was an explosion. Sarika and Cyan braced themselves, and a beam shoots up the sky. Boris and Hearthcrea broke through Sarika's fog domain. She realized that it's a force of a god's weapon. She said that Boris and Hearthcrea got away, so they failed the purification. On top of that, Cyan asked her why she stopped him. Sarika argues that she saved his life. Cyan corrected her, saying that he was the one who saved her life. That was news to Sarika. Sarika was annoyed, but Cyan didn't mind her. He asked Karam on the dagger form if she's all right. Karam didn't answer right away, but then replied that she's going to sleep for a while. Cyan knew that Karam felt the direct hit, and yet she managed to endure it. Cyan was determined that once the real battle is imminent, he will have no choice but to use the technique he has in mind. Meanwhile, at Brno, a commerce city located near Lewin, Alice noticed someone. She was doubtful that the person she's expecting would come, but he actually arrived. That person was none other than this old man, Dean Kundal. They stayed at a cafe. Dean Kundal expressed that it has been a while since he left the academy. Alice replied that she's surprised, because she knew that he doesn't usually leave the school grounds. Dean Kundal replied that it's because of the letter that she sent. He realized that the situation is pretty serious. Alice asked if it was because she quit the night order. Kundal laughed at it and replied that he expected her to walk her own path. He stated that the will of the household is not that important. It was Ashel and Luanel who were the bigger problems. Alice asked him if he knew something about Ashel. He replied somewhat. He asked Alice what she thinks it would be like if Ashel were to become the household head. Alice replied that countless talented people of the nation joined the Knights of Light, so it would make Ashel the leader of the Empire's strongest army. Kundal agreed and added that Luanel, his grandson, will probably command the Knights of Light alongside Ashel. Alice expressed that it's what she's worried about. Alice asked Kundal what he thinks because Luanel is his grandson. Kundal shared that Sinan asked him before on what he wanted between prosperity of the Empire or the honor of his household. He uttered that it was like Sinan knew the future. He admitted that he wasn't wary enough of what they might do. Alice asked about what he said about Cyan knowing the future. Kundal replied that he isn't certain. He advised Alice that she needs to leave the Empire for a while. She asked what he meant. He replied that a great disaster will soon befall the Empire, and that he'll do what he can to make things right. But he can't guarantee anything. Alice was alarmed. Kundal emphasized that he's talking about the coup d'etat. He's seeing signs of internal conflict to take over the throne. Still at the Commerce City, we now see Nana, and she's so impressed. She pointed at fruits and called them weird fruits. She did the same for people and branded these guys as weird. Brian had to apologize to the offended men. Then he told Nana that she shouldn't point fingers at people. Emily asked him what's wrong when that's just how kids grow up. Brian replied that it won't be good if they draw much attention to themselves. And their priority is to head to the safe house. Emily told him not to be like that and people just perceive them as an ordinary family. Brian blushed the shit out of him. I knew this fucker had a crush on Emily. Then he scurried away. Emily was confused with his behavior. They hurried to catch up to him, but something caught Nana's attention. So she went in that direction. Meanwhile, Alice was on her window sighing. She was thinking about what Dean Kundal revealed to her. She didn't expect Ashel and Luanel to plan such a thing. It made her wonder as to how the Dean and Cyan knew about it. The door opened. Someone called Alice. Alice was surprised to see them. It was Emily and Brian. She asked them if they lived with Cyan in the academy. Emily replied, yes. Alice thought about how Cyan lives with 2 women in the academy. She questioned if that is even allowed. Brian uttered that Cyan had an urgent business to attend to, so he just sent 3 of them there. That confused Alice. Because there's only 2 of them. Nana had been missing, and they didn't even notice it. Emily and Brian turned pale as they realized that Nana isn't with them. Alice asked if there's someone with them. Brian replied that she was just there a second ago. He blamed himself. He knew that he shouldn't have taken his eyes off of Nana. Alice then invited them out. She stated that if this person is important to Cyan, then they're important for her too. She told them to look for them together. At a harbor in Bruneu, someone closed the door. The werewolf said that the pay is going to be good. They decided to report to the captain. Then they saw a familiar kid. The one who pointed at them earlier. They wondered if she's not scared of going around. They asked her where she left her parents and why she's being alone. But Nana ignored them and just pointed at the ship. Then she stated she smelled something familiar from there. The man asked her if she's curious about it. These 2 men had a devilish grin on their faces as they thought of having free money. The man coaxed Nana by saying that they had a lot of yummy food in there. Nana asked if it was candy. The man replied, yes, but deep inside he thinks that the girl is too old to fall for candy. He wondered if she's mentally handicapped. Nana got excited about having candy. Those men acted kind and told her that she can have them all for free. Nana remembered Cyan's lecture on what she needs to do if strangers offer her candy. But Nana still said yes to those strangers. She was ushered and got assisted by these thugs. They told her that there's candy loots inside the room. Nana remembered what Cyan said, that she's not supposed to ever go inside somewhere dark and enclosed if someone tells her to. But she still went. At this point, the men were thinking that she really is too stupid. Those men immediately shut the door. They felt lucky to have another prize. Meanwhile, Nana was confused at what she saw. She looked for the candy, but there were just kids in prison. She felt angry that she was lied to. Then she thought of her papa and apologized to him that she was tricked. Then she smelled something. She followed the scent. It was the same scent she smelled earlier. She stopped. When she reached where it's coming from, she lifted the sheet that covers it and told this dog-like creature that it's the source of the yummy smell. This was a high-rank red gnoll monster. It was hostile, and yet Nana reached her hand out. The monster was confused as Nana pets it. Nana asked him how he ended up there and if he wanted to be let out. The monster barked and wagged his tail. Nana moved the bars of the cage to let it out. Then someone called out to Nana. The other captured kids asked if she could let them out too. Nana had a devilish grin. Some men marched forward. They reported to their captain that they're ready. The captain was seated on a throne, and behind him is a chained, large, dog-like monster. The captain replied that all they need to do is depart from the harbor. This person is a Red Gnoll Merchant Union CEO Tolino. One subordinate asked if they would be negotiating again. Tolino replied yes. He uttered that Morris suddenly went missing, so the Gray Merchant Union is done for. Now that they don't have to pay any fees, they're going to get more money. He stated that the Garam Association pays more for younger kids, so he promised his subordinates some bonuses once it's done. The subordinate thought about how Albus, then the Gray Merchant, were falling apart. She expressed that she doesn't have a good feeling about it. She reasoned that it was her woman's instinct. They were all surprised that this person was a human. She expressed that they have to be careful. Tolino told her not to worry since they got their Gnoll champion. Suddenly, there was an explosion. They saw that it's their ship. Then someone arrived in front of them. It was none other than our candy addict dragon. She was already exuding her ominous aura as she was really pissed. Nana's horns came out as she yelled that she can't forgive bad adults. Tolino was surprised to see a draconic human. Nana pointed at them and called them liars and bad adults. Those men who locked her got annoyed that she's pointing fingers again. They charged forward and vowed to cut off her finger first. Nana punched the elf, kicked the werewolf, and headbutted the dwarf. She easily defeated 3 of them. Only Tolino was left now. Tolino was in rage. He ordered someone to bring her to him alive. Nana noticed something. It was the angry red gnoll that Tolino had. It charges forward and hit Nana. Tolino reminded the red gnoll that he wants her alive. Tolino threatened the red gnoll that he's dead if he damages the product. But they were shocked when they saw Nana block the weapon with just one hand. Then she saw something. The collar that was on the red gnoll glowed. It attacked Nana with the hammer, which made Nana step backwards. Tolino scolded the 3 for not being able to defeat a kid. The pattern on Tolino's hand glowed. Then he yelled that the gnoll was big enough to win against the kid. The gnoll roared loudly. Nana concentrated her power in her fist and punched the gnoll. The gnoll was blasted in the air. Tolino panicked when he saw that the gnoll was falling where he was. The red gnoll crashed. Meanwhile, Brian saw the explosion, and he thinks Nana was in there. He just felt a surge of mana from there. They hurriedly ran towards the direction of the explosion. Tolino vowed that he won't let the brat get away with it. He ordered the red gnoll to kill her. But then he saw the shackles. It had been broken, and since it was now out of Tolino's control, the red gnoll angrily faced Tolino. Tolino trembled in fear. Then he screamed out loud. Then the red gnoll glanced behind him. He watches Nana. Then he approached her. Nana moved, and it made the red gnoll alert. Surprisingly, Nana brought out the small red gnoll. She knew that the giant red gnoll was the mother of this small one. The baby red gnoll had been looking for his mom. The 2 red gnolls were delighted. They reunited and eventually said goodbye to Nana. Seeing this scene made Nana feel that she missed her papa. Then suddenly, someone thanked her for saving them. Those were the kids earlier. She wondered what she should do with them. She called the bad guys and told them to take responsibility and take those kids home. If they don't, Nana showed them her fangs and threatened to eat them. Those 3 had no choice but to follow her instructions. Nana waved them goodbye. She saved them all, which made her wonder if her papa will praise her. She reasons that she did a good thing and she didn't cause trouble. She badly wanted to be praised by her papa. Suddenly a hand pats her head and tells her that she did a good job. It was Cayenne. Nana was pleased to see him. She asked how he found her. To Cayenne, it would be stranger if he couldn't find Nana with all the mana being spread around. Apparently, when he arrived, no one was in the safe house. It was obvious that Nana had gone missing. He made sure that Emily and Brian were in for a scolding. Cyan replied to Nana, saying that he can find her no matter where she is. She is her papa, after all. Cayenne noticed the insane amount of mana she's releasing. Few seconds later, Brian arrived and saw Cayenne. Cayenne noticed him and her sister. Brian expressed that he's glad Nana's okay. He was worried that something happened to her. Cyan replied yes. Cyan looked scared when he asked Brian if he knew what he did wrong. Brian replied yes. Brian took a beating and Alice was taken aback when she saw the person that they were looking for. She didn't expect it to be a draconic human. Meanwhile, Brian was still being scolded. At Ushif Empire's capital, Quizel's estate, someone was rushing. The man had no idea why he suddenly had a guest who was always in the academy. The guest was being welcomed by the servants. He asked him what brought him there. It was his father. Kundal told him that they have to talk. Kundal uttered that it has been 10 years since he let go of his position as Duke. That is why he didn't intend on intervening on how his son ran things, but he questioned how the fees for the estate decreased so much, while the funds going to the imperial family increased a ton. His son replied that Kundal should know, that the current empress's family has been sending outrageous amounts of money to them every year. He uttered that their political standing will be degraded if he doesn't pay them that much. Then they will put their own person on the throne. He asked if Kundal didn't want Luenel to become the emperor. Kundal got angry. He asked his son if he thinks Luenel has the qualities of an emperor. His son replied that it doesn't matter as long as it's someone from the Quizel family. Kundal uttered that it was like when his son married his dead sister to the emperor. Kundal ordered him to cut off all support to Luenel. His son argues. Kundal left, which made his son ask where he's going. Kundal was off to the palace. At Velius Vert Estate. It was on the report that they found the owner of the demonic sword. Ashel set up plans each time, and now he's worried that it will be ruined again. He finds it unexpected that Alice quit the knighthood just like that, but he knew he has the stronger standing when it comes to inheriting the dukedom, and it was good news in a way. But he saw Alice's eyes full of resentment. It made him wonder if she knew something. It was getting on his nerves. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the room. This was teleportation magic. A person showed up. It was Boris. He knelt and greeted Ashel. Boris looked different, with a black eye with a red pupil in his right face, and several eyes and teeth came from his body. Ashel asked what it was. He wondered if that's the true appearance of the Black Blood tribe. Boris apologized. He didn't mean to show that form. Askel asked who did it. He thought Boris was at Lewin Academy. Boris replied that Askel's brother Cyan had driven him to that point. Ashel's expression turned sour. Boris added that he was able to achieve his goal. He took out a red marble and uttered that it's the mana of the demonic sword he found during the Banquet of Blood, and that he found the owner of the demonic sword. Ashel understood now. That Cyan is the owner of the demonic sword, and he was the one ruining all of his plans. Ashel had no idea until that moment. Boris uttered that he meant to eliminate Cyan, but he didn't have enough power. Ashel decided to step in. He fought Cyan before. It wasn't easy, but he knows that he can do it. Boris told him that it is not yet time. He asked what it meant. Boris shared that the followers of the Black Fog are with Cyan, so it will be hard to predict the situation. Ashel asked Boris if he had some kind of plan. Boris told Ashel to follow the prophecy, and told him that the Saintess would guide him to where the Holy Sword is. He told him to find the Holy Sword Durand d'Arc. Kellen heard them from the other side of the door. He knew that he must report to Cyan right away, but Boris was suddenly behind him. Boris uttered that they have a little rat. He grabbed Kellen's neck. He asked him where he's going to report to if he is Askel's subordinate. Ashel expressed that he finds him suspicious lately. Ashel was furious that Kellen had fooled him. Meanwhile, Lunav sighed as she realized that the book that she's reading doesn't contain what she's looking for. She thought about the ancient text that she found in Bori's lab. The only clues she had were texts in some ancient language. If it weren't for the spell that forced her out there, she could have found out more about it. What she managed to learn now is that there are just 2 books in the world written in that language. It's the divine scriptures and the demonic scriptures. And the book that she saw seemed more like it was the divine scriptures. But she wondered as to why something like that would be in Boris's lab. She also couldn't find anything about the usage of the content of the books. She wondered if the only option is to look in the Garum Association's archive of forbidden texts. Someone called her. She was surprised to see Her Highness, Princess Erin. Erin asked her what she's thinking about that she didn't notice when she's right there. Lunav asked her what brought her there. Erin asked Lunav if she had seen Tyann lately. The princess also couldn't help but blush upon mentioning our MC's name. Lunav replied no because she had been spending her time at the library recently. Lunav teased her by asking if she missed him. Erin blushed and replied no, and she defensively said that she just finds it strange that Tyann suddenly didn't come to school. Lunav assured her that Kyan will eventually come back. Erin asked how she could be certain. Lunav replied that she just knows, because that is how Kyan had always been. Erin became silent, seeing Lunav's carefree expression. It was as if she really knew Tyann. But then Leximus arrived and reported that there's a problem. Erin asked what's the big deal. Leximus handed a letter from the palace and urged her to read it. Erin realized that Leximus already read it. She told him that she's not supposed to do that. Leximus urged her again to read it. Erin recognized that it was her father's handwriting. The letter was a notification of the engagement between the 5th Princess Erin Severus and Cyan Vert. It was also a promise of marriage in the future. Our boy was about to get married, guys. It's official. In another scene, the Emperor thanked Violet for the cup of drink that she brought. They are in Emperor Dion's bedroom. Violet replied that it's her duty to take care of him since she's his daughter. The Emperor replied that it was nothing more than an ordinary cold. Violet wished him to get better soon because it hurts to see him in pain. The Emperor told her not to worry. Suddenly, someone called out to His Majesty. It was Kundal. He greeted the Emperor. He expressed his wish that the Emperor was well. The Emperor replied that he is, thanks to Kundal. Violet excused herself. The Emperor tried to lighten the mood, but Kundal was serious. He asked him what happened. The Emperor expressed that he's embarrassed to have such a precious guest over in that manner because of his health. Kundal told him that he shouldn't be. He inquired as to when His Majesty's health became that bad. Dion replied that at first he thought it was just a cold, but his condition isn't improving at all. Kundal apologized. He knew he should have come sooner. Dion assumed that Kundal was there because he had something serious to discuss. Dion uttered that Kundal only came to see him when something terrible was about to happen in the Empire. Dion asked if he's worried about Luenel. Kundal takes that the Emperor is always aware. Kundal admitted that he didn't think much of it, but he realized that it's much more serious. Dion released his power through his hands and assured Kundal that as long as he's alive, Luenel will not be able to cause any trouble. Kundal could see that the amount of mana is impressive, but it's very unstable. He realized that it's not only Diony's appearance that has changed. Diony expressed that there's something else that he's worried about. Kundal asked what it was about. He asked how Erin is doing in the academy. He believes that Erin is an excellent student with both hard work and talent. He's certain that she will grow up to be a proper princess. Kundal replied that Dion has nothing to worry about. Dion knew Erin had always been a crybaby. He's glad to hear that she's doing well. He shared that Erin had grown quite a lot after meeting a certain boy 3 years ago. Kundal asked if it was Cyan. Dion believes that the boy will stay by Erin's side for a long time, so he decides to get them both married to each other. Kundal just smiled. Dion was confused as to why he's not surprised. Kundal replied that he already knew what Dion had planned when he recommended Gian for the royal dorms. Dion was about to ask what Kundal thinks about the boy, but before he can finish, Kundal already answered that the boy is terrible. Dion was taken aback. Kundal enumerated why he said that. To start with, he skips classes more than there are meal times in a day. He never saw him read, and he's the worst student he ever had in his 50 years of teaching. Dion had nothing to say. It made him wonder if he made a grave mistake. However, Kundal admitted that Cyan is one of the most talented children. He stated that as long as Cyan is on her side, no one will be able to lay a finger on Her Highness. Dion was relieved to hear that. Kundal asked him what exactly he was worried about. Dion replied that he feared bloodshed between the siblings. When Violet passed through the hallway, someone was waiting for him. That person called him. It was Luenell. He asked why his grandfather was there. Violet continued walking and simply suggested that he should directly ask the person. Luenell got annoyed and screamed at her that he's not done talking. Violet stopped walking. Then she expressed that he's annoying. Luenell couldn't believe her attitude. He got angrier. He asked her if she wishes to fight him. Violet replied no, and she wouldn't lower herself to his level. Luenell raised his voice and asked what the hell she was saying. Violet grabbed his face, looked him in the eye, and uttered that Luenell should know better than everyone. She whispered to his ear that she knew that he tried to kill all of his siblings. Luenell smacked her hand and told her not to spout such nonsense without any evidence. Luenell walked away, saying that he will just go ask grandfather directly. He warned Violet that she should watch her mouth. While he's walking away, Luenell is wondering who betrayed him. And as to how much that bitch Violet knew, he knew it was bad. He wondered what Violet was scheming. Back to waifu number 1. Erin panics about the news that she is to marry Cyan. She couldn't believe that her father decided something so important on his own. Lunav suggested that she turn it down if she doesn't like it. Erin was shy to admit that she doesn't hate the idea, and she assumed that it would be beneficial for both households. She just wished her father would talk to her about it. Leximus stomped. She exaggeratedly expressed her support for the marriage. She uttered that she's a witness of the heartbreak that Erin went through. She claimed that it was fate or God's will. She encouraged Erin to take Cyan as hers. Someone came in and asked why Leximus was being so loud in the library. It was Cyan. He scolded her. Then he added that the princess is uncomfortable. Because of the embarrassment, Erin grabbed Leximus and ran away. Cyan asked what was up with those two. Lunav asked Cyan if he liked Erin. Cyan nonchalantly replied no. In his head, his mental age is at 40s and Erin is a kid. He thought of it as disgusting. Lunav simply replied, all right. Then a smile spread across her face. Cyan asked about the books on the table. She replied that she's looking for clues in the scriptures. Cyan asked her about the scriptures. Lunav clarified that she's talking about the book they saw in Boris's lab. She heard that it's written in an ancient language. Cyan expressed that she might not find any more than that. She had to go to the archive of forbidden texts to read anything about the Holy Scriptures Hearthcrea. Cyan asked her if she had read the book on the table. The title was Chronicles of the Swordsman Fenelon. She said that it's just a travel diary. She opened it and Cyan pointed at something. Cyan was too close to her and it made Lunav blush. Cyan was pertaining to a mountain full of trees of sand. He stated that it's the mountain where the demons that lost in the God-Demon War are sleeping. Cyan asked about the part, mountain trees full of sand, if Lunav knew which mountain it might be. At this point, their faces are close to each other, and they are staring at each other. Lunav looked like she's in a daze when she simply replied that she didn't know. She inquired if it has something to do with the Holy Scriptures. Our boy replied that he's not looking for the Holy Scriptures at all. He planned to counter them by finding the demonic scriptures, Lemiharam. Lunav was taken aback. She wondered how Cyan knew about the name of the Holy Scriptures and the demonic scriptures, which only a select few of the Garam Association know of. Lunav closed the book and told him that she knew nothing about it. Cyan was about to leave. He told her to tell him if she finds something. She watches him leave. Lunav called Lamella, who was hiding behind the bookshelves. Lamella apologized and uttered that she was ordered to never let her be alone. Lunav assumes that she's there to watch her and not protect her. Lunav told her to answer her from where she is. Lamella didn't move from where she was while Lunav asked about Hearthcrea and Lemiharam and the number of people in the Garam Association who knew those names. She replied that there's very few. Even just saying those names is prohibited. She has no idea how Cyan knows them. Lunav asked her if she could get her some books about them from the archive of forbidden texts. Lamella replied that if she does something like that, she might end up dead. She's certain that Mr. Rygans will be furious. Lunav threatened her that a word from Lunav would be enough to make Mr. Rigens mad. Lunav had to know what Cayenne knew. She asked Lamella what she'll choose to do. This poor girl was already about to cry hearing those statements. Lamella simply replied, "Understood." Lunav decided to ask Cayenne later and how he came across such information. Her priority at the moment is to get close to him. She sensed that he's hiding something. Meanwhile, Cayenne walks the hallway, thinking that he expected Lunav to know about it. He had no choice but to look into it himself. Someone uttered that he looked like he had a lot on his mind. Seth encouraged Cyan to talk to him about it. Since he's a man with great empathy and emotional intelligence, he claimed that he'll be Cayenne's counselor. Cyan thought Seth finally lost his mind. He asked him what he's doing. Seth asked Cyan if he's surprised to see that side of him. Cyan told him that he can't play along. He walked past him. Seth got slightly annoyed and insisted that he might be of help. In Cyan's mind, he sees Seth's brain being made of pure muscle. Then Cyan realized that Seth was from the desert. He asked him if he had heard of the phrase mountain full of trees and sand. Cyan asked him if he knew about Lemmy Haram. Seth replied that he hasn't heard that name in a while. Cyan asked him if he's serious. Cyan's facial expression was funny because he's dubious. Seth passionately uttered that Lemmy Haram was the first opponent to make him taste defeat. He narrated that he met him in some nameless ruins. At that point, he was 6 years old, on a journey to become stronger. He neither had the muscle nor the experience. To him, Lemmy Haram was a great terror. Seth knew that there's no way he could win against him. He lost consciousness for a moment and woke up again. He realized that he's still alive. It seemed like he instinctively ran away. He admits that it was humiliating, but had he not done that, he wouldn't be there. Cyan verified if Lemmy Haram is a monster and not a book. Seth replied yes and uttered that it depressed him to recall it. Cyan wondered if he had no choice but to go there, though he really didn't want to. He asked Seth where that is. Seth replied that he doesn't know the name of the ruins, but it was in a region called Nordeli. Seth stated that in Sparnian language, Nordeli means mountain full of trees of sand. That's when it clicked to Cyan. Since he was surprised, his voice was so loud that it caught the attention of other students. He asked Seth if he could take him to the ruins. Seth clarified if he wants to go together. Cyan told him that he'll get ready. Seth thought of it as an adventure with a friend. He recalled his childhood when he's crying. His mother called him a prince and asked why he's crying. Seth stated that his friends are running away from him. He claimed that he didn't break anything. His mother dried his tears and told him not to worry, that someday he will get a friend who likes him for who he is. His mother assured him that if he keeps training hard one day, he will get a friend who will go on adventures with him. The present Seth was so delighted. He realized that his mom was right. He went to get ready right away. He was so happy. Cyan got worried because he's running towards a wall. All the students who saw it were shocked. Seth just created a hole in the wall in the shape of his body. Cyan wondered why Seth was so excited. Little did they know, Lunav was hiding near the area. Cyan entered his room. Brian immediately informs him that there's a letter from the palace. Emily teased him, saying that she didn't know he was like that. Cyan grabbed the letter and he learned that they read the letter without his permission again. He warned them that they would be in trouble if they did that. He asked what it is about. Then Emily exclaimed that Cyan is getting married. He asked why and to whom. Emily replied that it's Princess Arin. Now he knew why Lunav asked him if he liked Princess Arin. In his head, it's another annoying problem to deal with. He decided to think about it later. Cyan geared up. He told them that he's going to be gone for a while, so they should take care of Nana. Nana told him not to worry. She asked if she got a mama now. Cyan replied, "Nope, never." Brian asked him what he meant. He asked if Tyann planned to go against the imperial decree. Emily told him that Princess Arin will be sad. Cyan stated that the ending of the plan that he has won't be so peaceful. He will probably go on the chase for his entire life or be executed for either insulting divinity or for crushing the hope of the empire. That is why he can't drag Arin through the mess. Emily and Brian froze on what they heard. They watched Sion leave in silence. Emily expressed that she felt bad for Cyan. She stated that Ashel is the bad guy. Brian comforts her by saying that they won't let anything bad happen to Cyan. He encouraged her to try their best and help out their young master. Nana claimed that she will too. But as you guys can see, there's something wrong here. The lovebirds turned around and were about to agree with Nana, but they stopped mid-sentence. Emily and Brian were surprised at what they saw when they turned to Nana. Nana was in the form of Cyan, except that she has horns, at Sparnia Kingdom, southeastern parts of Nordalee. Cyan commented that it was a cool rug. Seth asked him if he's talking about his alamut. Seth and Cyan were flying on a magic carpet. They got into the area in just half a day, thanks to that thing. Cyan asked Seth if he knew where they were supposed to go. Seth told him that he remembers it all. Seth stated that they just need to get through the dust storm. Cyan didn't look excited. Then he saw a red and black lightning. He realized that it's not an ordinary dust storm. Seth uttered that it's a common dust storm in Sparnia. He told Cyan to trust him. Cyan opened his eyes. He saw the sky. He wondered if he lost consciousness for a bit, but it seemed like they made it out of the dust storm. Seth asked him if he's awake. Seth announced that he's totally fine. It was funny how Cyan thought, "So what?" as he was slightly annoyed. Cyan asked how much longer they have to go. Seth told him that they are almost there. Cyan stated that he sees something in the distance. Seth told him that it was it. It wasn't that visible because of the sand. But he claims that it's a pretty large sight. Seth told Cyan that Cyan is probably the first person to step foot in there other than him. Cyan asked if he's certain. Seth asked what he meant. He asked if someone was there. Cyan replied that some people got there before them. He can feel the mana of several people. Someone alighted a camel. He announced that they will walk from there. Since they do not know what might be inside, the guy told his companions to stay alert. Cyan watched those guys from behind a boulder. He asked where those guys came from. He decided to keep an eye on the situation, but that was not the case for Seth. This fucker charged in. He attacked them. He was amused that the guy dodged. The guy asked who he was. Cyan watches with an annoyed expression. He can only think that Seth is out of his mind. Seth introduced himself as the Prince of Sparnia. He asked them who they were and why they were there. Then Seth pointed behind a boulder and told them that he's not alone, that his friend named Tyann Vert was hiding behind the boulder. Cyan could only sigh. It seems like the guy knows who Cyan is. Cyan complained that it's such a pain. The man knows Seth is Sparnia's troublemaker, and Cyan is the Vert's youngest. But it didn't matter to him why they were there, but he cannot let them go back. He attacked using a skill called Volt Section. Seth saw him charging in. They clashed. The guy was taken aback because his magic was stopped. Seth used sand molding. Then he used reverse to counterattack. The guy was scratched. If he had been directly hit, he would have disintegrated like the rocks that it just hit. He realized that he underestimated them. He heard Seth click his tongue. Then Seth taunted him by saying that he thought he landed it. The man had enough of Seth's arrogance. He called Azra, Moore, and Kendall and asked if they're just going to stand there and watch. One guy apologized in response. When Karen checked, Cyan had already taken care of those three. It made Karen angrier. He couldn't forgive them for it. Then they heard a voice saying, "Stop." It made them stop. Cyan knew whose voice it was. Seth was confused. Cyan saw Lunav. She claimed that Cyan is with her. She instructed Karen to put away his sword. Karen knelt in front of Lunav and apologized. He blushed as soon as he saw Lunav. He explained that he wasn't aware that they were with her. Lunav simply replied, "All right." She had this cold stare towards Karen. Then Lunav asked Cyan how he's doing. Her expression quickly changed. Cyan inquired on how she knew he was there. Lunav playfully replied that it's because he smells nice. Cyan told her that he's serious, and he asked her again. Karen gives Cyan a death glare. Meanwhile, Nana, in the form of Cyan, sat on the couch. The adults were talking about polymorph. Sarika explained that Nana is almost as old as a dragon. It's not perfect yet, but she'll be able to perfect it soon enough. Usually dragons use it to hide their dragon forms, but she's not sure about Nana since Nana probably has never seen a full-grown dragon. Brian knew Nana had, but he has a feeling that Sarika will get mad if he tells her. Sarika asked where Cyan was, but Brian also doesn't know. Sarika was mad that Cyan was skipping class again. Brian replied that he will tell him to attend class next time. Sarika replied that it was fine since she knew Cyan wouldn't listen to him. Then she left. Brian sighed and replied that it's hard to cover for Cyan every time. Emily agreed. At dusk, someone was surprised that they wanted to go inside together. It was Karen, and he refused Lunav's entry because it's too dangerous. Lunav assured him that Cyan and Seth are skilled. Lunav uttered that she had never seen anyone come back from that place, so she stated that they should all work together. Karen argues that he and his companions are above the 7th star, so it will be different this time. Seth raised his hand and informed them that he went in there and came back alive. Seth and his companions' jaw dropped. They wouldn't believe it. Seth was offended. He argues that it's true and that he can even lead the way. He added that there were a bunch of lizard men at the entrance. Cyan was surprised to hear that there's advanced monsters like that at the entrance, but he saw that they just destroyed the entrance earlier. A foot came out. They saw something coming out, so they got ready to fight. The creature growled. The lizard men came running out. Lamella immediately went in front of Lunav to protect her. Karen and his team got ready to fight too. They used Perfect Thunder and started zapping these monsters. While Lamella used Glare Slash, Lunav used Freeze. At that rate, they won't see the end, because there are just too many lizard men. Someone used a Void Sphere. Lunav noticed the mana. It was Cyan, and our boy just created an ominous orb that looked like a small black hole. He used Division. It was an attack that made several spheres that slashed the lizard men's bodies in half. Blood splattered. It looked chaotic. Every time the orb touched a monster, they were being cut to pieces. Karen and his team's eyes widened upon witnessing that. They couldn't believe that Cyan eliminated all of the high-ranked monsters all at once. They just saw how powerful Cyan is. Karen and Lamella had nothing to say. Meanwhile, Seth got mad at Cyan, because that was supposedly his time to shine. Cyan told him to guide the way instead. Seth stomped his feet and complained that he's not there to be a guide. They entered, and Lamella saw that it wasn't just an ordinary ruin site. Lunav replied that if it is, it wouldn't have a defense mechanism like that. They could feel the mana around the area, which made them think that the place is a dungeon. At the same time, as they approached the dungeon door, the passage that they used to enter started to be built again. After a few seconds, Cyan and the crew were now trapped inside. The door looked ordinary, except for the writings on it, but they couldn't open it since it won't budge. Karen asked his team if the removal magic does not work. One guy expressed that he had never seen that type of barrier before. Karen told him to move since he will destroy it like the entrance. He used Perfect Thunder on it. But nothing happened. It prompted him to ask what kind of mana seal is on it. Seth laughed at him for his stupid solution. Karen was annoyed. In his head, the kid has been getting on his nerves. He challenged Seth to open it. Seth touched the door, and the letters on it lit up and it opened. Then he told Karen, whom he called an old man, to use his head. Karen was tempted to kill that kid because of his annoyance. There was a growling sound behind Seth. Cyan commented that there must be monsters at every gate. Seth was excited. He claimed that monster. The monster attacked, and Seth saw that it was a strong one. Seth prepared his fist. He used Grit Cannon to attack it. They continued to make their way deep into the dungeon. There were not only monsters, but also various traps that they could not anticipate. There was also a being made of powerful mana that they had never seen before, and all the gates in the ruin could only be opened by Seth. They talked about how the ruins are reacting to Seth's blood. The conversation is between Cyan and Lunav. Lunav told him that the Chaharkans are the ones who built the place. Cyan asked her as to why she didn't tell him sooner. Lunav defended what she just found at the archive of the forbidden texts. Cyan doubted if he could believe her. Lunav replied yes, and claims that she doesn't lie to people she likes. Cyan told her that it makes her even less credible. He questioned why he would trust illogical affection. Lunav calls him an idiot in her head. Lunav stated that the Garam Association has been searching for both the divine and the demonic scriptures for a long time. They believe that divine armor would help the Garam kingdom thrive. For her grandfather, it's like a religious kind of belief. He believes that divine armor is necessary in order to obtain dominion over the continent. Cyan reacted, "Ha! Dominion over the continent? My ass." He uttered that nothing good comes out of that kind of power, that people around that person would die instead. It made Lunav question why Cyan needs the demonic scriptures. Cyan replied that he wants to ruin it instead of using it for that kind of stupid plan. He finds it more fun to be the one to ruin it. Lunav's eyes glistened upon hearing that. Her cheeks turned red, too. Our boy became confused as soon as he heard Lunav saying she had decided to help him. She looked a little flirty when she told him, "I'll help you get the book. I want to." Then Cyan called her name and told her to go to sleep. Lunav expressed that she wants to stay with Cyan longer. Cyan sighed. He decided to leave. Cyan felt flustered as to why he's talking to a kid about it, when Lunav is only 12. Lunav's cheeks were red. She called Cyan an idiot. Meanwhile, Karen spied on them and he was annoyed. Eventually, they arrived at the last door. Seth commented how he hasn't been there in a while. The door disappeared. The room was empty except for the mist at the center. Cyan asked if that's Lemmy Haram. Seth replied yes and told him to be careful. Cyan was confused. It doesn't resemble a book. Instead, it looked like the skull of some monster. Karen stated that he'll go first if Cyan is scared. Cyan suggested that they observe first. The skull's pupil glowed. Lunav advised everyone to be cautious because she can feel a very powerful mana. More mist came out from the skull. They saw it change its appearance. Its foot stomped on the ground. The skull now has a gigantic body, and it just created a separate realm. Cyan understood that it's no ordinary monster. It made him question if it's really the demonic scriptures, Lemmy Haram. But hey, this guy looked like Chopper from One Piece. I wish he also has a cute form or something like that. Thank you all for watching. Please watch this next Giga Chad video, and I'll see you guys next time. Also, support the channel by joining the Summon Club membership. You can also support by just liking the video and being awesome.